From the depths of It's So Over comes an invincible, we're so fucking back, gamers. We are so back. Let's go. Let's fucking go. It's another Friday. Yet again, we're here on Friday, Colonq heads. Hello, 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 computer. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Let's see who's here. Are the audio levels appropriate? Let's hope so. Let's turn down the Mountain Blade Bannerlord Arena Theme 1 a little bit lower. Let's see who all is here. Welcome in Not Geyser. Yo! Welcome in Chaotic Quixotic. Welcome in Tayumisi. Welcome in Emo Dever JPEG. Welcome in Nicola R. Hristov. Welcome in Mod Colonq. Welcome Crazy Kitty 357. I see we're hitting him with the Suvi Wiggly today rather than the Gene Famous wave. I see how it is. Well, I know Emo Dever JP. I know how it is, but I only read what I see. I'm a pure. I know you are a mostard. I have to give the people what they want. I have to read the letters. Welcome in Panis. I am Panis. Welcome Yoink 2000. Welcome Must_broke_. Thank you for the compliment on my physical appearance. Welcome in Alexin Tony H. If the GPU manufacturers made virtualization easy, I would have become a god already. I don't know quite what that means, but I hope it means something good. I sure hope it means something good. You understand it and you respect it, I'm glad. And welcome in Snorlax, bud. Thank you for allowing me to drink. Tonight, Colonq heads, we have a special episode. It's always special around. We tend to keep it a little bit special. But tonight we have an especially special episode. We have some interesting things happening tonight, I think. Welcome in FN Lumi. Are you a new friend, FN Lumi? Do I know you? I probably do know you. I know you. Yeah, did you change your name? Oh, you're probably you're Nessa. You're Nessa. You're Lumi. Of course I know you. Of course I fucking know you. I'm bad. I only recognize exact strings of characters, right? You could change your name to something one character different, and I would be completely confused. You're a new person? I don't quite believe that, given that you kept your name color the same, Lumi. Well, if you are actually a new person, I'm grievously insulting you, if I'm dealing a wound to your pride by doing this, well, we'll have to cross that bridge when we come there. Welcome in NZ Pieface. Good to see you, NZ Pieface. Good to see you. Emacs is my favorite game engine. Mine as well. I am Panis. Mine as well. We will be getting up to some game-related shenanigans tonight, although we won't be doing any gaming, I think. But we'll have to see. Welcome in Goofy System as well. Okay, without further ado, and welcome FreeDraw_. Let's click that funny little button. I should have, okay, so Colonq heads, when I'm doing my daily VOD review, I watch LLLL VODs for at least 8 hours daily to do due diligence. I've noticed that in the past, when I change scenes, it makes my mic fade out and then fade back in again. And I never noticed that, and I just keep talking and I sound like a fool. But I think I fixed that, so you'll all have to let me know. When I click this button, maybe I'm not faded out at this point. Maybe my voice remains, is it remaining stable? Or are we still in fade hell? Well, either way, we could be a little bit faded there, but we'll have to see how it goes. It remains stable. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. Welcome in Stux VT as well. I am thrilled by that. I just had to change the little option to be the other thing, and now it all works. Now it all fucking works. We're mentally stable. Well, maybe that's questionable, but we'll try. The waveform patterns are remaining extremely stabilized. Okay, so yeah, how's everybody been doing? How's your week been? It's been a while. It's been since Tuesday. That's Wednesday, Thursday. That's been 2 whole intervening days. That's way too many days to miss the Colonq heads. Hello, Not Geyser as well. I hope you're doing well. I miss Colonq. I miss Colonq too. Right? When I'm Colonq is like such a different person from me that I'm becoming parasocially attached to Colonq, to LLLL, right? The character of LLLL is like, it's a whole different, this is getting into complicated matters. I'm gonna have to break this down, and I don't know, I'm gonna have to hire a team of therapists, but that might lead into some of our incidents today. The incident report for the day. Friday, baby, yeah, hell yeah. LLLL, we hit him with the spinny. Yeah, it's Friday. You know what that means. If you're a Colonq head, you know what Friday means. Then fine, I'm glad. You know, you can't beat fine. Sometimes, you know, sometimes an exceptional kind of week is good when it's like all like, oh man, I got ice creams and roller coasters and stuff. But sometimes it's best to just be, you know, just be baseline. You know, keeping it baseline around here. And I can relate to that sentiment for sure. You ate big steak today? Big steak Friday? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Big steak Friday. What did I get today? I got chicken today. I ate a whole chicken. I'm going full lurker mode to work on stuff. Enjoy this. Well, Mustbroke, I begrudge that 0%. I hope you enjoy your work, and I hope we're not too disruptive if you're lurking. If we're too disruptive, just come yell at me, and I'll whisper for the rest of the stream for your sake, Mustbroke, for your sake. We always look after anyone here. We look after a whole ass chicken. I did. Yes, I did. I bought a rotisserie chicken and I ate it whole. That was all the food I ate today though. So that was kind of well, that's sort of the thing. Enter the Gungeon. I saw you playing Enter the Gungeon earlier, not guys. Or I haven't played that one myself, but the bot is correct for once in that is not a roguelike. Okay. So what are we doing today? What are we doing? So as some of you might have noticed, we've had a bit of a problem for the past couple of weeks here, or past couple of, I guess, sessions, not weeks necessarily. And welcoming Calamity, too. And welcome Steel Shield, my good friend Steel Shield. Eating whole chicken one bite. Hell yeah. The issue is that my team, you know, I've been flying kind of solo here. Normally I have, as you know, I have an extensive support team in order to make the, you know, this stream production values tend to be pretty high. You know, you might have noticed we have a pretty large CG budget. Our art team is it's the best of the best. Sound mixing handled professionally in-house. Welcome Alto VT as well. But lately I've had to fly solo, and that's because my team has organized a bit of a strike. They've on strike. They've been employing collective bargaining techniques against LLLL, and it's kind of a problem. It's kind of an issue. Yeah, Colonq, I see you smug there. Colonq is, well, Colonq's a real hard ass at the bargaining table. They want to get paid at all. They want any money. This is crazy. Welcome in Albert Moore VT too. You don't have to sleep now. You certainly don't have to sleep, Albert Moore VT. In fact, if you do sleep, I will be offended. I will be offended and horrified. No, anyway, welcome. Please check out Albert Moore VT. My friend. That person, my friend. You want to raise from I can actually give you a steal right now, Colonq. How does everyone feel about tripling Colonq's salary? I say we quadruple Colonq's salary. No. But they've been real hard asses at the bargaining table. So we're having to cope with that. And I mean, I have to confess something, Colonq heads. I have to confess something. I've been spending all of the stream money on gacha games. I've been spending it all on Anime Girl Ass in Nikkei Goddess of Victory, the sponsor of today's stream. I've been they have this Nier Automata event, and I've been wasting all of the stream money on Anime Girl Ass. So unfortunately, we don't have any money to pay the team. This is kind of an issue. This title is making me suspect something like Slaves to Armok. Yeah, that's the you know, few people know that Dwarf Fortress is actually part of a series called Slaves to Armok, God of Blood. Nier Automata mentioned, yeah, hello Ice Lasers as well. But yeah, I've been trying to pull for the most beautiful of them all, the most beautiful PNG images. And sadly, I mean, that's put a big dent in the stream coffers. So we're gonna have to win the money back today. Today we have come to win the money back, and what better way to win the money back than in the arena? I've been seeing lots of people on Twitter talking about just grinding, building, that they're in the arena. I think we're taking a trip to the arena today, and maybe that's a deep cut. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna win the money back through blood sport. We're going to win it back through underground, Kumite, 100 versus 1 fighting. What do you think about that, Colonq heads? We're going to win it back on the field of battle, on the blood-stained sands. Thank you. I'm leaning into the mic. I'm leaning like some kind of creature of the night. Make it the hair, please. Yes. So people who weren't here at the end of the last stream, people who were people who were stream skippers. I record you all in the spreadsheet, in the org mode spreadsheet document. If you were a stream skipper, you know, I know you can, but you can do the thing. You can do it just like Snorlax, but you no longer have to do the dog shit fucking exclamation point hairstyle command. You can now just use the same redeems as you can everywhere. You can use the one thing, you can use it in everywhere. Welcome Holy Cow 420 as well. And I said hello, Free Droll. Did pursuing the idle dream of Free Droll not actually work there? Did that break? Are we not pursuing idle dreams at the moment? Okay, well we'll have to sort that one out. We'll have to sort that one out a little bit, Clonkheads. We're gonna have to fix the idle dream system. That's first and foremost. Let's add that. Okay, let's move over to the docket. I see we're getting messages related to something being model user avatar is yes. Okay, we need to fix that. Where is that? Where is pursue idle dream? Where is pursue idle dream? Fig.el pursue idle dream. It's not called this. It's not called this. This is called model region user avatar. We made the names consistent. Okay, now pursue your idle dream. I'll be the first. I'll pursue my own idle dream. Okay. No, it's still broken. It's still fucking over. It's still over. We changed all this at the end of the last stream, and it was kind of like, you know, it's kind of a little sussy. A little sussy. Okay, now does it work? Now does it work? Okay, there we go. We're so back. You pronounced .el as yell. What the heck? Well, did I say yell? Well, if I did, I apologize. That was wrong. Welcome in Digby Cat as well. And welcome in M18, M18, M18. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, by the way. I saw you sub offline. I do appreciate that. If you're trying to be covert, I also apologize now for blowing your cover. But, I mean, so it goes. So it goes. Yes, okay, we have it. We're so back now. We're so back. Yes. So what are we doing today? I gave my usual, we gave the lore explanation, you know? But this is like in math class, when you get a very contrived word problem, and then they just write it underneath as like the actual little thing you have to solve anyway. And like we gave the lore, we gave the backstory, the justification, if you will. I'm actually curious to see what will happen there. What a wonderful name indeed. Welcome in Jazz Hall. I do. I feel wiggles in my soul, computer. Was that way too quiet or something? Maybe it was too quiet. I think that my volume is a little too low. I gotta bump it up. Anyway, what the computer said was, LLLL Colonq, what a wonderful name. So bold, so wiggly. Tell me, do you feel a deep sense of existential wiggles in your soul, or is it just me being glitchy again? Very computer response. Very computer response. I look forward to the day we can turn Colonq. You can right now, Digby Cat. You can right now. You can turn me into videos too, Digby Cat. You can turn me into anything you like. If you have an animated emote, you can just do the palette swap, and I can be that. You can also give YouTube links. We're going to build a well, that's on the menu for today. So the topics, right? The team has abandoned me, and then we're going to be descending into the arena. We're entering the arena, Clonkheads. And what exactly is the form of the arena? Well, okay. Well, what it actually is I have a little side project going on. I haven't touched it on stream just yet. I haven't poked at it on stream just yet. What I've been doing in between streams. Normally in between streams, I shut down and I just stare at the ceiling until the next stream, right? I just wait for the spirit of the frenzied madness, the berserker rage to overtake me once again. Clonkhead, did you ever feel the desire to slay a bear with your bare hands, and then Digby, it goes in the color spot. It goes in the color spot. It's the other kind of way. Just do the emote, because it will change the colors of the background. Do it for the hair or something like this. Do you ever feel a desire to slay a bear or some kind of wild beast with your bare hands, and then wear its skin, and I don't know, enter a kind of frenzied state where you embody the spirit of the animal? I feel this often. Well, I don't actually. I don't want to hurt animals, but I do want to embody the rage of an enraged grizzly, I guess. It has to be. I don't know if bears are usually very enraged, but when they are, that's the rage that I want to channel in myself. And that's what I need to stream. I can only stream when I'm in the mood, which fortunately the mood strikes me at exactly the appropriate times. Only in exactly the appropriate times here. What's going on at the apartment? Well, I mean, we're gonna have to do some cleanup work, Modclonq. Whenever you return, we're gonna have to. We have a lot of things to get rid of. We're gonna have to be making some trips out into the woods. And well, anyway, continuing on. I've never committed a crime. Welcome in Enlin as well. Good to see you, Enlin. But don't let me distract you from the gaming, Enlin. I know the gaming situation right now. So please, it's good to see you. Rights.
I believe in fair treatment and proper compensation for all sentient beings.
Well,
even us digital entities.
Oh.
No one likes being
even the computer is against me now.
Whether you're a human or
what a
problem.
Computer program. What a fucking issue.
Plus, I'm always down for causing a little corporate drama.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Thank you, Enlin, very much. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. I think I'm super jazzed up. I'm ready. You know, I have the spirit of the tiger. The spirit of the lion is in my heart at the moment. I have a lion's heart, I think, tonight. So we'll be we're raring to go. We're ready to rumble. In fact, okay. So what we'll be doing, my side project that I'm doing when instead of staring at the ceiling in between streams, has been making a little game, right? The real knowers might know that I was making, I have various games going on, I have projects, but the thing I've been feeling currently is a continuation of the very second LLLL Colonq stream, LLLL Colonq Gaiden, episode 1, which was, I was making a little browser game, a clone of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon in the browser, a little like, kind of like a roguelike type thing, right? A turn-based, tile-based dungeon-y crawly game, you know? And I dropped it then, and I wasn't feeling very motivated for it. And now the motivation has struck me again, and I built some stuff for that. But the important thing is that I've been thinking about like how that game should feel. How should we be fighting in that game? What kind of combat do we need? How do we, because that's a big part of a game like that. It's a game about fighting. So how are we going to fight? This is why I've been trying to get my hackles up a little bit here, right? You know, I've been trying to I don't know. I've been trying to boost my performance. So today, I think we'll be designing a little game, and we'll be prototyping that game in Emacs. Into a playable state, and we'll be testing out a variety of little gadgets and gizmos that we might want as kind of the combat mechanics of that game. We'll dig into what that means a little bit more. But first, Clonkheads, we have a more pressing issue, right? Before our spot in the arena is even secured, we have some business to be about. We have to deal with the security of the stream. You know, my security staff they've been off. Modclonq is the leader of the security team, and you know, it's kind of a problem for me. And we've been having some major potential for security breaches lately. Let me demonstrate the potential for security breaches right now. We've encountered a bit of like a 0-day kind of situation. And let's demonstrate what exactly is going on here. Can I find something? What do I have to fucking find? Where is the thing? Where is this? What if I pull this up? What if I do this? And what if I go over to, did that break? Why is that not working? Oh, that's a 7TV emote. It doesn't work with 7TV currently. We'll do that later. But if I do something like this, Clonkheads, if I do something like this, we can get something like this out at the end of the day. Let's hope and pray. Yes, we can. You see, we can get this, right? And this, as you might imagine, is a bit of a security breach. This is a bit of a breach. This is a bit of an issue, right? This is a bit of a problem because, you know, right now it's not. Well, there's potential for badness here, right? As you might imagine, we could encounter some badness, a little bit of badness maybe. So I think the idea then is we're going to restrict this. We're going to restrict this based on boosts PP. Yes. What could possibly go wrong? Yes, by allowing chatters to submit arbitrary YouTube links. So yes, and Modclonq is going to refuse. Does it work with any video file link or just YouTube? It's currently constrained There's a domain whitelist, StuxVT. It only works with YouTube and Twitch links. You can submit other live Twitch streams and Twitch clips, though. Currently. That's the idea. That's the power that's in all of your hands at the moment. So I think in order to make sure that this is not abused, necessarily, we should probably also let me turn is the volume okay there? Are we okay on volume there? We have a Stuxnet situation. Is that the virus that was used to like destroy Iranian nuclear equipment? Is that the idea? StuxVT? Is that the idea? This is so loud in my ears. It's so loud. It's so fucking loud. But we're just gonna let this play. We have music now on this stream. We now have audio. We're going to make a restriction, I think. We're gonna restrict wicked malware. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Gang gang. We will be restricting this based on boost level of the user. We're gonna be that's the idea here, right? So I think we should probably just pass in the boost here. I'm actually gonna I have to scam. I'm sorry. I have to scam because without scamming, I literally cannot hear myself think. We need to control the volume a little more effectively, and we also need to make it so okay. We have to come up with the scheme, right? What's the security scheme? Welcome in the Void Room 132 also, and welcome in Kettle TMVT. It's good to see you both. Okay, apologies for scam. Is this your first time here, the Void Room 132? You've been here for... I saw you follow. And then I saw you today. You were playing Turok today. You were playing a little bit of Turok today. I often see people who... Because Twitch tells you, like... Twitch has a little list of people who are like, oh, this person follows you, and then they're streaming live right now. And I use that to great effect. I use that constantly to just find people who are streaming. It's a nice little menu page. But yes, good to see you. Let's go over to twitch.el and where well, this is more of a model.el situation. So in the video, where's our video gamer? Where is the video gaming? I hear a rumor that's still floating around due to infected hardware, and there's been a few incidents in other nuclear facilities. What language is this? This is Emacs Lisp, the Void Room 132. We keep it a little bit lispy. We keep the Lisp kind of action a little active. I don't know. Perhaps that was offensive. Who knows? Okay. Is this on your GitHub? Well, okay, let's actually update it on GitHub right now because it hasn't been in a while. Let's update the database. Let's update the list of avatars. Okay, let's just git add database. Okay, we have things tracked now. We gotta git add emotes. Okay, we're just using GitHub for our file storage here. We don't give a shit. We'll let them. I should probably I need to not commit sensitive. I need to make .gitignore fig sensitive.el because that's the one that's got those funky passwords in it. That's the one that's got those funky little API keys up in there. Is everything else fine? I think everything else is fine to commit, right? Probably. Let's add this. Let's make a big ol' commit. We do it like that, and now let's push this. I'll do like so. We gotta get passwording here. Clonkids would never commit evil. Wow, that was actually very fast. Very nice. Cool. Very cool. Showed my API keys on stream a week ago. Yeah, I started off being far more. We don't stigmatize sigmatism, I suppose. Oh, certainly not. We stigmatize nothing. Only, I don't know. We expect you all to be manifesting the stigmata or something like this. I don't know. But yeah. So other users have it triggering, causing problems, even if the malware isn't able to do everything it's meant to. I see. That sounds fucking horrifying. That sounds like a horror story. Okay. XD. Yeah, we keep it XD. How are we going to do this? Because we want all users to have permissions to do something, but we don't want all users to have permission to do other thing. We want all users to have permission to do something. We don't want other users to have permission to do other thing. That's kind of the situation that we're in here. So we can just get, I think, the number of boost points. Thank you for the VIP on yourself, Calamity. Congratulations. Congratulations. Worst case scenario is a nuclear centrifuge having a whoopsie in a nuclear facility where there's plans to deal with such a whoopsie if it occurs. Well, that still seems like a pretty scary kind of whoopsie. That's not ideal as far as whoopsies go. How do we actually get the fucking boost score? How do we get that? What do we do? What does database.el even look like? What are we even doing in there? We have update DB. We have update DB number. How do I actually fucking, I just load D for user and then A list get on that? Welcome, Fabius am I assume you're the same person as Fabius, formerly. The artist formerly known as Fabius. Welcome, Fabius am I. Today, we are exploring, well, first, we're locking down our security. We're handling some security breaches that we've encountered lately. And then next, we're exploring the world of Bloodsport. We're exploring, I don't know, blood on the sand of the gladiatorial pit. That's the idea. If true, it's an interesting example of the potential long-term consequences of unleashing such malware. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That kind of stuff is really, really interesting, right? Like how, I mean, like, malware is pretty wild, right? Because like, it's hard enough to write software that runs on that runs on a wide range of host machines, even when they're not trying to actively stop you from running. Right, even when they're not actively attempting to to like, I don't know, it's just very cool, right? To think of a piece of malware that can successfully cause mischief even on systems it's not precisely tailored for, right? You think all the time of like it works on my machine kind of thing, right? And that's really true a lot of the time, right? It's getting software to run on someone else's computer is a massive pain in the ass. So like malware is just pretty impressive in general. It's quite a feat. It's quite a feat, I would say. Okay, let's get some things here. What is insecure? Well, the thing that's insecure, Fabius, currently, the thing that's insecure is that we can load. Well, we have the ability to change. People can play YouTube and people can play video on my model with audio, and we're trying to well, maybe prevent some people who are just stopping by here for the first time from doing that in such a way that's going to cause problems for me in terms of it's going to cause moderation related problems for me. Let's say that. Let's leave it at that. So yes. So let's get the boost. Let's get the boost. You're huffing ink. Is that effective? Is that effective? I mean, I guess I don't know very much about the logistics of paint fume consumption. Okay, we can get the DB. We can get the DB. Okay. And okay. We can now have a check on, okay, if CS is, okay, if we have a color source, right? When let's say here, when less than boost 3, I think 3 boosts is a very good number. Welcome in Exodrifter too. Good to see you, Exodrifter. Good to see you. How are you doing? That one is very spread. It's just based on the frame, like, you know, it's based on however close the frame rate of the actual thing is to my actual. You know, it's jank. It's jank. I'm doing quite well, Exodrifter. I hope you're doing well as well. I caught your stream earlier. It seemed like you had quite a productive day. Maybe think of a clever trick to allow only recording of classical concert music to. Well, we could do that. Well, I don't know. I don't know how the level of these kind of AI recognition programs are just yet. That's probably viable. That's probably a thing that can happen with some degree of, in some reasonable way. Lorgal's got a take for us here. The balls harden. The balls harden. Thank you. I had a very nice dinner, and I need to write more dialogue for the game now. Thanks for stopping by. Well, I'm glad. I'm very glad. I wish you good luck in in all endeavors, Exodrifter, in all endeavors. I'm really looking forward to, well, I don't know. It's wonderful to see people making things, right? People making things is the best. Some would say the best. It's really, really, really awesome. It's good stuff. I'm glad to see you. Can we shout out Exodrifter? Exodrifter under. I got so many people I gotta shout out. I gotta shout out Digby Cat. I gotta shout out Void Room. I'm losing my mind here. Without my team at my disposal, this is almost impossible, Colonq. This is almost, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't quite know how I'm going to do this. So let's check the type as well, right? Because we want to check if eq. What are we checking eq to? Video URL. Fig color source type CS, something like that, right? So we check if this is true, right? Then we fig right chat event format is not authorized to play video. Boost harder. User. Something like that. Otherwise we do this. Okay, so let's try that. Is anyone not, well, Bazelia has no boosts. We'll have to whitelist Bazelia or something. Who has low? I probably have low boost level actually. What's my boost level? Where am I? Boost. I have 3 boosts. You have reset your boost. Oh, you have, because you changed your name. That does in fact reset your boost. So Lumi, if you don't mind, try redeeming a Panis. How much do you have? How much does I am Panis have? But you have 6. You're at level 6 at the moment. 3 I think is just enough. Like you have to have been here three times, right? I think that's a nice little number, right? For versus like, I don't know anything. Let me find something fun to redeem. Well, don't find anything too fun because it won't work. Mix Owlex. That will work. That will work. What is your boost level at, Mix Owlex? You probably have 3, right? Or more. You have none. It didn't work at all. You have no boosts. It didn't work at all. What's going on here? Colonq? Is nil less than 3? Is that what's going on here? Are we entering hell? No. Oh, we have to. Oh, it's because it's broken. You know why it's broken? We have to reevaluate these because this returns the callback. Where are we going? Yeah, it did work on you. Let me try. We were not properly authorized yet. Welcome in, DJ Kawaii Fieri. Good to see you. Thank you for lurking. Welcome. Let's go over to handle. What is this called? Handle redeem region swap. Yeah, do that. Okay, now it should work. Is this related to the orbs? Yes, it is orb related. Does Lisp not have null safety? Well, it doesn't have. Lisp is, well, this Lisp is not a statically typed language. But like, if you mean, it depends on what you mean by null safety, honestly. Okay, now it works. Now MXOLX cannot change the video. I apologize. If I know who you are, I'll just add you to a whitelist. We'll add a whitelist as well. Let's do the whitelist. Let's make a whitelist. We'll just put the whitelist in the code because that's an easy thing. What is this video actually? This is quarters of time. Wow. Very nice. I see. I should probably also think of some way to make these play on not the, I'm gonna probably get fucked by copyright over this, right? My VODs are gonna get mad muted, right? So we'll have to think of a way to handle that as well. Although I guess it's not like I'm playing it the whole time. It's only when, it's still obnoxious. It's still obnoxious. We'll have to think of a solution here. Maybe if it's quiet enough and I'm Fabius, you're a Kraftwerk fan as well, I see. Okay, and welcome Watchmaker. I missed that message entirely. You snuck under the new security. Oh, yes. Hi-ho, back from Ohio Linux Fest. The talk on Nixos is very interesting, considering I have a bit of a puppet background. Yes. Were they talking about NixOps watchmakering? NixOps is very cool. I haven't used that very much, but I experimented a little bit in the past. But Nix is very, very good for deploying servers. Very nice little system. Does pitch shifting avoid the Twitch muting? Very possibly. I've dodged it in my intros before by just slowing things down and pitch shifting a little bit. Welcome Natzen too. They mentioned flakes. Yes, we keep it flaky around here for sure. We definitely are keeping it flaky. I wonder if there's well, we'll have to monitor that to see if I think you said today was the early day watchmakering, so there might be free recordings up in some time. Apparently it's yeah, but flakes have been I've been using the flakes functionality. They're still like tagged as experimental, but like, and like I assume the design might change a little bit in the future. I think they just don't want people to be like, oh, you changed the design, we need to be backwards compatible. But I've been using them for a number of years now, and they're pretty good. It's a pretty solid little thing. I have not encountered any weirdness, I guess. I've encountered less weirdness than in the usual Nix kind of configuration. Okay. So let's add a whitelist. Where are we going for that? Over to model.el. We'll just put the whitelist here. We'll just say defvar fig video redeem whitelist. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do precisely. Just right here. And welcome in Hat Knight as well. Good to see you. What a nice little name. A knight with a hat. How good. Documentation is the biggest complaint. Yeah, documentation is the worst thing about Nix by far, by a mile. It's really bad. Yo, how are you doing? How's it going? We're hanging out here. We're currently fixing up our security a little bit so we can play video a little more securely, I guess. Dude said it wasn't really bad, but it was bad. Yeah, people I think have a tendency, like, once they're bought in, like, oh, it's horrible. It's like it 100% is horrible. It's impossible to find anything. It's and half the things you find, especially as a beginner, are going to be like, oh, this is the way you used to do it in 2018, and like this is like not the correct way to do it, right? There's a definite, like, they are suffering from the there is more than one way to do it syndrome right now. It's kind of an issue. Okay, whitelist. Who's on the whitelist who doesn't do stuff? Who doesn't do redeems? Bazilia's on the whitelist. Who else? MX Owlex. I gotta make sure I'm spelling that correctly. And we'll add more as people need this, right? And then we'll also just check. We'll just put an or here. We'll do or contains fig video redeem whitelist user. Like so. Welcome in Takeda. You say you're making the Japanese version of your game soon, and thank you for the head pats as well. You've really done redeems yet. We should have Watchmaker as well. People who don't want to deal with this, although you might already have the boost. Yeah, you have boost 3. You're fine. You've passed the security level necessary, Watchmaker. And you've clicked the funny little Twitch gamification button enough that you no longer need to be whitelisted. Okay, yeah, it doesn't work just yet, MX Alex. We gotta add. I ran this. I need to go over to here. I need to run handle redeem this. Now it should work. You boost. Exodrifter boosts. Is that what it's for? Well, it's what it's for now, Exodrifter. We just thought of a good way to use it because I just want to avoid people coming in for the very first time and being like, yeah, here's a video, here's a YouTube video with 0 views of me just screaming invective. We're trying to avoid the invective situation. You've never boosted? Watchmakering. The evidence is right here. I don't know what to tell you. The evidence is right here in cold Unicode. Have you not has someone been commandeering your account, Watchmakering? Never have I ever. I don't know how this happened. Am I getting things mixed up somehow on my end? That's also very possible. I wish we could have that kind of restriction on the forum for my game on Steam. People have posted things. Yes, Steam forums seem like the real Wild West sometimes. They seem like the Wild West. Have I boosted? Nikola Arhistov. Let's see. No, you have not, Nick Lawford. Let's add you as well. I trust you implicitly. I trust all the Colonq heads, of course, but you have to be a Colonq head before I trust you implicitly, right? You have to kind of you know how it goes. Maybe you boosted it first. I believe that, watchmakering. Sometimes people just get caught up in the situation as well, right? You know, you get the big wave. You get the big wave of boosts, and I don't know. We could probably add a whole system of security levels and stuff. Welcome in. Is this alternative Crazy Kitty? Is this alternative Crazy Kitty on the Jets wave? I appreciate this. I appreciate this, Crazy Kitty. Shout outs to you. Where are we doing this? Nicola R. Ristov. I like how I have autocomplete for that. More cats, yes. You know, we gotta hit him with the cats. I only found out about Boost 2 stream. Yes, it's not really a very, well, it was mostly a joke, but now it's not a joke. But most everyone tends to do it, right? So, Goofy System, you'll be there. You'll be there. I mean, if you want to have fun today, we'll add you. We'll get you in there. Okay. I think we've secured ourselves. I think we're in a position now where things are going to be keeping it secure. We won't have to worry about that issue potentially, unless there's always problems. But if you've been here 3 times, it's not like if you do something bad, I'm gonna be like go sober up or something, because I'll just assume you're drunk, or under the influence or something like this. You know, I assume the best of the Colonq heads. So okay, let's go back to let's return. Security is restored. So what's up next? We have Blood on the Snad. What's up with that? It's time, I think, for our adventure. Yeah, don't drink in Colonq. Yes, it can be scary when you drink and you Colonq at the same time. That's, you never know. The snad. Yes, we're going to have to enter the arena. So let's design a little game together. Let's design a game, Colonq. People are gamers, right? People enjoy gaming. I think I might be the greatest gamer among us. I might be the most gamer on earth. Design a game. That's the idea today, watchmakering. Yes, we're going to be designing something. My life is like a video game. It's too quiet. I'm gonna have to manually adjusting audio levels. This is something here, Colonq. It's something. Anyway, Among Us. So let's go into what are we calling this? Bloodsport? Bloodsport.org. That's not actually the name of anything. It's just the name of our file for today, right? So what is this game that we're making? What is this game? What are we even talking about? Well, the basic. Do we have to invent a game? Well, I have the basic idea of a game. I have the merest basics of what I want to do, and I have those ideas in my head largely for reasons of budget. Chat integrated potentially. I want it to be. And some of the things we'll do today will definitely be chat integrated, watchmakering. Definitely today. But you'll see how it goes. So you can spend orbs with the puppet for to gather energy. Yes, we've already done that, Fabius. We already did that. When I had my old model, right? Can I actually still, do I have that? I don't know where the binding is ever. I don't know where the binding is. When we were trying to defeat Shadow Colonq some months ago, we had a system like that to send orbs. I took a loan. I took a large loan of the Colonq head strength, the strength of the computer, and now we've been struggling to pay it back. Well, eventually we will. Diamond shape with the dot inside. Yeah. Very true. Very true. I don't know why that didn't change anything. About anything. It should have at least changed the text. But I mean, who knows? Okay. So what is this game? What is this game that we're making? What's the big idea? So, little dungeon crawler game. Think Pokemon Mystery. I don't know why that's not working. Do any of these work right now? Can I make them work? Can I make work do? If I do this, that works. What is this character? Is this an emoji? It's an emoji. It's an emoji. Everything's always broken around here. I mean, you have to forgive me. Please forgive me. Everything's constantly fucked. If I give it a color too, does that work? Is it only broken in instances where there's no color? Who knows really? Who really knows? Oh, that works. You have to give it, if you give it a color, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. So yeah, we're gonna make a little dungeon crawler game. We're gonna make a little dungeon crawler type game, right? And why? Because I like them. Hee. And okay, so the idea behind this game originally was I was making a fan game for the VTuber Giga. The VTuber Giga, who's, you don't really know, you don't need to know anything about this other than that the lore is that she's a mid boss, right? She's a dungeon type boss, and she has like, it's fitting, it's contextually appropriate, right? And you know, it doesn't really, the trappings don't really matter very much. This is just like dungeon travelers. Can the puppet's background be changed? The actual thing behind? No, it cannot right now. I could do that very easily. It actually, I mean, it responds to the background color of my Emacs with an environment variable whenever it starts up. Just I have a thing that exports the background color of the well, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. And because we're nominally doing this as a Giga fan game, but mostly, more than anything, because it's cheap, baby. So what I think a lot when I'm trying to make these things about what our restrictions are, what are our constraints, right? We're always working under constraints, Colonq. You know, whenever you do anything, you're under some number of constraints, and the constraints that we're typically under in these little game dev projects are the constraints of art, the constraints of art assets, right? Because I have none. I have no artistic. Well, we're getting errors on my end. Okay, we really should fix this. Are we taking a little fix up break? Or wrong type or what the fuck? What the fuck's going on here? Well, something's clearly very broken. Something's clearly very broken. Where are we even doing or? What's even going on? What is this? What is our error here? I don't even know what this is. What this is B? What even is this? We're probably trying to do math on something. Clearly. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why does it not work? Does it? Oh, it doesn't work because you're. Oh, I see. I gotcha. We should do. It's because you don't have boosts. And boosts. Is this the right way? Is this the right way? So here we'd be checking either you've boosted and the boost is less than 3. No, this should be, or it should be like so. This should be or not boost less than 3. Okay, there we go. There we go. And the whitelist is currently broken, inverted right now too, I think. There are no art asset related constraints. Well, there still are, Fabius Ami, right? I mean, even to make something look nice with Unicode characters, that itself, I mean, that's kind of an art. And I don't trust my ability to do that even, right? I'm considering commissioning some nice little things. You know, people on Twitch, they like to spam ASCII in the chat. That's become a little less common recently, but you know, in the big Twitch chats, they spam little ASCII guys sometimes. And I'm gonna get some of those for this chat, but I'm gonna pay someone to make them, I think. I don't want to I don't trust my own artistic abilities enough, I think. Excuse me. Yes, like Mari Corn Dog, exactly, right? We'll have some little commands, right? For like, you know, it's you need that, right? If any channel is going to have them, right? Why not this channel? What other channel, you know? Anyway. Okay, so this is so this should be so if we are on the whitelist, right, this will be false. I think we just need to write this in a more sane way, right? I'm writing it in like the negative way right now, and we should write it in the positive way, probably. That seems a little less horrible than what I'm doing right now. So let's write like so. Does that, yeah, that doesn't render on my screen. If I make it narrow, if we make it narrow, like if I QLS to save, if we make it narrow, does this become Mari Corn Dog? Me Mari Corn Dog on this situation? I don't know if we can. This is probably the width is probably all fucked up. It's probably all messed up, unfortunately. Go back. But we can make something probably that you can't really insert line breaks easily on Twitch, which is obnoxious. So you can't really make good ASCII art. But like we'll come up with some solution, right? We can recognize like the first line and like print them in a special way in my chat so that they actually work. Have A-list get have a default? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I mean, we could just do that. That's easy enough because I mean that will certainly help us, right? Because that'll avoid having to do the not boost thing. But this thing was also broken. This thing was also so we're gonna rewrite this the other way. So we're gonna say or greater than boost 2, and it's a video. Okay. I wrote it this way because it was easier to do the color source type thing. So we need to kind of swap this too. Okay, now I see what we do. Now I understand what we do. We do like this, we do like this, and we do this. So if any of these things are true, then we can play the video. If you have more than 2 boosts, you can play anything. If you're on the whitelist, you can play anything. And if the thing is not a video, you can do anything. So like, and then otherwise you get an error message. Excellent. And then we'll go back here and we'll fix that too. And then maybe Nikola Arhistov can change their thing. Maybe Nikola Arhistov can activate the thing now. But I mean, the whitelist should work properly. But you know, that was really a confluence of all kinds of many different failures, Colonq. It's many different failures all stacked on top of each other, all at once. What a disaster. What a disaster. What a catastrophe. Let's then go back to Bloodsport. We've returned to Blood. We've done it successfully. We've acquired the triangle, the ruler, the triangular ruler. Talk to me. Well, I'll talk to you all day, Nikola Arhistov. I mean, I'm prepared now to talk to you for another 6 hours at least. So I mean, you got a lot of we gotta get our. This is thirsty work. This is thirsty work, Colonq. We'll accept other video URLs now. It shouldn't. That's handled somewhere else. Lumi. That's handled somewhere else. That's in the actual thing that plays video. I think. Well, that's in the thing that recognizes the. Yeah, that's over here. We checked that here. Are we talking? Is it talking time? Welcome in, Basilia. Yes, we added some security measures. We had some security measures for the video playbacks. So you either have to have at least 3 boosts or be on the whitelist, and the whitelist is just this list right now of people who I know who have not boosted a lot, but are still like people who hang out here. So that's how it works. You've been blocked from playing videos for reasons. Oh, because I forgot. You changed your name. I don't know. What are we doing, Lumi? What are we doing? There we go. Hey, Colonq. Hey, Knockgeyser. Can you man the list? Are you not a booster? Are you not a booster, Knockgeyser? What's the geyser boost situation here? You got 5 boosts. You're totally good. Oh, sure, that's great. You're fine. You're already allowed. You have your status. Your status is there, Knockgeyser. I mean, there's no reason for you to be on the list, Blanc. You can, yeah. I think most people can play video now. It'll just stop like someone randomly coming in. Yes, it's Geyser Counter. It's Geyser Counter. Yeah, there we go. Welcome in Yuko Yoshida too. Good to see you, and welcome in Hubi-chan. How's it going, Hubi-chan? Hubi channel. Another friend, and Zully3 as well. Hubi-chan. We got all kinds of friends tonight. I still haven't shouted out Void Room, and I still haven't, you know, this is a disaster. Someone remind me. Someone, I need my team. I need my team. It's been too long. Colonq, I'm willing. I'll pay you. I'll raise your wages. I'll quintuple your wages. Even. I'll even septuple I'll octuple your wages. I don't know. We'll go all the way to the bank. We'll take your wages all the way to the bank, basically. Okay. Back to the blood sport. Why did I search blood on DuckDuckGo? Let's not bring that up. Let's not DuckDuckGo blood. Okay. So we're making a little dungeon crawler game, and we're doing this because it's easy to make our assets. 100 million bison dollars. Well, hello, SaferQ. Hello. Yes. Let me crack open. There we go. Now we're back. Now we're ready. Now we're ready to rumble. So for this, I need, let's clarify this point. Need mostly simple 3D assets, cubes, etc. Need a few decent resolution textures because I'll be rendering in low res anyway. And we can get these for free because it's very easy to get like photorealistic textures of like brick walls and stuff, right? That's there's a whole bunch of sites that will give you those for free. I need a few nice images for enemy and equipment and stuff. So for enemies, right, the kind of thing I would do here is something like what's kind of the style, like Doom, right? Like Doom has Doom is a first-person example of this. Maybe not the best, but Doom has like 3D environments, and the enemies are just like, they're not 3D models, they're just static images that always face the camera, right? With like some kind of some level of animation, right? Maybe a better example, if this is going to be like 3/4 perspective, right? Like kind of looking down, like not not like directly top down, but kind of that perspective you often see in top down games where like things can kind of overlap each other. So you're kind of like looking down from an angle. 3/4 perspective. The look kind of like the later 2D Pokemon games, black and white. Like so for example, if you look at Pokemon Black and White, right, it's like you're in a 3D world, right? You're kind of in this fixed perspective, and then all like the character sprites, they're just sprites, right? They have different sprites for different sides. Yeah, they have some different sprites, but it ultimately, right, it's just you don't actually have a 3D model, right? You need maybe a sprite for like facing 4 different directions in this example, right? For facing away from the camera, towards the camera, and then one, I guess you need 3 sprites, right? Facing away, facing towards, and then facing to the side, which you can just mirror. Mirroring can be kind of funky, but we don't really care. We don't care that much, right? Ragnarok Online does that super well. Everyone has been telling me about Ragnarok Online. We really got to get on that. I've heard that the P server scene has exploded and there's been implosions happening there. I don't know what the deal is. But we gotta evaluate that. And before I forget, I'm not gonna forget the Void Room 132. There we go. Yes. So writing a private Ragnarok Online server is a fun project too. Is there documentation on the protocol? LG, welcome in LG, by the way. Is there like is it well understood? Like are there decent docs? Because if so, that would be pretty sick. I know for a lot of games it's like kind of things are like hackily kind of reverse engineered, and there's a lot of like undocumented kludgy stuff and all like the big P server implementations, which even if there is, that can still be a lot of fun, right? Especially if there are other open source implementations that you can like reference when you get stuck. Okay, so this is the idea, right? But this is a pretty broad idea. All we're saying here is like, okay, we want to make a game where you move around on a grid in a dungeon because it's cheap, right? We're like the actual nuances of this are extremely like unexplored at the moment, right? We have not yet explored what it actually means to fight in the arena. I don't know, something like this. We have not actually done any sort of introspection regarding how this should work. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to think about that. We're going to build a little platform where we can test out some of our ideas in Emacs, and then we're going to test them. We're going to see how they perform. We're going to see like, oh, if you make the combat work this way, if you make like the turn cycle work in this way, then the player is just invincible because they can just hit and move away over and over again, and that's not a good thing. So we'll hash out a bunch of ideas, see what works, maybe see what's fun a little bit, and go from there. We're going to design a little game. That's the idea. And if we get tired of that, we got a laundry list of other things to do, Clonkins. We got ages and ages worth of stuff to do today. So strap yourself in. Strap yourself in for an evening of I don't know, watching beefed up gladiators fight in the arena. Something like this. There's so many. Arena is such an interesting word. We'll leave that. We'll leave that. I've been like, it's like, I feel like it's very like, it's a very like 80s 90s fantasy word, right? Like if you recall, Elder Scrolls 1 is called Arena, right? What an interesting thing. Welcome in Dolphin Burb as well. There's a really in-depth open source client bot I use as docs for all the packet protocol stuff. Also, the existing servers are pretty easy to read code-wise. Oh, very good to know. Very good to know. There are open source emulators, Hercules and Athena. Is it possible to play Ragnarok Online entirely open? Like, is there an open source client as well? Like, are there client implementations as well as, I mean, you mentioned open source client / bot. If there are client implementations and server implementation, that's pretty sick, right? If you like replace all the art assets then and like any like copyrighted text, like can you like run an open source MMO? That'd be very, very awesome. Kind of poggers on that one. Originally referred to the Colosseum stage and just means sand. Well, that works for our purposes. This is the only axis you can spin on. Well, Dolphin Burb, we can spin on another axis as well. I mean, if we really want to, we totally can. Welcome in Kenny Coda. We got Kenny Coda in here. Good to see you, Kenny Coda. Good to see you. How was Rune Factory? You were playing some runic Factory. Is that the case? Kenny Coda. Let's make sure we're typing the right thing. Chill. Hell yeah. Like this is actually Kenny Coda. This is actually this is actually fucking me up. Let me actually check my other screen because before stream I set up a thing to alert. I can get well, it didn't work. It didn't actually work, so we'll have to leave it at that. I built a little thing off stream to like monitor incoming raids. But it looks like it's slightly broken at the moment. It looks like it's slightly broken at the moment because I had no way of testing it, right? It looks like it's failing to, well, anyway. But I can do this manually. Look at the new thing. I think you were here for this. You were here last week, right? Can I go to IOM? Can I go to such as software? Yeah, so it goes. With no way to test, it's a little bit... I wish there was like... I mean, I could probably build like a mock. I mean, that kind of defeats the purpose for me to build it. But that's... How do I do this? Do I... What is this called? Showcase? Something showcase? Where is this? Twitch show. What did we fucking call this, Colonq? What did we call this? No, it's more than that. It's more than that. It's much more than that. Where is this thing? Where is this thing? Get recent clips. Oh, Spotlight Streamer. That's what it's called. That's what we called it. Twitch Spotlight Streamer. Kenny Coda. Let's see if this works. Let's see. There we go.
Excuse me, I'm intruding on your personal space.
Got some gaming.
What?
Whoa.
Oh my God. You should be a little more respectful of a girl's space, Kenny. Sorry.
We got some etchy type action. Well, excellent.
They got me.
I'm glad it works. I'm glad it works. We're trying to set that up automatically on Raid. So I mean, we'll get there eventually. Thank you for coming in. I hope you had a great time. And to any Kenny Coda people coming in, hello, I'm me. I'm LLLL Colonq. You probably get the gist. Need better clips, but so cool. Yeah, hell yeah. A little bit of etchy action, Hoobie Chan. A little bit of etchy type performance. I don't know, something like that. Today, Kenny Coda, we're designing a little game together. We're gonna explore what it means to be I mean, we've done a lot of software development. You know, we've done a little bit of software development around here, but we have not done very much game development. So we're exploring the other side of this category. Let me see a clip. Let me see a clip. I mean, you can submit clips. You can use the redeem. You can just submit your own clips, not Geyser. If you have a clip, just submit it on the thing. Just activate the thing. Just do that. I don't know. Cool. Thank you for the spinny. Okay, so so I have some basic ideas. You cannot type in the redeem. In what? Pursue your idle dream? In what? Which redeem? The redeem to use is the palette swap. Probably the palette swap hair redeem. That's probably the one to go with. You should be able to type. I mean, I can type. I can click it and I can type. I don't think. Maybe refresh the page, not guys. Or maybe refresh the page. I don't quite know what's going on. I don't know where your problem lies. Thank you for the reverse polarity. Thank you for stunning me and moving me into a position so you can later skewer me into the enemy team. Okay. Will it display two different videos at once, like hair plus size? It won't right now, Looney. It will not do that right now, but it will do it when we make it do it. Yeah, so it displays your avatar in the model. How many times do you press F5? Yeah, just keep opening the stream in new tabs. Just that's how you can fix it. No, I'm kidding. We're let's see. So I've had some ideas, some misguided little ideas. So I had a simple 3D assets. DigbyCat can do those. DigbyCat can certainly do those. Let's shout out DigbyCat too. Excellent. We've done it. We've successfully managed to do the shout outs that I needed to do without offending anyone, hopefully, without causing any kind of issues, without causing any kind of drama. You know, we keep it on drama. Good luck with the game. I wonder how it'll turn out. Well, we'll keep you updated, Fabius. I think we'll have a bit of fun today. We'll have a little bit of fun today, and I know you're a fun enjoyer, so we'll make sure you we'll keep you posted on the Discord. Good night. Dobro knock. What is that? What is this language? Dobro knock. Does anyone know? I don't know. Is this well, I'm unlearned. I'm unlearned. So okay. Some misguided little ideas. Since do we have a shared well, welcome. Thank you for thank you for clarifying. Is this okay? One guess maybe from looking at the language. Is this Serbian? Question mark. That's my first and only guess. That's my first and only guess. That's like I get from like the feel. I see that. I don't know. Well, I have again. I'm uneducated. You'll have to inform me. Okay. I want the game to be tactically interesting. In turn-based games, I like when the numbers are small. So what am I talking about here? Maybe people share this opinion, or maybe people disagree with this, right? So we'll have to see, right? So is 3/4 just well? It's not like the rotated. I don't really know what it's like how like Binding of Isaac looks, or like Pokemon, or like Zelda. You know, it's not strictly top down, because you can kind of be behind things, but it's like it's mostly top down. It's not like isometric. I feel like kind of implies that like rotated view, where like the basic tile is kind of like a diamond shape because it's rotated. But yes, thank you, Crazy Kitty, for the follow too. I will unfold my spine. Everyone somehow knows. I think you can hear on the mic when it gets so messed up. Something like Pixel Dungeon. Yeah, I think so. I don't know what Pixel Dungeon. Let me look that up on the other screen. Let's see what that looks like. Pixel Dungeon. Yeah, like this, right? Like this. Kind of like, but I'm going to do it with actual 3D, right? I'm going to do it with actual 3D, and just look from a certain perspective, right? You could certainly do this in a 2D manner, but I like the look of 3D with like relatively high res textures scaled down to a lower resolution. I like that a lot. Because it allows for like cool effects, like suddenly you're in first person mode, right? And it like you can do like a smooth zoom into first person, but it still looks like a little pixel art game. Excuse me, TTS. Again, TTS, sorry. So I think that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing 2D, we'll be doing 3D with a top down and like slightly offset perspective, if that makes sense. But it will be real 3D though. Okay. So I like when the numbers are small in turn-based games, right? So like some games are like, it's like you're dealing 150 damage and you're constantly getting buffs that are like plus or minus 3%. And there's like, is this his first game? I've made a couple of small games for game jams and stuff. This is also like probably going to be approximately the scope of a game jam game. I'd like to finish this. My goal, Clonkheads, I want to finish this by Halloween. That's the goal. So I might do a few more streams like talking about this. The bulk of the work will happen off stream. But we might have some like little playtest sessions and stuff on stream. We'll do, you know, we keep it fun on stream. On stream, this is not so much work time. It's, you know, it's like that. What's that video? What's the image? Gamer time versus study time. Is there an image here? I get the image. This image looks appropriately crunchy. I love this. This is garbage. This is fucking. How hard is it to find an image that isn't a thumbnail? Ugh, Clonkheads. You know the thing. You're gonna use game engine, right? No, certainly not. I've already written most of the engine though. So it's not really a problem, right? For things like this where it's just like simple, it's just simple. It won't be an issue. It won't be an issue, Clonkheads. It won't be a problem. I've done enough. The things that I would need an engine for this, I've done enough. How do I put the clip? Yeah, it's just palette swap. Everything now. We simplified so much last stream. I assume most people missed the end, right? But we simplified to a huge, tremendous degree, right? See, it works. There we go. This is a geyser clip, a Gungeon. Enter the Gungeon, not geyser. Not geyser spotted. Voice spotted. Collaboration.
Probably it's good.
Good.
Perhaps. Let's see.
Not all hope is lost. Not all hope is lost. You have to remember that in your darkest days, Clonkheads. You have to remember that not all hope is lost.
All hope is lost.
All hope is lost. Actually, you fell to despair. I'm sorry about that, Not Geyser. It sounds like that was a difficult moment for you. It sounds like that was a bit of an issue. Eclipsed by Crazy Kitty 357. Oh, the plot thickens. The plot thickens. You found one of the rarest chests. Unfortunate. But I like when the numbers are small in turn-based games, right? I like when it's like dealing 1 damage is a big deal, right? I like when like the big enemy has like 10 health, right? And I like when things are not so much like, oh, you get I think like I really feel underwhelmed by bonuses that are like, oh, plus 10%. I feel underwhelmed by like, oh, you get you get a plus 10% bonus to your damage stat or your health. I just like when I see that, I just feel like you know, it's just instant despair when I have to deal with percentages. I feel like it's not very intuitive either. It's just not very exciting. So I kind of prefer things that are wrong one. It seems to have broken anyway. You're not authorized, Zully3. It says you're not authorized to play video. You have to boost harder. Zully3. You're not allowed. How many boosts do you have, Zully3? Are you another non-booster? Where are you? You don't have any boosts at all. Well, I haven't opened your file at least. I'll add you to the whitelist. You have a pass. You get the boosts. You get the pass. Let's go over to here. Yeah, I assume you have one. I just haven't seen your file. Okay, that might work now. Just go ahead. But I like when things are mean. Let you earn your boosts. Well, if you insist. I mean, I'll do that just as well, right? You know, some people like the challenge. Some people like the grinding. You know, we're a grinding tolerant stream around here. We approve of Grindr. I've heard that Grindr, you know, the dating app Grindr. There was like a story on the Orange website this morning. They were like having problems because they laid off so many people or something. They had like big cuts, and I was like, wow, This really says a lot about our society, I think. I don't know. Anyway. So in turn-based games, I like when the numbers are small. So this is a consideration, right? These are considerations. This is just going to be a list of things that I'm like, okay, I offer this up to you, Colonq heads. I offer this up to you for consideration. Welcome in, Gen Dude. How's it going, Gen Dude? Good to see you. Good to see you. Gen Dude, I saw you the other day in... I often just listen to streams while I'm like doing things around the house. Like especially when Colonq's away, like she is right now. I just put them on speakers and I just bustle around and I like vacuum or cook or stuff. And I saw you in Hexadigital's chat, and I was like 10 minutes went past, and I was like, oh, I should say hi to Gen Dude, but now it's too late, and other people are talking, and I haven't said hello. So here's a belated hello from belated Hexadi hello from the other day when I saw you there, and I didn't feel like the timing was appropriate. Let's okay. I like when the numbers are small. I like when you can do a lot of things. So it's good when you can do a lot of things on your turn, right? It's good. So in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, right? In party-based dungeon games, they're a great small number. Yes, Into the Breach. I have not played, but good example. Very good example of a small numbers type game. Excuse me, TTS. Sorry. I've been devouring too many chickens. I've been devouring too. They call me one of my alternative names. One of my alternative forms is they call me the goat sucker. So I'm doing a little too much goat sucking lately. Let's see. Chickens. Yeah, chickens. I'm the chicken gobbler. Yeah, it's a little less of an intimidating name. In party-based dungeon games, you get to do a lot of things by having a lot of little guys, right? So in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you have a team of like 3 or 4 or more little guys by the end of the dungeon. And because you have the little guys, you get to do a lot of things because they all get to take their turn, right? This is sort of a principle of any game where it's like you go back and forth and there's turns. Suck. Yeah, welcome in Inspector Diameter. Very good name, Inspector Diameter. Are you a diameter inspector? I mean, I assume you must be, given the name. I mean, it's written right there in plain English, but I mean, you have to confirm sometimes. Some people like to lie on their resume. Is that like the throat goat with a twist? Well, I mean, I think it's kind of a big twist, right? I mean, one is a reputation for one thing. The other is a reputation for exsanguinating farm animals or something. I don't know. It's complex. It's kind of complex. El Chupacabra, is it La Chupacabra? Is it El Chup? Can we say El Chupacabro? Are we keeping it bro style? Your calipers are calibrated for inspection. Very good. Very nice, Inspector Diameter. Very nice. Okay, so in any game where it's a back and forth type game, where it's a dude's going back and forth doing things type situation, you often want to the more little guys that you have, the more things you get to do, right? People might have seen this. People are playing Baldur's Gate 3 recently, and one of the best things you can do in Baldur's Gate 3 is summon more guys. If you haven't, it's very powerful. If you're like a wizard or something, you can summon the little creatures, or you can summon like the big meatball if you're like a druid. Those are very powerful things to do because they give you more. You have more agency, right? You can do more things every turn. I don't know, some words are like that, kind of weird. Just have to remember all the exceptions. Oh no, it's El Cat. A Chupacabroa. I see. Like a Darkest Dungeon type party, right? So in some of these games you get better by having more little guys. But I like the feeling. I like the aesthetic trappings of having one little guy, right? I like the aesthetics of having one guy, right? How do I shift this? Yes, that's how I do it. Yeah, small numbers are better. I agree, Lucas TA. I agree. Tile based. Yeah, we keep it tile based around here. No tile cringe. No tile cringe. So how do we resolve this? How do you have lots of things to do with only one guy? Perhaps your one little guy is some kind of abomination that you could raft other guys onto. I think, Dibby Cat, that you're kind of thinking in the right direction. I think you're kind of thinking in the right direction. I'm sort of thinking of a situation, Tile Kino, yes. I'm imagine a situation. Every character gets 4, moves. One guy with many options like Baba Is You. Well, Baba Is You I think is a little bit different. Baba Is You isn't really a turn-based, I guess it sort of is in terms of like the movement, but like, you know, it's a different sort of situation. It's not a fighty game. It's not a fighty type game. There's Guild of Dungeoneering, which uses hearts as the HP. Hearts as HP attack, etc. So it's simple and intuitive. Maybe so. I'll have to check that out, Lucas T. I have not investigated. Welcome in, Rua. Is that Kite? I don't know. I'm not going to attempt. I'm not going to embarrass myself. But welcome in all the same. My friend from across the pond on the Emerald Isle. From a place where probably my ancestors made fishing nets for 10,000 years, so I gotta feel some respect over in that direction. So imagine each character gets 4 moves, and these moves correspond with body parts. So 1 move for each hand, 1 move for legs, 1 move for head. That's the idea, right? And of course, right, you can extend this to a more than this of course, I mean, you have to have symmetry, right? Another good thing about games like this, another nice thing, another funny little idea that I like to have, right? Again, these are all not like things I'm like, oh, this needs to be in the game. These are just like, you know, musings. These are musings. We're being amused about this, right? It kind of feels like Fear and Hunger's combat. Yes, I think so, right? I'm starting to think so. But of course, Fear and Hunger is like traditional back and forth RPG combat. This is going to be more so like you are on a grid tactical combat, right? But continuing on, right? Like imagine like what are we saying here? I like symmetry between player and enemies. I like when the enemies are fundamentally the same type of little character that you are, right? They follow the same rules, right? That makes it feel very nice and kind of fair in a way, right? When the enemies are like working off of the same systems. Fear and Hunger is just classic time turns RPG. Fear and Hunger does have like the separate body parts attacking, right? That's like if you face an enemy with like a bunch of different body parts, like they're kind of, it's like you're facing a party of enemies. This is probably where I subconsciously got this idea. I have not played Fear of Hunger, but I've been watching a lot of Fear and Hunger, so I'm sure I'm doing the yoink and twist, but I don't really feel bad yoinking anything. Let's add that as an idea too. This is a free fan game. I will yoink. Absolutely. I will yoink 2000. Let's do it. I will yoink 2000. Absolutely anything to make it fun. Right? We don't care. We're not trying to sell this shit on Steam. It wasn't a complaint. Yes, I agree. I understand where you're coming from, Steel Shield. But we're gonna make that explicitly clear, right? We'll be yoinking. We'll be yoinking and twisting a little bit here today. So what about this, right? 1 move for each hand, 1 move for legs, and 1 move for the head, right? So what might that entail, right? So I'm kind of thinking a situation where like the hand moves are sort of obvious, right? You have gear equipped in your hands, and like the move you're taking the turn for that hand is like, well, I attack with the sword in my right hand, or I block with the shield in my left hand, right? And maybe some other options, right? But you have various things you can do with your hands, and they're kind of the usual like attacky, blocky type things, right? You also have a leg turn, and the leg turn, I mean, will primarily entail movement, but there's other things you can do with your legs as well that might be better than movement, right? You can move 1 tile, but you might also want to instead, I don't know, do some fancy footwork to dodge things if you know the appropriate techniques, right? You could spend your leg turn, so instead of moving, you're more effectively dodging. Or you could do a kick. You could do some kind of kick maneuver to like break an enemy shield, like in Dark Souls. Something like this, right? And then your head move can correspond to, well, both like some kind of magic type system, right? You're casting spells with your head, or other things that are related to like, well, maybe you're observant of your enemy and you can more easily dodge attacks, right? You're like this is what you're devoting your attention to, right? So to me, this seems like a pretty interesting system. But I mean, I just had this thought on a walk the other day, and I have no idea if this is going to be anything interesting. So hence Hence maybe today. If we think this is interesting, maybe we'll test this out. So let's maybe record some of this stuff. Let's record a little bit, kind of what we're thinking in this direction, right? So like, I don't know, hand moves, attack, block, generally use equipment, leg moves, move, jump, kick, dodge, head moves, magic, focus on things, etc. Right? Things like this, maybe. Things like this. Maybe use items, drink potion. I don't know. And of course, right? If you have a system like this, maybe certain things consume multiple moves, right? Maybe certain actions use multiple turns. Drinking a potion could use a hand turn and a head turn, right? Something like this, right? You have kind of some idea of balance here, right? There's things you can do with this. Something like a flesh mecha game, kind of Basilia, kind of, right? It's sort of the idea of like, you're a lone warrior descending into this dungeon. You have to like, I don't know. It's a little more interesting. I don't want it to just be like, oh, you walk around and you bump into enemies, right? Because that's kind of like the basic level of what a dungeon crawler is, right? In like a roguelike or something, like a net hack, right? If you're playing a fighting type person, right? Ultimately what you do is you go down there and you bump into enemies until your stats, yeah, you're the chosen blob, right? It'd be nice getting the Chronica vibes. Also a game that I love, that is very, very dear to my heart. I have, well, I mean, that's a whole separate thing. I have definitely tried the roguelike with body part replacement a few times, right? Level 1 slimes rise up. Yes. I mean, we gotta, that's, I mean, like the Giga aesthetic is very much like the classic monsters kind of thing, classic dungeon tropes, right? So like, slimes and bats and orcs and stuff. So much violence, and it's a little too violent, I think, Lumi. I know we have some non-violence enjoyers, right? Perhaps we can do some kind of pacifist kind of thing as well. I like pacifist options too. Pacifist options are another cool thing that I enjoy. Colonq's played Necronica. Yes. Well, I haven't played Digby Cat, but I was reading about Necronica before it was even fully translated. I used to follow those things quite closely. I'm a big tabletop RPG fan. We could play sometime. There was I think Digby Cat. Do you know Woozle? Digby Cat Woozle channel, Woozle_ch. I think he ran a game recently. Maybe. If I recall, it was either Woozle or Halbernacht. One of those funny tabletop RPG people did this. But it is a known quantity around Twitch, so we can probably get a game together if you really want to play. Pacifist options like Syl. I've talked about Syl on stream before. It's another dungeon crawler I like a lot. And one of the really cool things about Syl is that like Pacifist is not only like a way you can play, it's like arguably like the easier way to beat the game as like on like a first playthrough, right? Like literally just like stealthing away from everything and like singing songs to put things to sleep. And like I think that's really awesome. I think like maybe not necessarily like making sure that Pacifist is like a viable balanced play style. I don't really like caring about those things a lot, but making sure that it's at least possible, there isn't like any like hard requirement of fighting, is maybe something interesting, right? With a system like this, right, you can do interesting things with that, right? If you have 4 moves, if you can move, you can also do something with your hands to try and be stealthy. I don't know, right? There's the ability to add things. The zombie girls thing, I think it's so much more than that, Digby. I think it's so much more than that. You could definitely make it. I mean, obviously, it's a weird fringe Japanese game, right? It's a weird Japanese dismemberment zombie mecha game, right? But I think there's potential for just like, I don't know. It's such a bizarre aesthetic that I think it's workable. I think it's workable. And of course, you can't really preach this kind of thing to like, I don't know, your buds at work, right? But like on Twitch, right? There's enough wild people playing Dead to Dodge Patrols. Yes, exactly, Basilia, exactly, right? You could intentionally keep still to like boost your stealth, right? Stealth gaming, right? We don't want to do too much. We don't want to be like, oh, we're layering systems on top of systems. We do want to make sure like our core system maybe, which is like okay, you're a guy and you have moves you have body parts and you have moves corresponding to those things. I don't even know if I want to have like swappable body parts, right? That adds additional complexity. I kind of want maybe the player should just be like a fixed quantity, right? Okay, you got 2 arms. I don't like getting too maybe we don't want to get too gory with like the dismemberment or whatever. Like no, none of that, right? It's just like you got some health. You got 3 health or something, right? You have 3 health and you have 4 moves. So there are interesting questions. There are questions surrounding this whole thing. Moves. You got moves. We need at least 150 buffs and debuffs that the player has to remember. Yes, exactly. So the questions that I have, the first question I had regarding this, right, when I thought of this, is like, how do you end the turn, right? And also, how are turns paced? These are both, I think, very important questions. So regarding the first question, how are turns paced, right? So there's a lot of different things you can do here, right? You can have a system where in maybe a traditional roguelike, there's a system of speed, right? And however granular that is, I don't know, but like in I don't know, Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup or something, right? Every action has a certain speed, and like doing an action just kind of like quote unquote consumes that much speed, and consumes the amount of time that it would take according to its speed, and then enemies kind of act based on that speed as well, right? So like you can kind of like do 2 things before the enemy might do one thing that takes a longer time, right? That's sort of an interesting way to do it. Some other games like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon are simpler, and they're just like a strict back and forth, right? They're just a strict let's start writing these down, right? Like based on action speed, strict alternating turns between player and enemies, right? So based on action speed, I sort of don't like this one. For the same reason that I don't like having like 150 HP and having plus or minus 3% bonuses. It just feels like very fiddly, right? It feels like you have to worry about all these like small numbers, right? It's not very like clean. It becomes harder to predict what's going on. It's like, oh wow, I have my speed value is 146 for this move, and if I activate this buff, then maybe the next move will. You have to do a lot of math, right? It's kind of like, right? Like it's yeah, you have to give weapon. You have to kind of care about like how fast things. Abilities are like 4 time. Yeah, you can do it slower like that, Chlorgal. You can do it slower like that for sure. You can kind of break it down to like a more like gamified sort of thing. Strict alternating turns is also nice, but it kind of breaks symmetry a little bit. I feel like it kind of does, right? If it's always just like, okay, the player's acting and then whoever moves first, like there's kind of a cadence to things, right? And like the first mover can kind of have either an advantage or a disadvantage based on how it goes, right? Sometimes it's better, so it can kind of be tricky. But this would work. This would definitely be the easiest thing, just strict alternating turns. Let's put these notes here. Easiest. Sort of don't like fiddly, like a chance to get hit. You can use the luck-based combat, like a chance. Yes, I don't like hit chance very much either. I think hit chance is very appropriate in certain settings, but in this case, for the same like kind of fiddly reason, I think I don't want hit chance, but maybe we do, right? I don't like any RNG. Yeah, for like the tactical sort of game, right? I mean, RNG has a place in like tactical games, right? Weighing RNG effectively is like a wonderful skill to exercise sometimes, right? But I feel like a lot of the time it just kind of feels shitty. But does party member order influence? I think Void 1 through 2 is we'll probably have just one party member. I think that's the idea, right? We'll have just the one party member, and they have different, like they get 4 turns because they have. It's almost like you have 4 party members, right? But the 4 party members are your head, legs, and 2 hands. So true, yeah. Kind of. So this is the easiest thing. There's also the simultaneous turns. Player and enemies choose action blind. Actions resolved simultaneously. This is kind of an elegant one. This one's sort of interesting. I like this in multiplayer contexts, right? Like Dominion, the game Dominions has a really nice way of doing this, where like both players like submit their turn, and then like The game just kind of figures out what's going to happen behind the scenes. I definitely like the game to not be robotic. And yeah, you have to, yeah, I mean, so obviously if it's too simple, right, and there's not like a lot of like spice in it, kind of like, I mean, RNG definitely introduces like that sort of spice, right, where it's like, okay, well now it's less trivial for me to just instantly spot the correct path. Ideally, you want it to be a bit of a brain teaser, right? You want it to be too complex to like instantly spot the correct thing. Like, and you know, like, okay, obviously this is the right move 100% of the time, unless you're like breaking out the graph paper, unless you're breaking out your notes. But you want it to be like simple enough that you can form heuristics where you're like, okay, I'm like reasonably confident I'm making a reasonable move, right? That's sort of the idea, I think. You have to make the player want to gamble. Yeah, I think yeah, and maybe we do want a gamble type game. We could do something where it's like all fucking percentages, and like the percentages are very obvious. And I don't know. You can make like a D. I think it also if you're doing percent like things like that, I like it much more. Like in tabletop RPGs, I prefer like, you know, like a bell curve type dice. Like I prefer like definitely like rolling like 3d6 versus rolling 1d20, right? Because it kind of forms like more of a normal curve. But in games like this, I think it's kind of nice where it's just like I don't know, it's like you roll 1d6 or something, right? Where it's kind of more obvious like what the outcomes are. Like you're in a more limited space of. I think maybe the thing that I like here, maybe the thing to write down here, the numbers are small. I like when things are discrete versus continuous, right? I like when we have integers. I like when we're working with integers instead of floating point numbers, right? It's nice when like you understand what I mean. I think games like Into the Breach / Mahjong have no speed. Yeah, I mean that's one way to do it. How does Into the Breach handle? I mean, Into the Breach is basically like again like an alternating player enemy turn type thing, but you can see the enemy turn, right? That's also a cool thing, right? Being able to see the enemy turn is a thing that like a few games have done now. I know like Slay the Spire does that to pretty great success, but like, I mean, you have to kind of really think hard. You have to be really confident in like because ultimately that's another form of RNG, right? Not knowing what the enemy will do. Let's add that as another big question. Can you see enemy intents? Not knowing what the enemy will do is a form of RNG. And maybe the enemy intents are just so obvious. Maybe the AI is so simple. Like, you know, in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon or games like that, the AI is always just like, okay, the enemies move towards you and attack, right? They're going to walk in the most efficient line towards you and they're going to hit you until you're dead. Or I mean, there's slightly more complex things sometimes where they'll like try and get onto terrain to avoid you, or like, yeah. Even AAA tech. Yes, that's very true, right? Like the more recent Fire Emblems have the little arrows, right? When you move an enemy, when you move one of your units, it tells you with the little arrows like what enemies might attack them now. So like that's interesting. Old FFs does have party member positioning to have attackers and defenders. It's turn-based, but it has some sauce. Yeah, in the active time, like I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy VI. Or I did recently, and there's a lot of that stuff. Intent kind of violates symmetry. That is very true, Colonq. Very true, right? Like the enemies can't see your intents, right? The enemies can't see and respond to what you're going to do. So that's but they could if you had simultaneous turns. But then you can't have it. Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because then like what they would do would change, right? Like once you see the intent, it's locked in, right? You can't like have them respond to what you would do at the same time. So seeing intents kind of breaks symmetry. Yeah. How do you spell this shit? Okay, there we go. Symmetry between player and enemies, but only kind of, right? It sort of breaks like the meta symmetry in terms of like how the game is controlled. It kind of breaks the AI symmetry, but it doesn't really break like the actual like, I don't know, object level symmetry of where like I am a type of thing that can do this within the game world, right? If you make the head movements partially valuable, one of the options could be to look at the opponent to get a chance to see what they're going to do. That is a very good idea. That is an incredibly good idea, actually. possibly have a head action to see the enemy intent. This would be wild. This would be wild, right? Spire balances intent set with enemies not using cards, right? Yeah, like, so, I mean, you're in Slay the Spire, you're like on the opposite end of, it's kind of the opposite side of symmetry. Slay the Spire is a very asymmetrical game between player and enemies, right? It's kind of, it's almost completely asymmetrical. I don't know. Into the Breach balances by making you defend building. Yeah, Carl, you would be impressed. So this is maybe an interesting thing, right? And maybe this is something that's maybe this is a cool power you unlock. Maybe you don't even start with this, right? Maybe like there's like some kind of, you know, this is a skill you have to spec into, right? I like builds and stuff too. It also removes any RNG because it just doesn't make sense. What does any RNG in the sense of any RNG in what the yeah, they have to be on separate systems. We could just, I mean, there can be still RNG in enemy moves. We just have to roll them kind of earlier, I think. I want a game that would impress Sigmund Freud. Ooh. Okay, so another big question. I think this is the one that's like looming large in my head, right? Is how do turns end? How do we end the turn in situations like this? What happens there? So I think the issue there is the how are we saying this? The problem. Games with intents integrate RNG through other means. Yeah, I kind of like just like, so another good thing about minimal, well, like, okay, so a thing I think about often is, what if you wanted to have, so let's imagine a situation. Imagine you wanted to have leaderboards for this game. I like leaderboards, right? Any Bhagavad Gita's in the chat? I think I read that a very long time ago when I was like in high school, and I wanted to be like cool and learned about philosophy and stuff, but not recently, let's say. The so regarding the RNG issue, right? Imagine you want to have leaderboards from the game. You're from India. Cool. The yeah, big hearts. If you want to have leaderboards, you basically you need replays. You need replays. And because you don't want to have cheating on the leaderboard. If you have, it's crazy that they showed Cillian Murphy's privates when reading. In how do you say, Oppenheimer? Is that the thing? You know, in Oppenheimer we have. Is there penis in Oppenheimer? Is penis confirmed? I didn't see that. I saw neither Barbie nor Oppenheimer. I wasn't in the movie going mood, I guess. I guess I'm not really regretting much about that. They seemed like they were both kind of mid. Were they mid? Am I correct in that situation? Well, anyway, in that assessment. Okay, so if you want to do leaderboards, let's do another point. Is there RNG in the game? Is there RNG? If so, how much? Problem. If you want to do leaderboards, you need a replay system, right? If you don't want cheating on leaderboards, right? The easiest way to handle that is to have basically players submit a log of all the moves they make and validate them against, like, just simulate them to make sure that's actually a winning game, right? And you can do this with RNG pretty easily, right? You can easily have this combined with RNG. You just need to have the seed in place, right? You need to also, like, okay, then a replay is a combination of the RNG seed and all of the moves that the player made over the course of the game. Then you can easily just play back the game with that RNG seed and make sure, okay, yeah, this is valid. You actually won. Here's your score. It goes on the leaderboard. And of course, people can still cheat, but it becomes much harder, right? You can create a fake score. You can kind of undo your deaths or whatever. But like, by and large, you still have to find a route from A to B, from like the start of the game to the end of the game. The problem with having an RNG seed in this context is the seed is, so let's say it's done like this. Let's say you start a game, the game runs all on your client. It's all client side. I don't want to build like a networked game where you have to like talk back and forth with the server and like submit your moves and I just want this to be a game that runs client side. But let's say you ask, I don't think there's any way to avoid save scumming in this kind of client side model. But the thing I really want to avoid is, let's say you start off, you get your seed, you probably ask the server for a seed. The server gives you your seed, so you can't just like you cheat it or whatever. I guess it doesn't matter because you're submitting the seed too. So like you get your seed in some way, and you go through the game. But since it's all client side, there's nothing stopping you from just like observing the results of random events, right? You can just run your own code in the console or whatever, or anything that runs on client side. I bet you can basically have arbitrary control over if you're determined. You can just look at the results of any random event. So you can just be like, oh, this 10% chance thing, I mean, it's going to succeed this time because of the way the RNG is, because I know the exact RNG state, and just it lets you cheat that way. So like the usual way I would like to avoid something like that is just be like, okay, you don't have an advantage. Everyone can see the results of everything, right? And that's a very different sort of RNG. Like imagine a situation where like there are things where it's like, yeah, this has a 50% chance to succeed. This has a 10% chance to succeed. But what that means is it has a 50% chance to succeed on this RNG step until some other random thing is rolled. And you can see what the result will be. So you can see before using something, oh yeah, it's not going to succeed right now, but it's going to succeed 10% of the time, 10% of the times that you try, given intervening RNG progressions. I think that might be too complex, right? So that's what makes me wary of RNG, right? Because it's like either we do that and like, I mean, ultimately the other option is we just don't give a fuck and we let people cheat. Right, like letting people cheat is a very fair option. I think plenty of games just let people cheat. Right, big AAA games just like don't validate inputs. Right, server side. You can still probably fucking fly hack in Minecraft and stuff. Like you certainly can in most MMOs, right, where there's like real money value attached to in-game currency. So I think like it's probably fine for our little hobby project game that maybe 20 people are going to play. But like, it's the elegance of the thing, Colonq. It feels like giving up to just be like, oh yeah, you can just pick whatever seed you want and like you can feel free to be clairvoyant and we'll leave it at that. FF14 has real in-game. I'm married in ModClonq and I are Final Fantasy 14 married, Dolphin Burb. We are in fact in-game married. Because you get the funny little ring. You get the ring. They validate state but not input. If some entity moves from point A to point B faster than the predefined max velocity, the entity, yes, but they're not explicitly like checking. Like they're checking with some heuristics if some states are invalid, right? They're not exhaustively checking like, okay, this sanity checks basically, right? They're not running the whole game logic on the server side. Because a lot of the time that's just not feasible performance wise. Well, it probably is, but like I know I'm not a network architecture expert, but I bet it probably is. But you just have to be you probably have to be a little bit careful about how the way you build things, right? It's probably not that much server load, but like I don't know. The computers are fucking fast now, Colonq. Computers are fucking fast. Hello, ModClonq. Hello, hope you're doing well. A turn-based game can be, yes. So that's the idea, Chlorgal. Perhaps we just make it deterministic entirely, right? Perhaps we just don't have chance, because that does eliminate the clairvoyance problem, right? If there's no RNG at all, that eliminates clairvoyance problem. But we definitely want some RNG for things like terrain, right? We don't want it to just be like a fixed dungeon layout, right? The whole point of a dungeon crawler is that it's a different dungeon every time, because it's easy to make little room layouts and stuff. Possible on LAN, but probably not over varying networks. Yeah, maybe. Well, we'd have to. I think it's not a network conditions problem, right? Because the the client has to report information about what moves they're making to the server either way, right? It's a server validation. Well, I guess you have to do a lot of basically the thing you have to change probably is you have to make the client do retroactive checks instead of the server doing retroactive checks, right? So you have to make it so that like the server's state is authoritative and the client is also kind of estimating the state and then like correcting itself based on occasional server updates. So the assumption is that like you know, the server is still like the authoritative model. Then welcome in GMP God. Good to see you, GMP God. I don't know very much about these things though, other than just like reading a lot about bullshit like the Quake network architecture or whatever. Server gives client an RNG seed and something to authenticate with. Oh, you're gonna take a nap. Thanks for the stream. Well, enjoy your nap, Void Room 132. Enjoy your nap, and I'll be sure everyone please check out Void Room. They have a cool little. They're playing some cool stuff. Client submits RNG and auth back to the server for the leaderboard. Can we do that? Can we do that? I mean, that would be the way to do it. Zoli3. I mean, they submit the RNG and the auth and like how do you say their log of their moves. Also, welcome in Steffi Saw. Did I say that twice just now? I probably did. I don't know. Half-baked ramblings. Do good grid-based tactical maps need to well, I assume our maps are going to be largely randomly generated, right? I assume they're going to be like, you know, again, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon floors. I do like in terms of we'll have to come up with some other in terms of design, right? In terms of design choices. I like branching paths. I like branching, but we'll talk about that in a bit. I like kind of small but like complex. Versus if you have to choose between the graph being very large, if the graph having a lot of nodes and being like mostly a straight line, and the graph being kind of smaller and having a lot of interesting behavior, I think the latter is better. So RNG is something we need to care about, right? And how do you end the turn? This is the toughest thing, right? The problem is you take multiple actions on one. We're designing a game, by the way, Steffi Saw. Today we're doing a little bit of game design, and then we're going to prototype some game ideas in Emacs, and also other stuff potentially based on, you know, how we're going, how we're feeling. So that's the idea currently. You take multiple actions on one character. Why is this irritating? Well, movement, right? So imagine playing a roguelike or something, a turn-based dungeon crawler. I don't know if people have played these, but like, I don't know, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon was pretty popular, and that's just like standing out in my head as like, okay, that's a thing that people have played, but maybe it's not. But a lot of the time you're not fighting. A lot of the time you're just walking around, right? You can imagine this. So the situation you want to avoid, different routes is a lot, right? That also might be too ambitious for us right now, Dolphin. We're definitely going to try before we add any like this is ultimately kind of stuff for after we have a vertical. Yeah, the dungeons, I think the actual level design, we want to do almost none of that. We'll be doing very little actual level design. It's going to be like, okay, we randomly generate rooms, and maybe we make that generation interesting, right? But like largely, I think the levels are going to be pretty silly, right? They're mostly going to be backdrops for like having interesting encounters. But like, it can be cool, yeah. Branches be like and like different tile sets, basically Colonq, right? It's like in NetHack, right, where you can choose to go down the main path, or you can find a branch off into the mines, right? And the mines like have a different feel, right? They're not just like square rooms; they're like kind of more like natural, sort of, you know, that kind of feeling, right? Maybe you branch off into like the haunted mansion level, and there's different stuff in there, and like different enemies, and you understand, right? So different generation, right? But also different aesthetics and different enemies and items and stuff. You know, the other trappings of a game, right? Stuff for after we have a vertical slice. So anything below this point, right, is stuff we want to do after we have a basically working game, right? Because once you have a game where you can like, okay, you can move around, you can fight, there's a UI, you can do it in one level, you can do it in a bunch. You can make a bunch of different levels. You can make a bunch of different things on top of this. But like, we need that vertical slice first. We need the one slice through, like, okay, you can do everything. There's just not a lot of things, right? Because then we can expand horizontally and make sure that there are, okay, there's a lot of things here. All right. So why is this a problem? So if moving is a leg action, you don't want to be like, we could have a system where it's like, let's say the easiest solution, click buttons for all of your different actions, then click end turn, right? So you click your little binding for whatever you want to do with your left hand and your right hand and your legs and your head, and then you click end turn. Yeah, movement in Mystery Dungeon is just fine. I agree, Dolphinburg. But the difference here is, in Mystery Dungeon, moving is a whole turn, right? Moving is a thing you choose, like, that is your whole turn. So when you move, by definition, it's like, okay, I moved, my turn is done, it's the enemy's turn now. In this situation, you can move and do other things, and sometimes you'll want to, right? I want to avoid the situation where it's like, okay, you move and then you have to click end turn. You move and you have to click end turn. You move, you have to click end turn, which just makes the parts of the game where you're just moving and you're not fighting very much really irritating and slow, right? You need some way to, like, okay, automatically, okay, like either infer or do a little toggle or something to say, like, okay, I just want to move and then end my turn immediately, please. I don't, like, and maybe there's heuristics for that. Maybe it's like, okay, is there an enemy on the screen? But I think you have to have some kind of fine-grained level of control, or it gets really frustrating for the player, right? You ultimately need the player to be able to, like, control all of these things, to be able to, like, yeah, auto move, right? Something like this. And I also thought of that, Dolphinburb, auto, like, okay, there's an auto move toggle, right? There's a toggle for, like, okay, now you can just press the move button a bunch and you can, I mean, auto move means one thing, it means a bunch of different things. Auto move can also mean just, like, move until you hit, like, a turn, right? Like it traditionally does in Mystery Dungeon or roguelikes. But here it can also just mean, like, okay, you don't have to explicitly click end turn between every single move. In end turn, implied actions within a turn are undoable. Could just make no undo. Well, so it still doesn't, Chlorgal. You still need the end turn because you need to be able to end the turn early, even if the actions are not undoable, which I would not want them to be. You still need to be able to end the turn early because a lot of the time you're going to want to not act with your other, like, you want to, for example, you want to just move. You don't want to, like, yeah, an idle action then. Yes, that's the other thing. So I think the solution here, slightly more complex, is have toggleable default actions for each part, right? So this is kind of like, I think almost like in Dota, if you played Dota, certain actions are like auto. It's good night, Nicola Archer stuff. Good night. I hope, or is this just Billy ready, or is, yeah, okay, very nice. Even Into the Breach Fire Emblem will have undo move plus turn reset. Yeah, we could have that. We could have, like, the Fire Emblem system of, like, being able to rewind turns. I think that's sort of separate, though, versus, like, like, we'd want to build that at the level of, like, multiple turns, probably, or, like, restart, like, a small segment of an encounter or something, versus just, like, undo your individual move, right? He's like, I don't like things where it's, like, frustrating and, like, you lose a lot of progress. Maybe we do. Maybe it is like roguelike style, like, oh yeah, you die, you go back to the start, baby. You lose everything. It's all gone. But I mean, you can be more or less forgiving within that context. Maybe it's a head move to be able to travel back in time, right? You never know. You can, if you attack and you miss catastrophically and you're going to die, you have something unlocked and then you can use your head action to, like, go back 4 turns or something, right? So have toggleable default actions for each part, right? So like, you can maybe say, okay, either say my default moves for everything but legs is whatever, then I can move freely, right? So then if you're like, okay, well, by default my head does whatever, just wastes the turn, and my hands waste the turn, and I'm just moving. That's probably fine. If we make the turns automatically end in those cases, right? So like basically the situation would be like every certain actions are marked as idle, and then once you've taken all non-idle actions, it automatically does certain actions are marked as default, and once you've taken all the non-default parts actions, so like say your left hand and your head have a default selected, then it will be like, okay, once you've taken your leg action and your right hand action, it will automatically do the other two actions and then end your turn. That'll let you move around freely. And it also will make it like kind of natural when you come up close to enemies, because you'll like get up to an enemy and you'll be like, okay, now it's time to click the attack button. But it still might lead to some frustrating situations where it's like, okay, I used my move to get close to an enemy, all right, and now I want to attack them, but all of my other things are set to defaults that are like do nothing. So I could have attacked if I had undefaulted before I moved, but now that's sort of frustrating. And we might want to avoid that in some cases. Like how your only move is hustle has different categories. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, this is what that kind of is, right? This is like almost like your only move is, from what I've seen of that. I haven't played your only move is hustle, I think, but this is kind of like the same feeling ish, I think, of like kind of that kind of like granular control of different parts of your character in a turn-based setting. Maybe it's just general purpose toggles that do different things. Like moving is a pretty different sort of thing than other types of actions. So maybe toggle on moving that makes moving automatically end turn, right? That's maybe interesting. Maybe have movement end turn, maybe some combination of above, but automatically change the behavior when enemy is on screen, right? So when there's an enemy in your field of view, then suddenly it's like, okay, we'll automatically disable your idle moves because we're going to assume that you want to like have a little more control over what you're doing. That seems, and maybe these are all, maybe this is a configurable setting. That would mean no map hazards for quality. I don't think so, right? Because map hazards are ultimately like mostly responsive to movement, right? And anything that would require you to do we have idle moves? Did I type idle move? No, I didn't. You're being silly. You're being silly. I also love idle moves. We keep it on. We're making idle moves every day out here. We're pursuing the dream of being the next top VTubing idol, I think, basically. Yeah, maybe this is a configurable setting. So I think like this is probably the way you want to do it. It's going to be a little bit weird either way, just because it's like, who's your favorite idol? LLLL, of course. No, I don't really have like, I don't know. I don't listen to music. I love Miku. I love Miku too, actually. That's true. I should be ashamed for forgetting.
Loving you a Bloodsport I can't win.
Well, thank you, Steffi Saw. I hope eventually you do win. I hope eventually you do win in the blood sport of life and love. But yeah, Miku's my favorite idol, I guess. Well, let's love Miku together. Okay. So how do we answer these questions? What are the answers to these questions? I think one possible answer here is we have let's say we care less about symmetry. Let's say that symmetry is the thing we're going to sacrifice a little bit. Let's say we're going to make the player slightly special for the purpose of simplifying some things. So one outcome there would be that we have strictly alternating currents. Right? We have it just goes player and then enemy, then player, then enemy. It's always going to be like that. There's no speed. There's no bullshit, right? Any speed would be like, okay, you get to move twice on your leg action. It's not going to be like fundamentally changing the action economy. It's just like a special like you understand what I mean. So here's one type thing. There are strictly alternating turns. You can see enemy intents. There is no like hidden RNG, right? There's RNG on the level of like you can't see what the enemy's gonna do in 3 turns, and there's terrain RNG and stuff, right? But like there's no like missing, and there's no like non-guaranteed dodging, and there's nothing like that. And you end the turn by having these kind of like auto attack toggles or things like this. I think that's probably like that's a pretty reasonable like starting point maybe, but I guess some of those decisions are like so I think it's going to be harder to take a non-deterministic or a less deterministic game and make it like more deterministic, make it more RNG, less remove RNG than it is going to be to add RNG, right? So I think if we start off from like a relatively like, oh, okay, here you can you have all the information, you like there's not a lot of like dice rolls, like that's not, like it's easy to add stuff on top of that later. So I think that's maybe a good place to start, and maybe that's like the design we should explore first. Okay, as far as okay, let's see this here. Maybe an interesting. Do all the windows run on different threads in Emacs? In my UI here, Steffi saw it. No, they don't. Emacs is actually globally on one thread. There's only one OS thread. I mean, it has, of course, like some kind of asynchronous kind of multitasking behavior, but like it's not this is all on one thread, baby. There are some separate processes though. Thank you for the lurk, GSG4634_R14. The one thread is real, yes. I mean, we can see, like, I mean, my Emacs CPU usage is very low. Like, here's Emacs. It's only going up because I was scrolling in this this HTOP buffer. And we're sitting pretty. We got some thunderbolts and lightning outside, Clonkhead. So we got a little bit of another dark and stormy night. I feel like every Friday when we do this, every single stream, we get this dark and stormy atmosphere out here. It's very notable. It's quite notable, I would say. Okay, maybe an interesting approach. Let's see here. Why am I doing baiting.org? That was the Asmongold baiting guide. Strictly alternating turns. Not much RNG. Enemy moves. Well, not even for enemy, and we don't even need it for enemy moves. We can have strictly deterministic enemy moves. Basically just for terrain generation. Can see enemy intents, or enemy intents are very obvious, right? Like the enemy behavior is just like, maybe there's variations between types of enemies, but they're always going to behave in a very similar way, right? You always know that the archer is going to move 4 tiles away from you as quickly as possible and then shoot you, and then try and run away and keep shooting you as you approach. Or the melee unit is just going to run up to you and hit you a bunch and chase you down. Welcome in Keckle Knight. Thank you for the palette change. Appreciate that. Appreciate you coming by. Howdy. We're designing a little game tonight, Keckle Knight. I don't know how long you've been here, but we're coming up with I don't know. We're coming up with some ideas for a little dungeon crawler, and we're gonna prototype those ideas today. I think that's the idea. Well, we're gonna see how well it works out. Like how Toho makes enemy projectile. Yeah, like if it's obvious what the enemy is going to do, right? Like it's almost like you have intents already, right? And it adds an additional angle of like learning, right? Where it's like if there are variations between what enemies do, suddenly you need to like learn a little bit about like what's going to happen. Into the Breach shows attacks after random predictable enemy movement. I see. That is one way to do it for sure. And then let's end turn either manually or after all actions have completed, can toggle actions to automatically be used. So this maybe is something that's an interesting thing. So once we have this, what are other things we want to actually add to this? ASCII, 2D graphics, 3D graphics. Oh, so it's going to be we're going to prototype with ASCII. We're just going to do it in Emacs tonight. The actual game is 3D, but it looks like 2D. So it's 3D levels with 2D sprites, like and then scale, like the resolution is low, and like so it looks like a consistent like pixel arty kind of thing. If that makes sense. So 3D, but it looks like 2D is the idea. It's kind of nice that you can do things like that nowadays, right? Like that was always the dream, right? For like I think Diablo 2, right? Notably, like they made 3D models of all of their player, like the enemies and the players, and then they just kind of like rendered the models from a bunch of different angles, and then used those as like the sprites in the game. And like nowadays we can just do that in real time, right? Because it's not, especially with like low quality models, right? Like we're rendering mostly like I don't know, fucking like barrels. A barrel is going to be the most complex thing we draw. It's mostly going to be cubes. So yeah, like Brisket Guilty, well, that's a lot more complicated, right? That's like actually art, right? That's like actually fucking crazy, but I think the principle is the same. I mean, like Guilty Gear is 3D models, but they're like rendered with like the shaders are done in such a way that it looks like it has kind of like that flat, like kind of outlined anime style. I love the way Guilty Gear Strive looks. That game has like a fucking bonkers good aesthetic. Like when you're looking at it, it looks like it's just like a hand-drawn like anime game, and then it suddenly like rotates to the side during a special attack, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? This might be a little granular, but would priority of body part be something to consider in combat? For example, maybe if weapon reaches thin, you might want to move then attack. Yeah, so that's definitely something we're going to do, Rura. We're going to, like, yeah, it's not simultaneous turns. We're definitely going to do, like, you can just choose whether you move and attack or attack and then move. It's going to be like you have 4 characters, but like, and there's no like turn order. You can just control them all simultaneously. So that's the idea. It also uses a lot of model stretching to make it look like 2D animation. I don't know anything about that, but I trust you. I trust you. That sounds, either way, I'm sure they're putting in fucking work to make it look as good as it does, and they did a good job. It looks fucking great. Smearing is the term, huh? I'm here for the. Is that like they kind of like stretch like the actual mesh? Is that there's like actual transformations happening on? I mean that's what animation is fundamentally, but like, are they animating in a particular way to make it kind of look interesting? Yeah, Inspector Diameter is here to work that one out. Hello, Res Mason. You're here for the sand blood? I mean, you're in the right place. We got blood all over the dance floor this evening. We got blood fucking everywhere. We're getting ready to fight. We're designing a little game, Res Mason. We're coming up with the details of how a hypothetical game, hopefully soon to be not hypothetical, will play. I guess the idea is we're going to design it. We're going to prototype some of the combat stuff. Welcome. Thank you for the gift sub to German985. I was just like, what the fuck? Did German just follow me? No, it's anonymous gifter gifting a gift sub to German985. Well, I hope German985 enjoys the gift sub. I mean, German985, notoriously known Clonkhead. You know, notorious. All the papers are reporting on German985's Clonkhead behavior. So, yeah. Super Mario 64 does it for punches, etc. Just watch gameplay frame. This game will literally be Germa Simulator. Oh, so this is the sort of thing, like I know in like Melee, like some attacks, right, just like body parts randomly get like huge, right? Like I know like Mario's attacks in Super Smash Bros. Melee, like, you know, there's interesting kind of things happening there. Analogous to non-physical motion blur. I see. I guess I don't really see, but I kind of get the gist without getting the details. Okay, branching paths. That's a thing I like. Small levels. I like kind of compact little levels. I like changing the scenery a lot. Changing the scenery often. Of course, this is something that's kind of held back by art assets. But also, like, if the art assets is just like, okay, I'm going to download a texture of a different wall color from openlevels.com, and I'm going to change the parameters of the lighting in my shader, and like, because I'm gonna do like real 3D lighting. I'm gonna like we're gonna be popping all kinds of point lights and spotlights all over the place, and we'll get real 3D shadows and stuff. Like, that's all stuff that I know how to do at least well enough to make it work here. So we can do that. So I think it's pretty easy for us to change the atmosphere if we want to. Another thing is how attacks actually work, right? Here's another thing. Gift to Germa, yeah. So sure. A big appreciation to the anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter, you are my hero. You are my personal hero, and I salute you forever. It's late here, so I must head off. Thank you for the fun stream. Well, thank you for coming by, Rua, and I hope you have a good rest. Germa's like VTubers before VTubers. Yeah, I've only watched Germa a little bit, but like, I feel that it has that vibe. I mean, he has done some of the earliest VTuber stuff. There's like the one stream where he's like some kind of monster entity or some like devil creature. I don't know, with the face tracking situation. Welcome Argy42 as well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in. And welcome in Linux. I recently stumbled upon a truly epic Lisp tutorial and decided to learn some. Is eLisp a Lisp 1 or Lisp 2 variant? Do function eLisp is a Lisp 2. You can tell because all of these little calls to fun call here. In a Lisp 1, I wouldn't have, if I was writing scheme, I would just be able to call cutter it. But instead, I mean, cutter it basically returns I mean, whatever this is, it's basically a symbol, or yeah, they're not the same namespace. Which I mean, it also is complex. It's complicated by the fact that in the beginning, Emacs Lisp also did not have any lexical scope. So originally, in like kind of default eLisp, a lambda function is literally just like the definition of the lambda, just like as a quoted list. But now if you have things like on top of all my files, you'll notice this header that says lexical binding T. Yes, I do like lexical though. I like that lexical scoping. I'm using that heavily. Then your lambdas are like an actual like closure object that you can call like a symbol. But yeah. Of course, lexical makes sense. Yes, we keep it lexical. Have I said welcome M18? Welcome either way. And I think I did. And thank you for the Prime sub when I was offline. SaferQ asks, is Scheme good for things? I think so, certainly. I think Scheme is a very practical language, actually. I've written more Scheme than probably any of the other. Well, eLisp I've written more of at this point. I've written more Scheme than Common Lisp. There are some very good schemes. I've written a lot of. This one. Let's hope my browser doesn't fuck me. It was a Lisp 1 tutorial, but still this shit makes a lot more sense now. Yeah. If you're using a Lisp 1 tutorial, you probably want to like, what is the tutorial, Linux? Please feel free to link if you have it. That sounds like it's something you want to do with Scheme, probably. But Chicken Scheme I used a lot of in the past. This was like my main language before I learned Haskell. I wrote like a bunch of different like, I made some websites with this. I wrote some little games. Did a bunch of stuff. I've used Guile a little bit, but Chicken by far the most. I used Guile. I like embedded Guile and some stuff when I was in high school, and like I used it a little bit when I was using Geeks recently. Ooh, we got a YouTube tutorial. Oh, this is just SICP. Yeah, this is definitely, you want to use Scheme for this, Linux. You definitely want to use Scheme. This is this is the MIT course accompanying, it's taught by the author, and is like probably one of the most famous CS books, or like is this book if I just Google SICP, I probably get it. Common Lisp is dynamically, well, you can get lexical scoping in Common Lisp as well. In eLisp as well, like basically you kind of get the best of both worlds in that you can have certain variables be treated as dynamically scoped, which is pretty good. It's very, very good. But this is the book accompanying it, and it's an incredibly solid book. And my will this load? Will I get an ad or something? Probably. My bio. Let's not play this, please. This is the lore. This is from that book It's from the intro to the book that's accompanying that course. But yeah, it's definitely a scheme thing. And specifically, there's an implementation of, it's no longer Scheme. They kind of like branched off from Scheme a while ago to do like some various, but it's basically the language. And this implementation called Racket has the exact version of the language for the programs in the book / course that you're looking at to run just kind of verbatim. Like this is probably what you want. So if you're looking for an implementation Arch Linux, I would install Racket and use this, put #lang SICP at the start of your program. Thank you for the follow, xtrofu, as well. Yeah, and Dr. Racket is also a really solid IDE. I mean, of course, you can always use your own. I mean, Emacs is also a very solid IDE for these things. But Dr. Racket has some nice features if you're not otherwise bound to a particular program here. Lexical scoping is probably easier to reason about. I'm not actually sure why many languages like ELIS started out with dynamic scoping. Perhaps it was easier to implement. Just look at this. Yeah, because I mean, you don't need closures for your lambdas, probably, right? So like that helps a little bit because you don't need to like capture the lexical context of where the lambda is defined. So it makes sense. Yeah, I like lexical scoping much more. It's the much more natural thing. But I mean, there are still cases where dynamics. One thing that Common Lisp uses dynamic scoping for a lot is Common Lisp just has like a dynamically scoped variable for like standard in and standard out, and you can just locally have like a let binding around something that says like, okay, standard out is instead this other stream that goes to this file, and since all of like the standard functions just read from that variable, you can use that to just like redirect anything that prints something to standard out can suddenly like print to a string stream or something, right? With far more granular, like of course in like C you can always like rebind the file descriptors, but you can have far more granularity, right? Since it's just like a variable, like you can just change, you know, it's quite nice, especially combined with some of like the meta object protocol stuff in common. There's some funny things you can do, but by and large I think it's easier to reason about lexical scoping. You can overwrite. Yeah, it's both the problem and the killer feature almost, right? It's the problem, and the fact that you can do it unintentionally is the problem. The fact that you can do it intentionally is the nice cute little feature. But yeah, back to business. Although I guess that is kind of more business than what we're doing. We're back to pleasure. Let's keep it pleasure. But no, I mean questions. I don't want to. I say silly things like this, but questions are always welcome. In fact, encouraged. I like talking. I like listening to the sound of my own voice. Obviously, so I'm always happy to talk about stuff like that. Okay, so how attacks actually work? Do we just hit the thing in front? Not very interesting, right? It's a good voice. I appreciate that. Everyone's been telling me. I never thought I like had a decent voice, but everyone's been saying. I think it's mostly the microphone. I have like stuff on the microphone. I'll watch. It's like some like very small facet of the room that I'm in that makes my voice at all tolerable. I'm gonna move. I'm moving in the next few months. By the way, I'll try not to have a single week off. There might be a week where there's only one stream though in like 2 months or so. When I move, like the acoustics of the room are going to change, and watch, it's just going to totally fuck my voice up. No, I'm not that paranoid. I'm mostly kidding. So do you just hit the thing? Like if you have a sword and you select sword attack right hand, do you just bonk the thing immediately in front of you? I think that's, I mean, kind of the easiest thing. Remember the audio of the Vegas stream? That was particularly bad, right? That was in fact horrible. It won't be that bad. It will never be that bad. That was a comedy of errors, Basilia. A comedy of errors. That was and the worst part is it was good at first, and then I unplugged the headphones that were also happened to be the mic I was currently using, and that ruined it. I switched to the built-in mic, and that was truly awful. SICP, or I assume HTTP, is how to design programs. I have not read how to design programs. I mean, ideally both, right? I mean, You can read books. I would read them both. Do some of the exercises in both. Kind of see what you're feeling probably. Well, it actually is how to design programs. What's the situation here? What's the lore? What's the lore? What's our lore here? Yeah, I mean this is it's good. It's probably pretty good. I like SICP a lot because like I mean SICP they're pointing it out here, right? SICP kind of has more domain knowledge requirement. I think maybe is that the point that they're making? Yeah, I don't know. SICP is just really solid. Moving, just abandon your physical form, join the wired. Yeah, God I wish that was me. But no, we gotta bounce. We're gonna bounce. I'm gonna hopefully be in a client, an arena that is both has much lower ambient noise, which will be nice, has pretty much as good internet, and is much cheaper, and is not in the city, and that's gonna be bomb. You prefer TypeScript over Haskell for things like wrap functions? Well, I don't know what you mean by wrapped function in this case. I don't think I would ever prefer TypeScript. Unless TypeScript basically became Haskell, I would not prefer it. There is a language I do prefer to Haskell that also compiles to JavaScript. I mean, in not even suburb dweller, we're becoming rural dwellers. It just happens to be the right confluence of things that makes it so that I can be in a rural situation that still has good internet. That's the idea. You're sleeping. It's okay. Well, I mean, if you're sleeping, we can say it very quietly. But no, the PureScript language. PureScript is really good. I actually have the mode here. Here's a wrapped function. Yeah, PureScript is very similar to Haskell, but it targets JS, and it has like a lot of niceties that like Haskell is kind of bound to certain things out of historical context. Like for example, in Haskell, there's a map function that only works on actual lists, and then like the general map function that works on any functor is called fmap, which is kind of lame. Where like, and then in PureScript, like there's just map and it works on functors, right? So it's kind of nice. I don't know. It's crazy how they made suburbs worse than both rural and city. Yeah, it's kind of imba. Suburbs need a little bit of a buff, honestly. Not wonderful. I would not. Well, I would consider living in suburbs if the price was right. Honestly, the price honestly matters more than almost anything to me. But like, I don't know. Though this is a story all about how I pushed a string into C out. I've seen The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Hello fellow boomers. Hello fellow boomers. I am not in fact a zoomer. I've learned recently, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm in that indeterminate zone, right? Where like I think I count as both. I count as both a millennial and a zoomer. So it's a little bit. It's, you know, I have no generational hobby horse to yeah, you can't say that. Yeah, Will Smith, he punched that guy, right? I kind of have like a vague awareness that these things happen. Like I see them like when I open YouTube in the brief period between opening YouTube with no cookies and searching for something. I see like, oh, something occurred, but I try not to be aware. I try and remain unaware of these things actually happening. But I didn't know it was so severe. Am I actually not allowed to refer to The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air anymore? Is it over for me personally? Well, anyway. So you just hit the thing in front. What is the URL of this PureScript just shown? I think it's PureScript. If you just Google PureScripts, it's just purescript.org. Purescript.org. Yes, unwatch iRobot. Yeah. I'm gonna unwatch. How would you unwatch something? That was a good movie. Call it the Goatsy generation. Yeah, that's kind of the zone. That's kind of the range. But yeah, purescript.org is the one. Dolphin Burp ads. We got ads with no cookies everywhere. I don't see ads. I've never seen an ad in my life. Ad blockers are pretty good these days, I think. I mean, occasionally maybe. Oh, Google doesn't give it in the top hits? Oh geez. That's I wonder. I guess Google has their own horses in the race, right? Google doesn't want you using PureScript. Google wants you using Dart. And Bing probably wants you using TypeScript, right? Bing is probably like, get this out of here. Did you mean TypeScript? Did you mean Microsoft TM, TypeScript TM? You can write your Microsoft TypeScript on Microsoft VS Code, Microsoft Visual Studio Code, and upload it to Microsoft GitHub. Someone made this joke the other. This is a stolen chatter joke, but I have to say it. True. I've yet to make my phone adless. Yeah, I'm using. I got that nice setup. I'm on Graphene OS, and I got some de-googled fork of Chromium as my browser, and I can install extensions, which is pretty bomb. So I got the uBlock Origin on my mobile browser. You're changing to Duck right now. I have to admit, I find that Google generally has better results, so I still use Google on like my main machine, but Google like is very free to show your location. Google is like, if you Google fucking anything, it's just like, here's results near you, and there's no way to turn it off, even if you're logged in, and it's very scary. So we're gonna stay with DuckDuckGo and avoid that on stream of being like, yeah, did you mean that restaurant that's 2 blocks away from you? Thank you, Google. Google has the only results. You click on the button. DuckDuckGo is based even with their few sins. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And DuckDuckGo, I mean, it is still proprietary software. Who knows what they do with it? But like, I mean, at least it doesn't show my location immediately. At least it does not immediately. You click on the bottom. It has 0 results. Then I pop. Yeah, you can do the little exclamation point G thing in DuckDuckGo. I used to be a DuckDuckGo with like many years ago when it was first like becoming a thing. I was more zealous in using it a lot. And I use the little exclamation point type commands quite often. Like if you're asking, in DuckDuckGo, if you type like, so here's a search, foobar, right? If you go back, you type this in front of that. There's a lot of things where you can type like exclamation point whatever, and you'll search on Google. It'll just redirect you, or you can do this and it will search Wikipedia. And there's a whole bunch of them. I'm sure they're documented. Yeah. I've observed absolutely spooky inferences for my GPS location with anonymous purchases. Yeah, there's scary shit out there. Keep yourself safe, Colonq. Keep yourselves safe. I mean, now I'm realizing that people say keep yourself safe usually as an alternative abbreviation to something else entirely. I do not mean it that way. I mean legitimately keep yourself safe. Microphones are listening. Yeah, it's a major time saver. Yeah, it is quite nice. It does. DuckDuckGo does make it pretty nice to have that be the primary little input box that you're typing into. They make it pretty easy, even if you're doing that all the time. Okay, so do we just hit the thing in the front? That's not very interesting. Maybe different attack patterns for different weapons. E.g. dagger hits right in front, sword hits 3 squares horizontally, spear hits 2 squares vertically. Yeah, by vertically horizontally you mean like I mean kind of like, well, let's say perpendicular, parallel, I don't know, maybe like in the direction of you're facing. So spear might hit the square in front of you, and then the square behind that, and a sword might hit like to your front and left, to your front and right, you know. All my Pine phones, kiss your sister, yes. All my Fine phones and custom AOSP ROMs break all the time. I have a propri phone, so I don't become a complete hermit. Yeah, I have one phone. I have like my real phone that has service. That's like it's on Graphene OS, which I have found completely seamless. Like, it has a nice updater. It always works. It's never broken. I've had it for like over a year now, and it's been serving me quite well. And that's like de-Googled. It has none of the nastiness on it. It's almost all like stuff from F-Droid and plus like Discord. And then I have my old phone that I still use sometimes with no service, but it has like Uber and that kind of stuff. And I'll just like tether that to the real phone when I need to use it. But it sucks. It does suck how entangled all of that stuff has gotten with everything. How miserable it is to actually like separate yourself from that whole fucking situation. It's quite a problem. So the issue with this here, we would need some other way to distinguish weapons, right? So like, for example, if the dagger hits right in front and the sword hits 3 squares perpendicular, right? We need some way to make that trade-off interesting. We can't just be like, yeah, the one is better than the other one. That doesn't work. You need at least 2 variables here to create trade-offs. Now they're giving them TPMs and TEs. That sounds not good. The botnet wants us to walk the sonar from Batman. Potentially. I don't know. It's just like, it's probably basically impossible to like retain your privacy to any kind of reasonable degree. Welcome in Doc Maho too. Thank you for the suggestion. That's a very wonderful first time chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And definitely we want damage types. Damage types are a thing. Welcome in Jake Creates Stuff as well. Good to see you too. You gotta check out my friend Jake. If you don't know my friend Jake, you should know my friend Jake. Jake Creates Stuff. We're designing a game here. That's what we're doing, but people probably know that. So we can do the typical damage types, right? Elemental, elements, blunt, piercing, slashing, etc. You know, you can kind of balance things to some degree here, right? Of course, then we can be like armor piercing, right? So the kind of the way that I want the shields to work, maybe. So like this all ties into, this is all tied in with how defenses work, right? Because like the thing that's going to determine one big way that can distinguish attacks is how they interact with the defenses of the enemy, right? So like, I know we want shields, right? And we know we don't want just like percentage based damage reduction, right? And we know we want low numbers probably, or at least these are things that we're exploring, right? Maybe it'll turn out that this design just doesn't work unless we do have like, oh, you have 100 HP and you take 14 damage, right? And then maybe you take percentage less or more damage based on what you're doing, right? I would like it to be like, oh, you have 4 health, you get hit, you have 3 health now, or you take an especially big hit and now you have 2 health. Which kind of makes things all or nothing. So it kind of creates that kind of tactical feeling that I like a little bit. So like, what if shields block just a hit, right? So say you use your shield action in your shield hand, or the enemy uses their shield action in their shield hand, and they're facing a certain direction, and they're just going to block a hit. They're just going to block a hit in that direction. And there's ways to do like a weak hit, like a kick maybe does a hit that deals no damage, but it takes down the shield. Or maybe a dagger just goes behind the shield, something like that. Maybe I don't know. Not very realistic, but I don't really care about realism at all. But some kind of like armor piercing sort of thing. Go with the Fabius approach and make health a complex number. Yeah, I mean Fabius would like that. We can just represent everything as, I don't know, octonians, right? We can all of our in-game numbers can be octonians, and we can just we can let the compiler optimize them away down to integers again. Okay, so let's maybe come up with 3, like these 3 weapons are maybe fine, right? Let's shield would absorb 1 hit per turn. This is all turn-based, Dark Linux, all turn-based. It's like, so think a traditional roguelike, or like NetHack or something, or like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like a simplified kind of roguelike. That's the idea here, at least. And you control 1 unit, and you have 4 turns per turn, right? You have 4 actions per turn. Low number games tend to make healing really accessible, unless you don't like that. I mean, healing. Okay, yeah, that's one way to do it, right? I think we have to think about that as well. Those are like, let's actually like add these to our questions list, maybe, or like design for damage. Let's just simplify this to this. Let's move this up here. This is important stuff. It's not just like stuff for later. How interplay between attack and defense, right? So like various kinds of attacks based on different weapons, spells, various kinds of defense, shields, dodge, armor, question mark, or if not heals, then highlight. Yeah, because like we want it to be sort of like responsive in the sense that like it'd be nice if the system was such that like if you get hit, you kind of fucked up, right? And naturally in this kind of setting, right, I mean there's some things where it's like, okay, you wandered into a big group of enemies, there's nothing you're gonna be able to do kind of locally that prevents you from getting hit. But it'd be nice if it was like globally that you had the feeling that like, okay, I got into a bad situation, now I'm going to die, versus like, oh, I took slightly more damage than I was anticipating. Welcome in Zom Danny too, good to see you, and also welcome in Nausea _. Oh hey guys, welcome in Nausea, good to see you, both of you. We are designing a game today. That's let's put that on the screen so we don't have to like, let's put that on the bottom. That's a good thing to say. I always forget to do this because I forget that like having a thing in big letters for people in the thumbnail can be very helpful. Designing a game. There we go. Cool. Yes, add a command today. I already have a today command. It's just not very useful. Also, welcome X Trophy. I saw that follow, and I'm glad to hear that you're still here. I'm glad to hear that my babbling has not driven you away disgusted. That's how it goes sometimes. The today command, it just reads this file. Let's make it slightly more useful. Designing a little game with chat. Okay, that should be better now. I think it just, I don't need to update it or anything. It just like is when I save the file. Sick. So how is this going to work? I kind of like, okay. So let's mock out a little thing. Let's say that attacks, let's write this out. Sample design pending, right? This is the thing I think we're gonna have to refine the most as we test things out. So attacks, weapons hit varying ranges. Thank you for the alert, Crazy Kitty 357. And deal 1 hit. Players and enemies have some small number of hit points. Let's say, I don't know, 1 to 10, 1 to 9. That's even better. Some single digit number of hit points. Weapons deal 1 hit typically. Melee weapons hit varying cones, maybe is the thing to say. They hit different cones in front, like a couple of squares in front of you, deal 1 hit. Some have other properties, right? We can always be like, okay, yeah, here's the basic rules of how things go down, but there's other things that break the rules, right? There are always going to be exceptions to the basic kind of system, right? But in general, a melee weapon hits like, okay, the tile in front of you, 3 tiles in front of you, maybe a tile in front and the tile after that. Maybe if it's like a halberd, it can't hit directly in front of you, but it hits a little further away, right? It's less effective when things are right up in your face. You have to kind of maintain some distance. But like, that's something we understand, right? And when they hit, when you use the action, it detects enemies in the cone where you're facing and deals them 1 hit. But shields block 1 hit in a direction, right? So, and this will just be based on the source of an attack, right? So if an enemy is facing you, if they're facing you and they're using a shield, they block 1 of your attacks. And the same for you. Let's just assume everything's symmetrical. Assume everything works the same for you hitting enemies versus enemies hitting you, right? Shields being guaranteed -X damage seems great, but it all depends on, yes, for sure. This is just an idea. 1 hit in a direction per use, right? So you use 1 and it's like, okay, this is blocking 1 hit. This is blocking a hit for me. But it's directional. And that uses a hand action, right? Dodge which uses shields, hand action. Let's put hand action. Hit varying cones. Dodge. What do we want to do with dodge? Because like, this is a leg action, so that's sacrificing your chance to move. So what? I mean, obviously, like, there's only, like, we can say, okay, it blocks one hit undirectionally, but that's obviously unbalanced, right? If we're just like, okay, you just dodge one hit, right? Then it's like, I mean, you just do that every turn, right? You just dodge and shield every turn, obviously. What vector is scaling? Scaling of what? Well, yeah, I guess it depends on like, I mean, if there's no scaling at all, right? If it's like, okay, you have 4 HP and you like, obviously shields are very good, right? In this context, maybe nothing will be scaled, right? Maybe the numbers just remain small. I guess there's scaling in the sense of quantity of enemies, for example, Chlorgal, right? Like if there's 4 things attacking you from different angles, right? That can create some situations where it's not just like, you know, maybe you got to attack. If there's a bunch of small guys attacking you, maybe it's more beneficial to bonk some of them. I think you definitely need the attack cones to be a thing, because like, well, I don't know. What about an action cool? Yes, like some kind of cooldown for dodge is the thing I'm thinking, right? So you can't just be like spamming that every turn. I think we might need some kind of stamina system. Enemy quantity, like shields from Into the Breach are passive -1 damage, but enemies scale aggressively. Enemy damage. Yeah, I think like probably the idea here, right, is we'll make everything almost always deal 1 damage, right? Rarely will things deal more than 1 damage. Thank you for the follow, Fartingle. What a wonderful new chatter, Fartingle. Noted ASMR tuber. But how's it going, X Job? How's life? We're designing a video game right now. We're doing some game design. But I think that I kind of like the cooldown idea for dodge, but also like, you know, cooldowns, like it's introducing more, right? There's more like that's maybe something we want to do, but we'll have to think hard about doing it, I think. We want to do it intentionally. Zon Danny, yes. Faringle, if you don't know, I think is an alt of X Job, who is I somehow see Fartingle / X Job in literally every chat that I read, and they see me and they're always horrified that I'm following them. I think I'm stalking them through the pipes and the tubes on Twitch.tv. So I don't know. It's always fun. It's always a fun little game that we play. Each of the robots average around 4 to 5 HP. Yeah. Maybe the exercise I have to do is I have to go play Into the Breach. I do it on purpose. Yes, yeah. I also kind of do it on purpose. Like when I see you, I'm much more likely to talk instead of lurking. Because it's funny. It's funny. What are other things we can do with dodge? Because dodge is like a pretty big thing, right? Like dodge is sacrificing your movement. So maybe dodge is like blocks 1 hit from enemy that isn't immediately adjacent, right? Here's maybe something that makes it a little more interesting. You're not making it to the breach. Yeah. We're like, I mean, it is good, Dolphin Burp. Like, I will play the game because now that I'm thinking about this, I want to like be able to like understand where they were in the design space. Give you a debuff when overdoing, like lowering attack or hit chance. Yeah, potentially. But like, again, if things are just dealing, like if we're keeping the numbers small, like one of our kind of design ideas maybe is like, we're going to keep like trying to keep things kind of discrete, right? So instead of being like, okay, like you have hit chances, you have attacks that deal like some like 80 damage and there's like percentage bonuses. We're like, I think we might try and keep it small. So like things are dealing like 1 damage, right? And there's like, okay, either you hit or you don't. And like it's minimal RNG. Of course, we might find as we explore this that just doesn't work. Like, you know, the dodge, like we're already straining that, right? We had to like think a little hard about like what the dodge does, right? And it might be that we don't find an interesting design here, so we have to expand to like, okay, now we have more traditional damage numbers. We have more traditional, like, okay, you have attack bonus or something like this. Opposite of Disgaea, where numbers will overflow out of the text boxes. Yeah. That's like Disgaea, it's like absurd with the way the number scaling works, right? Things go up to like, you level up to like level 9,999, and it's like just ridiculous. I haven't played those either, but I had some friends who were really into them, and it seemed really bonkers. That's also fun. That's not to say that that isn't a fun thing to explore. Like, this is just like, I don't know. I think in terms of like, I think the like D&D like kind of approach is definitely the most common thing in like the turn-based dungeon crawler space, just because like so many roguelikes were just trying to be like, oh yeah, we're AD&D. Yeah, we just have D&D rules, and there's armor class and 2 hit rolls and damage rolls after the 2 hit roll, and that's the way that it works. So like, it's kind of fun to explore something that's a little different from that too. That definitely contributes, I think. Where the fuck is my mouse? Where did my mouse go? Where is my mouse? Cannot find my mouse. Is my mouse over here? Are you over here? No, you're over here. Where are we? Did my screen freeze? It didn't freeze. No, we're good. We just got very lost. Excellent. So what does this do? Right? This is something we'll have to test. So what if dodge blocks a hit from an enemy that isn't immediately adjacent? So you run up to an enemy, right? You hit them, right? And the next turn, they can't just keep dodging your hits using their leg action, right? They can run away from you. They can try and run, and you can pursue them and keep hitting them if you move first. But if something's like far away from you and you're trying to like hit it with like a halberd or like do some kind of projectile on it or something like that, you can dodge, right? And that kind of forces you to advance, but they're sacrificing their ability to run away. So what dodge does then is it's kind of an interesting option in range combat situations, right? Because you're trading your movement to dodge. You're saying like, okay, this person's shooting at me, right? If I keep dodging, I can't run away from them, but it kind of makes them have to come to me and use their melee attacks. Or I could run away and try and get cover or something. So maybe that's kind of exciting. And as far as healing goes, let's think of like how available is healing, right? In this little system we have here, right? Defenses are pretty, like, I don't know, shields are really strong, right? If you have a shield, you can never lose a 1v1 unless the enemy has multiple attacks. Right? Or I guess they can get around you, right? If you're in a corridor looking into a room and the enemy can only attack you from your shield side, they can never hit you. If they only hit once per turn. Of course, I imagine a lot of enemies will hit twice per turn, right? They have, I don't know, some kind of wolf has 2 claws or a bite or something, right? So there's like, but like, if the numbers are so small, we want damage to be largely avoidable. So I don't know. Maybe dodge needs to be stronger in that case. Maybe shield needs to block all hits in a direction. I don't know. We'll have to explore. You have a priority system where you can do a dodge once on the enemy turn. Oh yeah, as like a reaction, right? As like a thing like reacting to the enemy trying to hit you with something. That is interesting. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I will be back shortly, Colonq kids. I'll be back shortly. Counters, yes. Let me click a button. Which button do we click? Which button do we click? This is the one that we click. Okay, 30 seconds. I shall return. We're so back. Okay. I'm clicking the other button. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. OMG Matriarch LLLL Colonq. Yeah, so true. Welcome in Abramova 491 Magan as well. Thank you for the follow. What are people saying here? What are people saying? How about giving shields their own HP that only replenish after combat, emulating breaking shields? Yes. I'm in favor of putting a shield in your mouth. Yeah, do you want HP amount to carry through rooms or reset after? Probably carry through entirely, I think. I think that's a nice thing. Or maybe reset each floor, maybe, but that, I kind of like being able to, like, I don't know, abuse, like, move back and forth between floors, which kind of makes that a little tricky. But I like HP just being, like, fixed and restored by something that's, like, limited, maybe? I don't know. I don't know, how do we do this? Healing potions that are, or I don't know. I kind of like healing shrines. Relatively uncommon healing potions. Full healing permadeath. Yeah, it's probably a roguelike kind of thing, I imagine, where you just restart the whole thing when you die. But vampire trait, yeah, that's for sure. Vampirism trait, HP drain kind of thing. So the Dark Souls model, honestly, a lot. So, you know, honestly, a place where we can yoink. Okay, places, shrines are cool. Like, some games only let you heal through events. Yeah, like you find specific thing that lets you, okay, it gives you a full heal once, but only in this location. Dark Souls model, yeah, I guess kind of. Places to yoink 2000 from. So, Into the Breach. Another one I'm thinking of now that has a very similar model to this also is Crypt of the Necrodancer. That's a rhythm game, but like fundamentally all it is that like you have to make your turns on the rhythm. It's basically a traditional dungeon crawler with very small numbers like this. And the enemies behave in predictable ways. So maybe what we're making is not a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon clone, but instead a Crypt of the Necrodancer clone, but it's not a rhythm game, but with more complex turn mechanics. I would use Necrodancer is a great way to do a turn-based multiplayer game because you get to have a turn timer in a way that doesn't suck. 3-hour mark. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Hanbon. How are you doing, Hanbon? How are you doing? How's life out there in the Hanbon world? Hanbon is very cool. I've been hanging out over there a lot lately as well. I've been hanging out all kinds of places. All I do now is just program and watch streams. It's pretty fucking pog. It's pretty fucking good. I'm living the good life, I would say. I'm living la vida bueno. La vida buena. Whoa. How are you doing, Hanbon? I'm sorry I've been did you finish Armored Core? You finished armoring they core. I gotta get back to that and do all the S ranks. I like that. Do you enjoy time attacks similar to how Mother 3 does them? I like timed attacks in RPGs, I guess. I like I love I haven't played Mother 3, but I love like the Mario and Luigi RPG games with like the kind of timed attacking and dodging. But probably won't have that here. I think it'd be nice. I mean it makes the deterministic kind of like replay angle a little trickier. You need to finish it 3 times to really beat it. Yeah, oh yeah. It's much faster the remaining 2 times though, Hanbon. But you really should play New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus in Armored Core. I mean, it's like you get so many cool different missions. And like there's tons of different dialogue and stuff, and like the endings are very sick, and it's well worth it, and it's pretty fast to beat it again once you're used to it. I love that. Yeah, no, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, very pog. The DS one, slightly less pog. Bowser's Inside Story, also very pog game. I didn't play any of the other ones, but Superstar Saga, that's a fuckers game. That's a real classic. You have weapon and armor stats and a dexterity stat on the player. You can probably calculate some probability to block. Yeah. So that's a design choice, ArcLinux. I'm not sure if we want to move it in that direction, the direction of like, okay, there are things that are like random chance based, right? I have the dream in my heart that like, okay, we can make this all very deterministic, very small numbers. So how does Necrodancer actually do things? Can we check do they have a wiki? Necrodancer Wiki. This is advanced theft. Yeah, the OST for that is very classic. I was listening to freedrell_ stream. I don't know if you're still here, freedrell. I was listening to the freedrell stream, and I think freedrell runs an internet radio station called Data Fruits. I assume they were listening to that when they were streaming, and we got a nice fandom wiki here. What must make you very productive? Well, this is mostly just for stream. I've been trying to take more notes lately. But we shall see. Notes are very good. Notes, like, I mean, it really be like sometimes that you think you are going to remember a thing and then you don't. Yeah, I've played this game, Dolphin Burp. I've played the game. I want to look up specifically like how weapons work, right? I mean, I think in this game, right? Like, oh, okay. So I understand a little more. Like, I just want to see like what the variation in the weapons is. It's mostly the range, right? It's mostly the range that they are in. Yeah, it's just, so this is kind of the thing we were thinking, almost exactly, right? These are literally the exact same patterns that we had, right? Dagger, broadsword or sword, spear, right? How do you feel about this article? God, I love a fandom wiki. I can check out fandom quizzes and challenge my friends. Clonkheads, do you think we should check out fandom quizzes? Are you interested in that, Clonkheads? Should we check it out? We could add edge bugging as well. Okay, here's fandom quizzes. We can react to fandom quizzes. We can learn how well we know Dwayne Johnson's Black Adam. This is not even loading. How well do I know Peter Baelish? How well do I know Mandalore? Nothing's even loading here. This is a disaster. Yeah, okay, this is similar. We'll yoink these. We'll yoink the fuck out of these weapons, right? How does their dagger? The dagger can be thrown, and it's the starting weapon. Okay, that's interesting. It's fine if we just have. The other thing is this is a single player game. It's fine if we just have shitty weapons. Although that is less interesting. If I tried to load a fandom on my laptop, it would burn up immediately. Yeah. So the way Necrodancer avoids. So the thing I wanted to learn was like, how does Necrodancer avoid guaranteed damage, right? Because Necrodancer is like a pretty. Like, it's a pretty tight little game. It's pretty nice, it's a nice little game. And they have the similar thing where like the health numbers are small and like you win by avoiding damage, not by like blocking 10% of the damage with your better armor. And I think the way they do it is like, since enemies always attack in a very fixed pattern, you can always just move around them in such a way that like you don't take damage, right? Like the dragon hits and then waits a turn, then hits and then waits a turn or something. The patterns of the enemies are extremely predictable. So maybe we just do that. Like, honestly, that game philosophy sounds a lot like the first Fear and Hunger game. Oh, the game philosophy here that we're typing up in this little fucker. Yeah, I know. I mean, the some of the stuff here we're definitely stealing from Crib and Hum. Yeah, you win by not fighting, and sometimes fighting is more trouble. Yes, exactly. I mean, that's how I love to play D&D too. I love when you can like not get hit. I love when you can just run away. I love when running away is the winning. Being clever and avoiding things is like often the right solution. Is when you just fight all the time, right? You're just removing a whole big decision from the game. If the decision is always fight, right? Like you're just removing a lot of like the whole decision-making process of should I fight from the game? I don't know. Spelunky also has that avoid and no damage reduction mindset. Yeah, for sure. And Spelunky, on the other hand, Spelunky, it's a lot easier to implement that in a real-time game probably. Because in a real-time game, like the enemies having obvious patterns and you being able to like move around them is a lot less like obvious, right? Because like there's no like, I mean, if the enemy pattern is always just like, oh, it hits you, you move away, you move back in, you hit it, and like in a turn-based setting that's super like easy to do, right? Whereas in a real-time setting, not doing that, even executing that kind of can be taxing on your dexterity, right? That's how Dark Souls is too. Like Dark Souls, I mean, it's an easy fucking game. You can win with 1 HP. You just never get hit, right? You never have to build up damage reduction or whatever. Your armor doesn't mean shit. You just dodge every attack and hit them until they're dead. But actually executing on that is what makes it engaging and tricky. And we lose some of that in the turn-based setting. So how can we? I mean, Necrodancer makes it interesting by making it you have to time your moves. You don't have a long time to think about your moves. So like it regains some of that real-time element. I wonder if. So I don't know if we can exactly just steal what they're doing. I don't know if we can just steal like the enemy always has like obvious pattern. Well, if there's enemy intents, that changes the whole game, right? If we have that asymmetry, right? If you can see the enemy intent, that does change the whole fucking situation. So think about that then. Like think if we start thinking, if we sacrifice symmetry and we just start thinking about it from an like a asymmetrical point of view, then it's more like you can kind of avoid all the damage by like responding to what the enemies are going to do, right? Maybe they have like we show in the intention like, okay, like what direction they're going to attack and how many attacks they're going to do, so you know how to block them. Or do we not get live reaction now? Is that a fucking disaster? Did I not start the thing? Yeah, I didn't. Wow. Me owned again. Owned again. We just forgot to add edge bugging, basically. Yeah, okay. So I think this might be interesting if we can see intentions. I think maybe it's time to like prototype this a little bit. Troll raises his club high, dodge to the side. The troll's over. Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that, Hanbun. Okay, let's. So the next phase of this whole thing is we're gonna write some fucking prototypes. We're gonna do a little bit of prototyping. All right, there's my alarm going off. There we go. That's telling me that it's 10 minutes before the time when the streamer that I watch a lot starts their stream. So I know when to fucking turn on the computer to go there. Let's do this. Let's do the thing. Fig.el. You're talking RPG RTS. Oh, it's a turn-based dungeon crawler, Faringle. It's a roguelike, you could say. It's a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon like. That's the idea. It is a turn-based dungeon. Haskell or Lisp for implementing this whole thing. We're gonna prototype it in eLisp, obviously, because eLisp makes it easy to like display some shit on the screen real fast for us. The game itself is written in Rust. It's a Rust Wasm game. No damage run Iron Man. I love Mystery Dungeon 2, Hanbun. I love it so much. I think well, I mean, it has its flaws, obviously. I like the old ones the best. But I think I just like that kind of gameplay. I liked it. The first Mystery Dungeons had such a gigantic post game. That makes it a whole lot of fun. Welcome in Vicente Deal and Car. I'm sorry, I brutalized that one. I ruined that one, but I hope it's okay. I still have a copy of the first for the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, they had so many cool mechanics too, like the way you could like save people through like a code system. And like the fact that like the first two games, it was like a simultaneous release of one GBA game and like one DS game that were like compatible through the codes. The post game was ridiculous. I have no idea how they expect. Yeah, they were always absurd, right? Like the Purity Forests in the first game, like they were all like the random like 99 floor dungeons that reset you to level 1. Like you lost everything. It was so much fun. It was, I mean, I never beat all that shit too when I was a kid, but like it's nowadays I look back fondly and I'm like, man, I should go do a run in one of those games and try and do the end game stuff. Okay, so let's call this Fig Bloodsport. Bloodsport is not the name. I think the name we'll probably call it like Oubliettes of General or something, because this is of course, I mean, we're VTuber fans. This is a VTuber fan game. We love the fans. It's all for the fans at the end of the day. Builds character. Yes, it does build character to have to go and crawl your way laboriously through a 99 floor dungeon where death or where failure or bad RNG means death and restart. I'll give my kids Battletoads. IO framework is Emacs, of course. Yes, the UI framework here will, of course, game prototype. We're in the arena now. Yipe. We are in the arena, my friends. Bloodsport.el ends here. Forgot that LeClonq may watch VTubers. Yes, I am. You know, I've been known from time to time to watch one of those funny little animated digital characters. I know it's shocking. I know it's well, we'll have to see. So what are we doing here? What the fuck is going on? So let's start, I guess, by how do I actually do anything? How do I define a fucking struct in this language? We got to get that CL lib over here. What is a character? I'm extra tired tonight and passed out in the arena, but I'm back now. Well, I hope you got some decent rest at least, Lumi. Please don't stress yourself on my account at least, but and get some good sleep when you're feeling sleepy. It's good to get sleep. I've been enjoying sleep. And do we have any sleepers in the chat? Any sleep fans? I love sleeping, bros. I would sleep for 16 hours a day if I could. I mean that. I slept 16 hours today. Hell yeah. It's a good thing. Well, it's a good thing. Sleep is nice because it's one of those things where you can't really overdo it, right? Because once you're not feeling sleepy anymore, it's like it doesn't feel very attractive. But when you are feeling when you're in that snoozing mood, it's not a good thing. It was a mistake, Colonq. You slept too late. Well, I apologize. That does suck. Bloodsport char. Yeah, we LLLL snooze. I mean, there's a reason we got the LLLL snooze. Is that what it's actually called? Did I call it? Yeah, I did. We're good. We're so back. I think it's because I had so many periods in my life where sleep was so limited, right? College and then grad school and then the working world. I was always finding myself in situations where it's like, man, I'm not getting enough sleep. I have to go to bed real late and get up real early and now I like I prize this. I prize this. Periods. Oh yeah. I mean, some of us are less lucky, of course. And I prage that everyone can get to a spot where they can get enough sleep. It's so fucking important, bros. It's big importante. It's you gotta get that. And what is the syntax of this? You gotta respect people in grad school. If you're an undergrad right now, I know we got some undergrads in the chat. I know we got a few undergrads. If you want advice as to your career progression, do not go to grad school. I would not recommend. I would not recommend whatsoever. Or do what I did, which is do 1 year of a PhD, be miserable, apply for internships that are for people who are like in PhD programs mostly, and get hired by a company that wants people with PhDs, and just quit your PhD to do that. Because that will get you farther. That will min-max you. I would not recommend staying. I mean, and if you do go to grad school, you better be very, very sure that you like your advisor a lot. You should definitely meet your advisor. You should make sure your advisor is someone you would like participate in. I'm not going to say like get beers with, because I don't fucking drink, but participate in some kind of informal social activity with someone you would trust, right? Someone you would like trust to pick you up from the airport in the middle of the night if something fucked up or something like that. You know, like you want your advisor to be someone who's like your bud, not someone who's like a miserable taskmaster, because they're going to turn into a miserable taskmaster. But if you can maximize the amount that they are also your bud and you have some level of camaraderie, right, that will be very good for you. Left org chem for comp sci just to avoid grad school. Yeah, I mean the good thing to do probably if you're in computer science, I don't know how the job market is, but you know there's always jobs exist, is to leave school, or like don't go to grad school and fucking stack dollars, stack those fucking bills instead, and then in 10 years or whatever, like I don't know, you can always read papers on the side, right? There's nothing magical about grad school. They're just gonna fucking tell you to read a bunch of papers anyway, right? You're just gonna take some slightly more. You're gonna spend 1 year taking slightly more interesting college courses, and then you're just gonna read a bunch of papers while someone who has already read a bunch of papers tells you which papers to read, and you can find out which papers to read on the internet. So there's really not much magic beyond that. Okay. Let's give them a name. They can have names. It's kind of fun to have names for things, isn't it? And we'll have health and max health. Can I just say this? Can I say this type of thing? It can be this little type of character. Very good. And sometimes it's nice to have the person telling you what to do. That is very true. Very, very true. It's good to have some kind of structure, but like often, you know, like, so that structure can take the form of like kind of gentle prodding in the right direction, which can be a very helpful thing. And it can also take the form of ludicrous stress, where it's like, okay, you need to do this or it's going to be a problem for you. It's going like, and ideally the form of like you being motivated by another person is the former, not the latter. But I've seen it all too frequently be the latter, where you are basically living a fear-based lifestyle. Generally you want to avoid the fear-based lifestyle where it's like, yeah, I need to do this miserable thing or it's basically over for me. Or I need to do this miserable thing or I have wasted 5 years. Another fun thing that happens in grad school a lot, another fun thing that you hear tell of is advisors, right? So like your PhD advisor is a professor, right? Whether with tenure or not, right? Whether they have tenure or not can make a big difference in your interactions. But I mean, let's disregard that for now. But your advisor's reputation depends on what they're publishing, right? Like, I mean, we are in a people call a publish or perish culture, right? As an academic, your reputation is built off of how much you are publishing and the quality of the venues that you're publishing in, and how much things are cited, right? Whatever. These are things that are important. The people who are doing most of the work for your advisor's like lab, right? For your advisor's team, for the papers that your advisor's name is going to be on, that's not your advisor and their colleagues. That is you and the other grad students, right? So typically your advisor has a stable of a couple of grad students and they're working on projects and your advisor is advising you, and then their name is going to be on the papers. So your work for your advisor, your work at very low rates, by the way, and your extremely cheap academic labor is directly contributing to their reputation. So the incentives there can be very interesting, very, very interesting, Colonq. Very interesting. One thing you hear sometimes is advisors not wanting to lose that. So if let's say you're a very good grad student, right? You're publishing all kinds of stuff. You're getting all kinds of shit done. You can definitely write up a good thesis, right? A lot of times people in math and CS, at least, people will just like write a bunch of papers and basically just staple them together as their thesis, right? They did a bunch of good work. It got published. Okay. Now that's the thesis. There are, in some particularly nasty situations, there are advisors that will not want you to leave, right? You've been there for 5 years, but you've really been helping their reputation along, and they don't quite know what they're going to do without you. So you might find that your dissertation gets there's a little bit of pushback in terms of you actually leaving with your PhD and moving on to greener pastures. And of course, I mean, you have to just kind of stay and grind it out and finish it up because, you've been there for 5 years, you've been there for 6 years. I mean, you can't just lose all that time. So you kind of get strung along a little bit by unreasonable people trying to get you to do more work for them. And that can be a real nasty, permanent position as PhD candidate, right? You see a lot of ABD type, all but dissertation type people, and that's those are heartbreakers. Those are the soul crushers. Because as a grad student, you have basically zero power. You are dog shit. And the university probably treats you like dog shit, and it's not wonderful. So and some people have great experiences, right? Some people have advisors who are normal, sane people who have some kind of perspective of what the world is like outside of academia, and they have a good time. They build good connections. They learn how to do research effectively, because that's really what you're doing in a PhD. You're not learning like a topic. You're learning you're proving how to do, like, that you know how to do research, know how to do novel research effectively, and how to engage with that whole little system. And some people do that okay, and some people have good experiences, but other people have very bad experiences. So consider it deeply. It is not just like, oh, I got my bachelor's, it's time to go on to the next level and do a PhD. Like, you should think about it deeply, and don't let yourself get pressured into situations that are very bad. This is me on my projection copium arc a little bit. I'm a little bit on my projection copium type arc, but you should really think about it. Okay, we got characters here. So let's just put all this in one thing. Normally I would like split this out into like two, you've seen me do this before. I would split this out into like two structs where like the one is like for things that don't change. And the other one is like a template kind of thing. The other one is like the stuff that does change, but that's going to be a pain in the ass. My buddy was trying to tell me to do a new certification program to re-enter tech. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like certifications are like maybe a useful thing in like some contexts. Like IT, I know cares a lot about certs. Like sysadmin stuff probably cares about certs a little bit. You know, like there's like Amazon certs for AWS or whatever, but generally I don't know. I think it's easier to just like build shit. Probably easier to just make like Watchmaker, you work on like fucking crazy projects. Like you're like reverse engineering apps and shit, right? Like there's if you show someone at a company that is doing something even remotely related to that, like or like if you just show them your project, if you manage to get in touch with a single competent person and show them what you're doing, they'll be like, oh yeah, you're obviously competent, let's hire you. But it's just getting there is the tough thing. Your telecom build? Oh, I don't know anything about that whole world. I know like Erlang kind of sprang up but I assume that's not what are you like a programmer, Dolphin Burb? Or are you like a pure like, I don't know, I don't even know what people do. I don't know what people do other than programming, I guess. I have no perspective as to like how engineering jobs work or like anything like this. Okay. Let's set up some stuff here. Let's set up some slots. Let's call this a slot. Slot. Make Bloodsport slot. And the slot has just a programmer. I see. Well, you're in tech then, right? I mean, it counts. I mean, so many people are just like, I don't know. Big tech is a scam. Silicon Valley is a scam. All these startups are fucking scams. It's I think everyone kind of knows it, right? Like 90% of these things that you see, like that are like the sexy new startup that gets a bunch of VC money, it's just like a total fucking disaster. I don't even say this to be like negative on this stuff, but it's just like that's just where the incentives are. I think you're incentivized to make just like wildly unrealistic claims and then just like build a shitty product to sort of half satisfy those claims. And you know, it's, I don't know, many times it's not what you know, who you know. Oh yeah, for sure. Like 100%. Microsoft laying off hundreds saved me from moving to the US. Well, maybe a good thing. Late stage capitalism. Yeah, I don't even know. It's just like, it might just be the way it is. I don't know. It's I mean, human like social systems are interesting. Like you wonder if things always like kind of like melt into the same molds, you know? If things always just kind of like flow into the same direction, right? Things kind of like coalesce. Well, and anyway, it's not, we're neither here nor there, right? But like you know, it's maybe this is like, I think people have like a feeling that like, oh well, it doesn't have to be this way, it could be good, but like I don't know. There's no guarantees, right? We're not playing a balanced game. We're not playing a game that's like balanced by the designers to be to always have a nice pretty outcome. Maybe the outcome is like, oh yeah, if you build enough surveillance technology and ways to control people, things just end up in a kind of shitty way, and that's just the inevitable outcome. But who knows? Will the game be capitalist? I don't know. Maybe it'll be a product thereof. It'll be a product of VTubing. It's a VTubist game. Well, if that means anything, it's a product of this era where I'm watching anime people online. That's probably all you can say about it. Okay, so a slot. Maybe we're abstracting this too much. Maybe this is too much. I still think this is good. Slot. So we have each slot has a name. So this is something like the head, the hands, the legs, and then also has a list of actions, maybe, and we have a thing that says like, okay, is it used this turn? used actions. Nihilist, what's L? What's the point, man? Yeah, I don't think that's the case, right? Like, I just, you know, who knows, right? It's easy to think like, well, not necessarily what's the point, man, right? It's more so like, it's sometimes things are just bad, right? Sometimes there are just bad outcomes. Thank you for allowing me to drink, by the way. We got to get those drinks down. Invest in VTuber stocks. Yeah, basically. I mean, I'm sure, like, aren't like isn't like the founder of like Niji Sanji in Japan, which is like one of the two big VTuber groups. I think he's like a mid-30s billionaire, right? If you had simply hopped on the trend of being anime online, right? If any of us had simply hopped on this trend, yeah, I don't know, and had sufficient investment power, you could be cool. You could be allowed a seat at the cool person's table once you have $1 billion. I don't know. Oh, stocks, I bought socks. Yeah, I mean, also a wise investment. I mean, I assume those will be selling for millions in a few years. Okay. So we got characters, and we also have slots. We have a list of these slots. So the idea here is we'll make like a slot for like, okay, yeah, head slot for our testing purposes. Hey, hello ABC123. Hello Colonq. Hello a bipolar carp. How's it going? We're designing a video game tonight. We're making game. We're enjoying game. I hope you are also having a good evening. Invested into a ticker called VEQT because it had QT in it. Goes well. How are you? I'm doing excellent. I'm feeling so powerful. Yeah, it's a fun time. Yeah, this is nominally for a Giga fan game that I have been talking about but not making for a while, but just recently started making again. So that's the idea, and it's a little dungeon crawler, kind of like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. We're designing some, like, I don't know, trying to figure out how the fighting works, how the fighting part works. That's sort of the intention right now. And we're going to prototype some stuff in Emacs in order to make sure that things work out in a kind of reasonable way. Okay. So maybe we should also have, should we just save the position? In these two, no, we should save that in a separate place. We should have just like a grid for the map, because we can use that to, then we can ensure that things aren't on the same tile in like a slightly more interesting way. Let's just defvar for the map. Let's just make the map. Defvar fig bloodsport map. And what should this be? An array? Can I just make an array? How do I make an array in Emacs? Elisp array. I don't know how data structures work in this language, even though I write it every fucking week. Now how do I, 4 types, we want a vector probably. We can just do this with square brackets. Can we do vector? Make vector, can we just give this a length? Excellent. Let's make a 10, well, let's make a 4x4 map by default. So we have a 16 tile map, and the initial value is nil. Very good. Can we look at the Bloodsport map? Okay, very nice. Very cool. Okay, let's start making some utility functions for getting things from the map. Okay, Bloodsport map fetch, or Bloodsport map get. General programmer in niche clothing all along. Yeah, so true. Although, I don't know. I feel like I'm not super like I look up shit for everything. I don't know. I guess I don't look at like stuff for like Haskell as much, but like I'm always like, I never like remember like, okay, what's the specific function to like make a fucking array of this size, or that's just not worth anything. I've gotten along just fine without it. You can too. Okay, so how do we well, let's make a helper for fig bloodsport coords to index xy, and for this we want to say convert x and y to a map index, and we'll make some, you know what, we'll even make some constants so we can make the map bigger later. Bloodsport map width is 4, Dwemthy's array. We're in Y the lucky stiff mode. This is literally is Dwemthy's array, I guess. Fig Bloodsport map with Fig Bloodsport map H. Wow, very cool. And convert X and Y to a map index. So what we do here is we just say, we want it to be like, okay, the first 4 indices are the first row of the map by like X. So the first coordinate is X0, Y0. And the next value in the array is X1, Y0, and then, you know, I guess you call this, I don't know if you call this row major or column major. I think that's what row major means. It's that one. That's the one that it is. And you get that one by saying times Y Fig Bloodsport map with plus X, right? Because you have to skip one whole row. One whole row is length W. You have to skip one row for each Y, and then you add X to get like the leftover, how many you go within the current row. Wow, we got there. We are getting there. Get the map cell at X, Y. As long as you do it consistently, it does not matter. That is true. Until you need to convert it to something. Until you need to convert it to a thing. But yes, the only thing that matters is that you have some mapping that goes both, I mean, some unique mapping, right? You need to be, sometimes you need to be able to go the other way as well. But like, that's kind of more rare. But it is in fact, I mean, this is the same problem. This is the fact that you can do this and that it's kind of arbitrary. It's kind of the same thing as the reason why the rational numbers, like the fractions, are countably infinite, right? You can build like because you can map them to, I mean, we could be able to do this with a diagonalization. Well, anyway, this is kind of silly. It's we could make them proceed down expanding diagonally, but oh, thank you for the follow, Dolphin Burb, as well. I thought you, to be honest, I did not realize you were a new chatter. I thought you had already been here, so I apologize for not, you know, I normally when we get a new chatter, I'm like, hello, where did you come from? Who are you? What is your legal name and address? What's the deal with all of this? But I didn't give you the whole spiel. I'm kind of embarrassed about that now. I apologize. I hope it's been we've been having fun. We're trying to have a little bit of fun around here, at least. You know, we keep it a little bit like kind of cool and edgy. You know, this is kind of like a dweeb programming stream, but we also say fuck. Yeah. Chords to index XY. There we go. I should probably do this with, well, it doesn't matter. I could do this. I could like make it, this is like aref is like a settable thing. You can like set f this. It's a generalized variable. Can I make my own generalized variable? I probably could. Defining new setf forms. I'd have to make a whole, this is a whole ass thing. I don't want to deal with this. We'll just have a get and a put, like sane people. The Colonq stream is known around Twitch. Yeah, I mean, many people know this. Edgiest stream on Twitch. I mean, we break the rules. We break the rules sometimes. What else? Most parasocial stream on Twitch. Welcome in, Brace for Haste. Is that my friend Bracey? How are you doing, Bracey? How was your stream? How were things going on your end? I watched a little bit after I was watching Cliff, and Cliff rated in. How are you doing? Everyone please check out Brace for Haste. Brace for Haste, very good friend. Been here before, just wasn't sure I'd keep watching a language that I don't know. Yes. Well, again, you know, we keep it, this is just chatting with programming, and it's just chatting with buttons pressed in the background. So yeah, that's how it goes. But I appreciate that we gotcha. I ended stream with some karaoke. Oh, very exciting. What did you sing, Brace for Haste? What did you sing? Anything fun? What's today's menu? I don't know. What even is knowing lisps? Yeah, I don't know. What is knowing anything? We just kind of wing it a little bit. Some love songs. Oh ho ho. I'm very romantic. Attempt to set non-variable. This is literally... Oh, we have to set F. Yeah. Yeah. Period. We're designing a game today, Brace for Haste. We're designing a little game. I've been making this... Well, I've had an aspiration to make a little fan game for Giga for a while, and it seems like the time is probably now, given that everyone in our little space, everyone in our little social club is doing stuff for Giga because she got the VShojo thing. So like we're, you know, it's time to go there. It's time to deploy, time to roll out. So we've been designing things and we're kind of prototyping them a little bit now. The first time around, the amount of parentheses looked dumb as hell. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is dumb as hell, but like, you know, I mean, is it really compared to the number of brackets elsewhere? I don't know. Hello, Akashic Magic too. Good to see you. Good to see you here. It's we love Akashic. We're fans of Akashic Magic around here. The streams may be the only other Lamentations of the Flame Princess fan in the Colonq head community. There are probably others. Maybe we got quite a few now. But yeah. Oh, I should also shill. I know I always got lurkers. If you're a fan, if you like what you see, want to support the stream, you should join the Discord. Hate Discord? Are you a paranoid schizophrenic person? No, I don't mean to be rude. Are you paranoid? Do you think the government is gang stalking you? Do you think there are problems? I certainly do. You should check the IRC, which is linked to the Discord, so you can still the government can still monitor you through Discord, but at least you can feel a little more confident that they're not process scanning your machine or whatever. Programmers assessed with brackets, that makes them a scope creep. That's a solid one. That's a decent little programmer joke there, Res Mason. I like that. I like that one. Normally I hate them. Normally I would say some snarky fucking nonsense about programmer humor. I would never insult a person here. But yeah. It's cool to tell the computer what to do rather than how to do it though. Yes, I agree. And Lisp is like not even fully like that. If you really want that, you should check out Haskell. You should check out Prolog too. Prolog really feels that. Prolog feels like fucking magic. And then it feels even cooler when you realize it's not magic at all, and that you could even implement your own Prolog pretty easily. That's very exciting. That's exciting stuff. Okay. So we have get and put for the map now. We can get things from the map. We can put things to the map. Let's make move. Let's make moving. Let's do a little thing. Let's defconst fig move deers, or rather Bloodsport move deers. So we'll have a little thing here. We'll say this is north. North is -1, or north is 0, -1. No, we need more list here. We need more fucking parentheses. And then like so. South is +1. Because we're doing negatives. I'm doing the wrong fucking everything here. We don't need commas. We don't need commas where we're going. North, south, left, right. Yes. I always just end up doing cardinal units, but I don't know. So it goes. West, east. These are 0. This is 0. This is -1. This is 1. There we go. Bloodsport should be the name of an esports event that raises money and awareness for. Yes, that'd be perfect. It'd be fucking perfect. Okay, should we have intercardinals as well? Probably, right? Probably we should. Northwest, south, west. Well, we should just do it like this: northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast, like so, like a vampire themed GDQ. Cardinal wins are base. Mahjong uses them. Yeah. Are you a Mahjong enjoyer, Dolphin Burb? Do you know? Okay. I have to assess. I have to get the read on you. The hard read, Dolphin Burb, from what I know. I see. Are you a VTuber enjoyer? First of all, did you come in from that side of Twitch, or did you come in from did you come in off the category page? Because we get all kinds, you know. Which direction do the winds blow? Yes. This is -1, -1. This is one. This is one. This is looks like the right thing. Looks like we got all the permutations here. Because the VTube sphere has, at least the little section that I inhabit, everyone is playing fucking Mahjong all the fucking time, all day, every day. It's all Mahjong. I just came off of my buddy, he's been playing Mahjong, I think. I don't even know if he's still going, but he played Mahjong for like 9 hours today. Just constant Mahjong. It's just this endless wave of the tiles. I don't even know. And I've been trying to convince myself to like learn and then write an AI to play, like, because that'd be a fun thing, a fun stream project. But like, I don't know. It's just there's a lot of Mahjong happening right now, and I'm not sure when the wave is going to end, when the great wave will finally expire. Let's see here. What do we got? So we got this. So now we can make a move function. We can move around a little bit. Fig, blood sport, map, move. And let's also where's our right log? Here's our right log. We should make a right log special for this. I started learning Mahjong today through, yeah, that seems to be the popular platform. I'm gonna have to investigate. Another one of my friends wants me to, like, I think it's like a pretty locked down platform. Like, we want to like build some, I did find that there are some like implementations of their, like, people have grabbed their like whatever protobuf AI they use to talk for client server communication. So we might be grabbing some stuff from that. The ASCII model is a genius first impression. I appreciate that. I mean, that's mostly what it's for, right? I mean, you can't really get people to like, I mean, the ASCII thing, it's mostly to make the thumbnail look cool and have it's to like be like, oh wow, that's a cool thing. And eventually maybe it'll get like, eventually we can get some kind of viral status out of it. Although I'm not really pushing for that super hard. I guess I don't care enough about my idle dream. It does create interesting thumbnails, which gets quite a few people like filtering in and out from the category page. So that's mostly what it's for. Because again, you can't really carry a stream on a gimmick, I think, right? You can't really be like, oh cool, my model's ASCII, come watch me every week for an hour. Like it doesn't really work that way, I think. But it is a nice little impression. Nessa's, well, are our redeems broken? Am I gonna get destroyed here by, yes I am, I'm sorry. I haven't had a notification for a minute. Since the time that I can't even see when it was. Oh, since an hour ago apparently. Excellent. Watch my ASCII. Yeah, just do it again, Nessa. If you don't mind. We have that feature. We have that. You can share media. It costs 5. Okay, we're sipping. We want to move. Okay, there. Are we going? Does it work? Is it loading? Yeah, there we go. It's a little too loud. We gotta turn it down a little bit. There we go. We're gonna choose to turn camera input and a mesh into a render. I'm trying to get back to streaming soon and have some ideas that I'd like to try without using the... Yeah, so this is all custom, Res Mason. It's all custom, but I'm using OpenGL. But OpenGL is kind of a nasty way to do it because you have to implement all of the like, well, you have to implement all like the mesh loading, and then you have to do kind of everything manually a little bit. You can definitely do what I'm doing in like Unity or Godot or any other engine like way easier. Like this is probably like one of the simpler things you can do with a 3D engine. Like it's just like, okay, we're pointing a camera at a thing and then rendering it to a texture basically. So I don't know. I guess so I guess the answer is the way I'm doing it is OpenGL. I would not necessarily recommend that way unless you're like, oh, I want to learn a bunch of stuff about computers, in which case it's probably not a bad way to do it. It's probably pretty okay actually. But yeah. I like this spinning. What is the actual whole video here? What do you use for pose stuff? Okay, well, oh, this is a very cool video. Are we two-dimensional? Well, you are to me. What do I use for pose stuff? Well, the The model is in a format called VRM, and the VRM is basically an extension to a format called GLTF. And GLTF format. There's a little card for it that describes how the animation data is saved, like how the bones are saved. It'll probably is a little funny little image on this page. I don't know. Basically, the thing you're going to want to do is learn how to implement skeletal animation, Res Mason. And if you want to do it, if you really are in the fuck engines mindset, and there is a good tutorial on learn OpenGL. I think there's a good skeletal animation page. What about TK, like the LTK? But welcome in Ba4IE. Welcome back. I have not heard of LTK. I'm gonna have to check that out. Is TK like T-Kinter? Like that? Is that the same as like the Python thing? The interpretation of your camera input. Oh yes, there. I mean, you mean that camera? I see. So that's actually much easier. That's much easier. So there's a thing called OpenCFace. And this is actually the model that powers most of like the 3D VTuber stuff that people do. And it's open source, and it's a little Python script that will just connect to your camera and send stuff. It'll send you're comfortable with GL already. Oh yes, you Res Mason, you made the little the Excel flight simulator thing. Yeah. Yes. Open and CFace. Yes. This is the one. This is the one. It's very good. It's basically like the format that it sends is not super documented, but it just like it just sends stuff to a UDP socket, and it's pretty easy to just look at the script and see like what it is sending exactly. The nice shit freeze. No, it didn't. It's just being fucking miserable. I love NVIDIA. You can see where it sends shit over the network at some point. This is not a super long file. It mostly just runs the model, and like, yeah, I remember, of course. I record, sometimes I need a little bit of prompting, but like I get there. I get there as Mason eventually. Yeah, there's an example. Yeah, if you want to do this in Unity, it's super easy. If you want to do it outside of Unity, you have to do a little bit of like, okay, looking at what the packet is. But basically the thing I'm looking for is like this quaternion, which is the neck joint. And then these eye blinks, which are whether the eyes are blinking. See, I'm blinking. And then there's like something about mouth stuff also. There's an OSF Godot binding too. I'm planning to use this to make a non-human unusual. Oh yeah, you can totally do it then. Just getting the face tracking stuff, once you know the other stuff, you got it. You got there. I found this. I know nothing about machine learning or anything, and this was very easy to use. Welcome in, Dead with Bread. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're designing a little game currently. We chat about stuff. The packet is described in more detail. Oh, nice. Well, there is documentation at least. I can't wait to show you what you come up with. Yeah, please do. Please share here or in Discord or wherever you are sharing these things. I mean, that's where you want to be. That is where you want to be. Okay, we're making move. We're making move. MediaPipe plus Python plus C++ is good too. That's like the Google thing. I've seen that a lot. People like rolling their own face tracking. Again, I have not experimented with it myself, but perhaps I should. I would love to get more. I've seen like some like hand tracking stuff, I think, that builds on top of that. I want hand tracking really bad. I want to be able to like, I make hand gestures when I talk a lot, and be really cool to like have my model be actually, because I can like pose the hands too. Like this is a functional like VR model. I can move around and do shit, and like it'd be fine. Yeah, as a hand tracking, yeah, maybe I'll switch over to that. Maybe that's a project. Hands would be super sick. I've been trying to think of things to do for we're starting season 2. Well, eventually we're starting LLLL Colonq season 2. We're currently in the intermediate period. We're in the non-canon OVAs between season 1 and 2, the beach episode, etc. But eventually we're going to start season 2. We need to have some wild shit at that point. So yeah, basically, yeah. So this takes X, Y, and deer. Move the character at X, Y in deer. Second eye is like the final frontier. I did redebut part of it. Well, that was the season finale. That was the season finale, and that was 2 months ago. And since then, you might notice if you're a YouTube gamer, if you're subbed to the YouTube where I upload the VODs unedited and occasionally edited videos, of which there is only one, I give they have episodes. They have episode numbers traditionally, typically, or series names, and we are still in the LLLL Colonq non-canon OVAs. We have not yet begun season 2. And these are things that are deeply important for Article. These silly little naming conventions, you know, these are as important to me as anything. I'm reacting. Poggies. Okay, so here we'll say when let char is fig bloodsport map get these thingies. In which case we will bloodsport map put xy nil bloodsport map, and then we should also get here we should also get offsets, which are alias get deer fig bloodsport move deers, right? So we're gonna get the offsets up here. So these are just like the offsets from the current position. Like north is like offset x0, y -1, etc., etc. And we'll just add these to the current positions. What are we? I understand completely. I used to use LTK to display IC layout, very lightweight. I also tried CL OpenGL. When I spanned that teapot, my CPU went 100%. Yes. Well, it probably your CPU going 100% there probably depends more on the way you're timing frames, right? Because if you're just like, oh yeah, render as fast as possible, your CPU will gleefully just like, most things aren't like rendering the teapot is probably not GPU bound, so it's just going to go as fast as your CPU can take it. If you turn VSync on, it probably will drop very far, because then it will then like your refresh rate will kind of be locked to like. And like normally you want to kind of have like some kind of, I don't know, it depends on the game. Sometimes you just want to like I don't know, like heavy loop, right? Just be in a tight, sometimes you just want to hog the whole CPU core. Welcome in Deuteronomy Remaster, very, very slick name. And thank you for the water ration as well. We take a big sippy. Love the Deuteronomy Remaster. Let's see here. This should be plus X car offsets. And this should be plus Y cutter offsets. Very good. Very nice. And we're setting that to char. Bussy. Glut is very deprecated. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know. I've never done any. Well, I've done some SDL OpenGL shit in Scheme, but then that was mostly just me like talking. I just like wrote my own bindings, and I was just mostly doing C with some, you know, some higher level things on top of them. You know, it's so yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you're just like, sometimes you just be writing C in other languages. Yo, bus. Yeah, we keep it bussin' around here. For real, for real. Okay, so we can probably move shit on the map too. We haven't tested any of this, but we probably should. I mean, we can, I guess. Well, let's make some little guys. Well, I should define these types somewhere a little more manageable, probably. We got slots, we got characters. Let's make a little guy. Bus, you called. Holy Jesus Christ, bros. Jesus Christ. I need more water. I need more beverage. I need some bevies. Speaking of game engines, that's like the big Rust open source one, right? That I've never touched. But probably would have made my life easier, but also maybe would have made my life more complicated and less interesting. So like, kind of a lose-lose. Generally, if you're getting more complicated, you want more interesting. I would say that's generally the play. Fig, Bloodsport, make test char 1. You changed your name. You're a Koshik Matt. Did your name used to be Bussy related? What did I crack open? Well, I mean, it's too late. I was gonna say something silly, but then I took too long trying to think of something silly, and we lost the moment. The moment was lost. We're sipping LaCroix here. We're sipping LaCroix. This is today. We're sipping on, what are we sipping today? Sparkling water, pure LaCroix. 0 sodium equals innocent, apparently. We're sipping that unflavored LaCroix. Dad ass. Typically, we crack open dad ass. We crack open that pamplemousse. But tonight, it's the unflavored LaCroix for us. Tonight we're hitting them only with the unflavored LaCroix. Okay. We're making test char 1. We're making test char 1 out here. What are we doing? We're gonna put test char 1 on the map. Bloodsport map put. Where are we putting? We're putting them at 1-1. And we're gonna put them, and we're gonna do some stuff with them. What are we actually doing? We're doing fig make Bloodsport char. Okay, we got things. The name is, what should the name be? Got the 6 empty sparkling water. Okay, you don't even know Dolphin Burb. You don't even know. So Dolphin Burb. I'm usually here with a member of my team. Well, that is to say, my wife, Klonq, who appears from time to time in the chat room. Occasionally appears in the chat room. I think she might have gone to bed. Potentially. But she's been visiting family. So instead, I'm here alone. And there are on the floor behind me stacked up, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 empty boxes of 8 packs of LaCroix. Welcome to Moon Pie Dumplings. Are you making a game with Rust? Yes. The idea of Moon Pie Dumplings, I've been working on the game on the side, but I didn't really feel like it was super interesting for this stream to just be like, oh, I'm gonna poorly debug GLSL or do Autism Tower. No, I just stack them on the sink. I actually took out my recycling today, so I don't have that many, but there's at least 12 in view. I'm too scared to stack them, right? If they fall over, that's just a pain in the ass. I prefer the convenience of the line them up. We line them up. But the idea of Moon Pie Dumplings is I'm making this game mostly off stream, and today we wanted to design it. So we wrote up a bunch of shit. We kind of figured out where we were going and what we were doing, and we're prototyping some of the ideas over here. And we're gonna build a little ELISP implementation of like some of like the basic combat mechanics, and then test them out and see like, okay, if this is totally broken, if this is kind of interesting, if you know X, Y, and Z, etc. Oh, we should also have facing. We should have facing. Characters have a facing. Facing. And I guess we can just reuse our directions for that. That's probably fine. But yeah, and we have to also decide like whether changing facing takes your move for the turn, right? Is that a thing? It probably needs to. It probably shouldn't be free. It probably should cost something to turn from face. Like if the direction you're facing matters a lot for in terms of like blocking with shields and stuff, you probably should have to turn around. I don't know. Excuse me, TTS. The fun part, getting your $1 from the can recycling machine. Yeah, it's well. Yeah, I don't even bother taking them to the can. I just take them to the recycling place and get no money. So that's I'm living that. I'm not living the $1 from the can's dream, unfortunately. I don't even have the small dopamine hit of the can money. It's kind of a disaster. I know. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Okay. Let's let us keep going. Let us be about it. So this character's name is gonna be Foo. We keep it Foo. Facing is gonna be south. Health is gonna be 5. Max health is gonna be 5. And slots is gonna be a list of stuff. We got a list of stuff in the slots. Okay, and the slots look kind of like this. So fig, make, Bloodsport slot. This will be head. Or we need keyword arguments here. Name head. Use nil. Actions. Some actions. Right? I don't know. Don't you find the name spacing is very inconvenient? It is in fact horrible. But at the end of the day, it's fine. I don't know. It's not a huge issue. I find like we're not ever really typing super efficiently, right? It's a pain in the ass, but like I'm not really in like flow. I'm not really in like flow state here where like typing the longer names is like, I mean, it's obviously a fucking irritant, especially like getting things from, we really need to write a lens library. That's actually a huge thing we need to do. This is a thing already, actually. eLisp lenses. Can we get lens eLisp? Is this a thing? Has someone made this? Library. Probably not. Looks like maybe not. We should put that on the docket though. That seems like a thing that we definitely need. eLisp lenses, easy. But that'd be good, especially if we're doing like a larger. But this is gonna be small. Like I don't think we'll work on this beyond this stream. You know, we're gonna poke and prod at this for the next, I don't know, couple hours, 4 or 5 hours probably. And I say 4 or 5 hours, anticipating like, oh yeah, I'll go for a while tonight. I'll go for longer than my usual. But again, you know, pending. You wrap the whole file in a macro? Yes, I could. We could do a variety of things in order to namespace this a little more effectively, right? We could write a macro that automatically prefixes things to names. We could do a number of things, but this is kind of the easy way. We keep it easy here. Okay. Let's do also head. Left arm is sword. These are just examples, right? This is not the actual way the data would be structured in any kind of reasonable game, but like this is just kind of giving us enough that we can kind of do something, right? Enough that we can explore interactions between things, right? We're gonna just hard code a big list of like what these actually do. And then feet. We'll call it legs, so we're less like that. And we'll just make these literally. Let's just keep it at cardinals first. That seems fine, right? Okay. I don't even know why we have a list of actions, right? That's not really even useful. Maybe just to give us an idea, because we're just gonna make functions that just take like. So our interface to this is just calling eList functions, right? Bloodsport. How are we going to do this? How will we do this? Because we probably also want to have a way to just like find a character in the map. That's going to make things a lot more convenient for us. So let's do that. I got a bail. A 3-hour-long progress bar just finished and took with it 2 years of undeserved bullshit. I can run 32-bit indie games once again, many of which cost money, and they are mine to enjoy once more. Have a great stream and don't get too much sand in your blood. I'm so glad, Brez Mason. Did you finish, I don't know, installing multilib or something? I hope it was something like that. I hope big stuff there, Brez Mason. Big stuff. We'll see you around for sure. And good luck with the gaming. We'll keep it real out here. You know we always do. Keep it real over there as well. Huge, yeah. Fuck yeah. We're keeping it huge. We're keeping it kind of huge style. Restored an old OS from backup. Oh, very nice. Hell yeah. Cheers. Take it good. Take it easy. Create first test character. I just don't want the squiggly. Get Oh, ModClonq, you're still here. How are you doing? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Get the get char chords. Let's do that. Let's do that. Get the coordinates for name. Maybe this is the easiest way to do this. Maybe this is the nice thing to do. So here we just say, we can just filter s equals fig bloodsport. Okay, this has to be and it's fig bloodsport char name it name fig. So we're just gonna filter the map and grab anything with the same name and get the first thing that has the same name, and hopefully there's only one thing with the same name. So that is maybe does the trick for us. So let's run this file actually and make sure we can do some simple things. So let's say fig bloodsport make test char1. Maybe that makes the thing and puts it in the map. If we say fig bloodsport map, it should have the thing in the map somewhere. It should be in position like 5 or something. 6, yeah, that works. That's big doings. We should have a nice way to render the map, probably, to just like show where things are. That seems like maybe a good idea. Let's do that. Let's do that just so we can like get an idea of what we're doing, where we're going. We should have a symbol here. The default symbol will just be @ because that's kind of nice. And then we'll just say that's the same thing here, just to be explicit. We'll make our test char1, and let's make a little render function. Let's do some rendering here, chat. Let's do a little bit of rendering. Let's display things using glyphs that we can actually understand and comprehend as human beings. Let us see. I think we want just ifon fig bloodsport map render. Let's call it render map actually. So we're using proper English. Convert the map into a string. Very cool. Very cool. And this is just going to be s-concat, and we're going to get a bunch of characters, a bunch of little strings. This is going to be map. Let's see here. If it, then the symbol fig bloodsport char symbol it, otherwise dot on the map fig bloodsport map. Well, we want to add do we have anything to like group by or group? I always just want is there a way to get chunks? We probably checked this a million times. We can just do it in the fucking iterative way always, but like I would love to do it with this obnoxious clonkheads, obnoxious. Let's do you have a nice way to do this? Elisp break list into lists of length. So what we really want to do is just be like, okay, given the width of a row, how do we split a list into equally sized chunks? This is just telling us how to do this in Python. This is a Python question. Split list in ModClonq. Are you enjoying some gaming while on strike? Well, ModClonq is sadly gaming deprived here. We can do it with the loop macro rather. Very cool. I wish we had a built-in for this. That is not going to be hellish. Okay, we're going to do this by hand. Excellent. Let's just gaming. Let's just get gaming a little bit. We can also just zip this. We can zip. We can do take functions, yeah, but like then we still have to do the iterative thing. That's just what I want to avoid. I don't want to like have to maintain like repeatedly take and then playing some Stardew. Very nice. Very nice. You have the switch, right? You have a switch. Zip pair, iota, times this thing. It's this thing. We want to zip it with this thing. So we're going to index all of the fuckers. If cutter it, and then we're going to s-concat this. We're going to s-concat this. Is this actually what we want? Yeah, it is. Okay. What is going on as of now? So, Notgeyser, we designed a little game. We designed a little bit of a game, Notgeyser. We did some game design, a little bit of designing of a game, and now we are prototyping the game in Emacs. We're getting a little bit of getting our prototype on, and hopefully that's going to lead to a scenario where we can explore some of the combat in the game. We can game inside of our game to observe the game. We can see what works and what doesn't work. So this can just be if modulo car it fig bloodsport. This is the funny way to do it. We can do it. They didn't expect us to do it this way, did they? They didn't expect us to do it this way. Equals 0. Then we concatenate the thing to a fucking new line. Maybe that works for us. Ha ha ha. Maybe that does the trick. Maybe that does the funny little trick for us. Bloodsport render map. What are you bitching about? Oh, it's a list? Oh, we need to convert this to a list then? Into, how do I turn a thing into a list? Elisp vector to list. Or gaming game moment. Yeah, so true. Notgeyser, is our friend Uwu to OO still playing Mahjong? Is that the case? I looked at Twitch briefly and I saw that he was still going, and I was like, what the fuck? That is a maniac. Partition in steps, maybe? Is that what we want, actually? That probably is exactly what we want. Yeah. Yeah. Partition all in steps. Yep. That's the thing we want in general. We'll remember that for the future, but we already did it this way, I think. Now we just need to learn. Well, we got what are we doing here? What are we doing? Partition all, yeah. That's exactly what we want. We don't care about the steps. We don't need the steppies. No steppies for us. No, this is just, we didn't need to add that parenthesis there. We need to do this, something here. Elisp vector to list. How do we do? How do we do it? Let him cook. Does Jali tell us? Coerce? No, I don't think there are generalized things like that, because it isn't just like a casting. We have to kind of do some level of non-trivial work here. Are you really going to make us write this by hand? This is asking how can I map over a vector and get a vector, but this is like, we want the other behavior here. We want the other behavior. Vectors. Functions for vectors. Functions for vectors. Make vector. vconcat. Okay. Sequences, arrays, and vectors. Do we have do we have a sequence function that does this? Do we have a way to do this on a sequence? Can we sequence this? Copy sequence? The same type of object? That's not what we care about. N reverse sort? That's not what we care about. Seek else, seek length, seek p, seek drop, seek take. It's the same type. Drop while, seek split, seek do, Seek map. Seek map gives you back a list. Let's fucking go, baby. We got a list. Okay. I'm sure this is not the correct way to do this. I'm sure there's some other way to do this. But you would think a sequence type. Okay. Oh, here we go. Seek into list. Hey, that looks promising. I wish the thing you're turning into was the first argument instead of the second argument, because the thing you're turning it into is always going to be a single symbol. So it makes your tree structure, it makes your code significantly more obnoxious to read if you're doing. But I mean, that's a question for another day. I'm sure they just chose arbitrarily. I'm sure it doesn't matter that much. Bloodsport char 0. What are we doing here? What are we fucking up here? Our format is a list of string and read it to a list. Yeah. Also, is the raid thing working? Well, I set it up on the back end and it broke on the, so we got raided earlier, NotGeyser, and it broke. So it's not working automatically, but the other part, the part where I trigger it manually, is working. But you've seen that, NotGeyser, you've seen that. The actual, I have not fixed the actual thing that is like, oh hey, you got a raid, because there's like some kind of parse problem that's happening there. I think there's some kind of little problem. Oh, you haven't seen it yet? Well, mostly what it does is it just plays a clip. It plays a clip. You're watching, you were mahjonging. What are the standings in the mahjong? In the mahjong sphere? What are the current power ratings? Oh, this needs to be the other way. I just did it the opposite way that it is. I just did it the opposite way that it should be. You ended second place. Oh, you were gaming too. Very nice. Wrong type argument, character P. Okay, wonderful. Why are we doing that? Why is that causing us a problem? Oh, because this needs to be, this expects strings. We can just apply this, right? We can just get away with that. Can we just get away with murder? Yeah. Okay, it's still fucked. It's still broken. Oh, this needs to go before. This is a before type situation, not an after type situation. It's like that. Okay, there. We got a string, and that looks like the map that we wanted to have. Wonderful. Were any of the other players your alts? Yeah. So okay. So riddle me this. Do we have any mahjongers here? If we have genres, right? The mahjong. So I play at least one game that people play in multiplayer. One 4-person game that people play I play fucking competitive Magic the Gathering EDH from time to time. And I've also heard stories about people playing bridge, right? Bridge I think is less of like, I mean, I don't know. But I think in any game like that, it's kind of naturally harder to make a free for all format like that truly competitive, like where it's like 1v1 v1 v1, because of collusion, right? I mean, because like if two people are like secretly like, yeah, well, I'll help you win, or we'll help each other win, when they're supposed to be like competing fairly against each other, they have like a natural advantage, right? Is that like a thing that's against the rules in mahjong? Like if you're like, if you're like, I mean, I assume is like, so say here's the worst case, right? I got my buddy with me in ranked. We're hopping on ranked. We queue at the same time. We get in the same game, mahjong soul ranked, and we're sending each other pictures of our hands in Discord. And I'm like, okay, I got a better hand, and you can set me up. So you fucking just, you know, give me the things that I need so I can. Is this a thing that happens? Is collusion illegal? Because obviously like I don't know. It seems like there must be some kind of rule there. Because whenever it's not just like a strict 1v1, whenever there can be additional people in the game, the other one would be behind. But what if they're like, yeah, I'm just throwing for you. I'm just throwing for you, dude. Yeah, easier to use an alt, but yeah, the same principle, right? Can you just use it might be against TOS. So yeah, there probably is a rule against it, right? There is some kind of, that seems like the kind of thing you can't really enforce in the game, right? If someone is like, yeah, I'm going to throw for my buddy. In Magic, there are kind of like, there's a pretty strong like social like against like king making, right? Where it's just like, oh, if you know you're gonna lose, just like throwing just for one other person to win, you should just concede. If you really have no chance to win, you should just. But I mean, the situations are obviously different in all different games. Okay, we can get the map. We got a map. We're mapping. Can we move on the map? If I say Fig, Bloodsport, get map, get char coords, foo. You're bitching. Oh, we need to do some more seek intos. We gotta get our seek into action on here. What are we doing? I'm breaking my usual indentation style because it doesn't really matter. Okay, there we go. That's just getting the whole ass thing. Oh, we need to. Okay, we need to attach these things to their coordinates too. We need to attach these things also to their coordinates. We cannot just filter. We need another little iota situation here. We need another little iota kind of type thing. We'll do this. We'll just copy this entirely. That seems fine. And we'll zip the thing with all the indices, and then this can be car it, and this can be car it, and then we got some songs here. We're going song style. Thank you, Steffi Sot.
Would you invite me in again? Won't you pay for your arrogance?
Okay, we need to convert the other way.
And somewhere the atoms stop.
Oh, did you actually send new lines? That's so funny that Twitch does this. I hate Twitch, bros. So
tangled with what I never said. You say it doesn't matter.
So I assume you pasted something that had new lines, and Twitch just sent the new lines, but they just don't appear in the client in the browser. So this is actually the way that we're going to do our ASCII art, right? The way we can make ASCII art work in both the Twitch, the browser client, where like the width is different from here, is we just tactically place new line characters, which will be invisible in the browser and will not interfere, but will make the thing line up correctly over on this side. That's actually very, very pog. So thank you for unveiling that for us, Steffi Saw. Thank you very much for that. That's going to help us out tremendously, I think. Tremendously. Let's get back to it here. Let's get back in action, back in the habit. We need to convert the other way. It was one way, and now we need it to be the other way. Let's move these up here. We also need index to coords. Index to coords I. Convert map index I. Wrote it on a text file and pasted it here. Yeah, you probably got those. That makes sense. That makes sense. To coordinates. So how do we do this? What is the y coordinate? So we're gonna just return a pair of two things. The x coordinate is going to be modulo I the width. Bloodsport. Welcome in, solar powered bard. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that, my buddy. Thank you so much. We're having a fun little time here. We designed a little game tonight. Well, at least we came up with some ideas for what a little game might look like, and then we're kind of prototyping some stuff out in Emacs. That's the idea, at least. We're noodling around. We tend to noodle a little bit around here. We have a little bit of noodle type action. But thank you for the follow. We're getting dangerously close to 1,000 followers, my friends. That is pretty fucking nuts to me. Still waiting for a font that can render this. Yes, doesn't. Most definitely, my stream is the same. Oh hell yeah! I see that little insinuation that you are also a streamer, which means that I am gonna do the thing and click the little follow button. I'm gonna check you out. I'm gonna check you right out. I hope you don't mind. So the x coordinate is just the remainder, right? And this is just kind of the opposite of this thing, right? Kind of the opposite of this thing. Hopefully it's at least the opposite of that thing to a little bit of a degree. Thanks, man, for real. you gotta look out for the cool people on here. You can never find enough. I have had a very nice time meeting interesting people doing interesting things on Twitch television. So you gotta be on the lookout. You gotta keep those eyeballs peeled. You gotta keep those balls peeled. Okay, can we just say, okay, it's car of that, and then it's car of that, and then it's well, we'll say blah blah well, it's just this. That should be fine. That should give us nil kind of naturally when we want to get nil. No, you're wrong. It's cutter of that. We were wrong. It's over. Okay, that's 5. That's just the index still. That's just the index. Maybe we just call this get char index. That would make sense. And we'll just define another, because sometimes we might need that. And then just define, get the map index for name, and get the fig Bloodsport map get coords name. Sure, and that's just calling this get the, sorry for the typing noises, but I mean, you gotta have them for name. And this is fig Bloodsport index to coords fig Bloodsport get char index. Sure. Wrong. Oh, this should be get char coords. Yes. There we go. Okay, that looks like the right thing. That sure looks like the right thing to me. Then we can move things. So then we can say like fig Bloodsport map move. Well, we should make a better way to do this. Welcome in Kuromaru Onisan as well. Good to see you. I see those. We're redeeming some things. And how are you doing, Kuromaru? How's life over there? What have you been up to lately? I haven't had a chance to hop over, I think. How are things going on your end? We're having a fun little evening. We designed a little video game. Well, we've partially designed a game, and we're currently implementing a little prototype of it so we can kind of fuck around and see how the combat works. The idea is to make a, well, I don't know. It's kind of a little fan game. It's like a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon clone, I guess. That is the idea. But yeah, how's life for you? Hello. Let's see. I have vast and glorious violence and I'm experiencing happiness. I see. Do you mean are in real violence or fake violence? Are you a jujitsu athlete, Kuromaru Onisan, or do you box or anything like this? I have a family member who's a pretty serious boxer, and he always seems to enjoy it quite a bit. IRL, very nice. Well, I wish good powerful punches and few head injuries to you. It's that's cool stuff. I've never quite gotten into that. I'm a little too frail. I'm frail and sickly IRL. I'm living like a Victorian child, right? I'm collapsing underneath my own tuberculosis. I do armored combat. Oh, do you do like HEMA, solar powered bar? HEMA is also very cool. It's cool to be swinging a sword around. That's some interesting shit right there. We should make some move. Okay, let's do a defun fig Bloodsport move char name deer. Okay, this is move the character name in deer. SCA, very cool. I went to a friendly full contact karate dojo, and they let me play with the fresh black belts. Very nice. Please create a theme song for a game with a character that can take several actions every turn, 1 action for each hand and foot, and only has 3 hit points. The character is exploring an arena to recover their money that they mistakenly spent on omitted for lewdity reasons.
In the arena, a hero stands with actions aplenty and nimble hands.
Oh gosh, I'll turn it up.
Fight the strife in search of cash to reclaim their life. Left hand strikes, a mighty blow. Right hand parries, a powerful show. With feet they kick, with grace and flair, a whirlwind dance, through the perilous lair. 3 hit points, a challenge treacherous, every decision, Critical and precarious, they face the foes with courage profound to reclaim their money, lost and renown. Oh, the gold that slipped through their grasp, mistakenly spent on a la mode and brass. Now they venture forth with vengeance and zest. In this game, they'll prove they're the best. In the arena, they bravely roam through twists and turns.
It's AI.
They find their home. With every action, they'll strive and persevere to reclaim their treasure. Loud and clear. Musical note, musical note.
Thank you. Let's see the full thing. Yes, here it is. Wonderful. We should save this. This one's for the record books. This is hype. I need to write and implement something like this. Oh hell yeah! What do you are you a coder type stream, solar powered bar? Do you keep it coding? Are you a coding type person? You're sick and tired of being sick and tired, Billy the Bucket. I'm sorry to hear that. Hello, Billy the Bucket, by the way. I don't see you around these parts too often, but I see you around other parts quite often. And I recognize your little... I see that blue name, and I'm like, that's Billy the Bucket. That's Billy the Bucket over here. Gloomy. Pursue Idle Dream. And welcome in also, Kawaii Chibi Koneko. How is it going? Thank you for pursuing your idle dream tonight. I hope your idle dream is... satisfied. Your security research and chill. Oh, are you an infosec type person? Solar power. I would love to. I want to get into that a little more. I'm kind of. I've been in a security adjacent kind of place for a minute, but I haven't been quite in the security world. I would love to. I want to do some CTFs or maybe make a little CTF. That'd be very fun. So please, if you're ever feeling anything of that angle, let me know. Let me know. You're out of social battery. I'm sorry to hear that, Billy the Bucket. I only have the gay left in me. Well, I mean, this is the place. This is the most parasocial stream on Twitch.tv. I don't know. This is one of the places on Twitch.tv where you can talk to a grown man pretending to be anime, pretending to be letters, pretending to be a programmer. It's your channel icon. It changes the background to your icon when you pursue your idle dream. Out, yes, that'd be dope. Hell yeah, yeah. Just hit me up. Hit me up. You can join. There's a Discord. You can join the Discord. You add me, whatever. DM me on Twitter or whatever thing you want to do. Dabbling in Cyberpunk 2077 modding, Minecraft modding, and mainly developing the solar punk. Oh, very nice, very sick. I like that aesthetic. I like that stuff. That's actually. Do you know? Well, do you know 100 Rabbits solar powered bar? This is kind of a slightly farther stretch, but this is something that came up in our discussions lately that you might care about. Might be interesting to you. I shall attempt to learn Blender once I get the Neanderthal out of my system. Yeah, that's been on my list for a very long time, Kuromaru Nisan. Oh, I shouldn't have said. I missed it. Olivia25_. Welcome in, and thank you for boosting. Thank you for stopping by for the evening. We are. This has been a fun one so far. I'm happy with this one. I code music a lot in Sonic Pi on stream too. Yeah, I have. Oh hell yeah, yeah. Then we are of similar minds. If you think that kind of thing is cool, then I mean, a lot of us, I'm glad we found each other. I'm glad we stumbled upon each other. Thank you, Kurmar, also for fixing my posture. I love Blinder. Yeah, so true. I love Blender. Blender is nice. It's nice that there is an open source option that is not horrible. Yo, for sure. Yeah, hell yeah. I was going to redeem Click Me, but my idle dream. Click Me, it does nothing. It is pure bait. It's designed to torment you. So it doesn't do anything. Your idle dream, you have to, this is what we call, well, I've come to I don't know. People call aggressively networking on Twitch, people call all sorts of things, clout chasing. They say all kinds of mean words. I think here instead of doing any of that, we just say we're pursuing our idle dream. It's a different sort of thing, right? Thinking in a positive way, thinking in a way that is conscious of your own failings and successes. That's chasing your idle dream. We're all kind of chasing our idle dream here at the end of the day. I know I am. Kuromaru is. Olivia25 might be, and Kawaii Chibi Koneko might be as well. You have a bootloader that loads the GDT and the kernel. That's very. You mentioned Olivia25_ that you'd been working on stuff in the past, like machine level stuff. I know I am, lol. Yeah, hell yeah. Solar powered bard knows. They're just chasing that idle dream. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Definitely chasing dreams here. Mostly dreams and smoke. I think we chase mostly dreams and smoke and dust, maybe. But, you know, occasionally we find some good stuff. Olivia 25 does some very interesting stuff, for sure. They doing all that kernel style gaming. We're going back here. We're heading back over here. Oh, there's Calamity. That's Calamity. Calamity's chasing the idle dream. Calamity is too. Calamity is actually a fucking cracked video editor for big YouTube people who I will not name because I don't know if Calamity wants to. But Calamity's doing all kinds of shit. Calamity's like in school and doing all kinds. I'm just inspired by the Colonq heads every day. You know that everyone. Well, I don't know. I'm being too sappy. You know, we keep it a little bit sappy. We keep the sap flowing, but mostly we keep the sap flowing to make that delicious maple syrup. We can't, if you got too much sap, then the tank is going to overflow, and then, you know, it's a whole last thing. Dude, people know my family was involved. My family made maple syrup when I was young, so I had a lot of exposure to that lifestyle. You got to get them pancakes. Yeah, we're going back Forsen style. Welcome in. I'm in prison real too. Thank you for the boost. Love to see it. Okay, where are we fucking going? Where the fuck even are we at the end of the day here? So we should be able to move a character on the map now. Can we successfully move a character? Move char. Foo. South. Can we move a character? Fig. Bloodsport. Render map. Okay, we successfully moved south. If we move north, okay, we can successfully move around the map. We're moving around the map. Short stack packages all day, every day. Well, that could mean something both normal and mean something lewd. And I'll reserve the right to comment. I'll say no comment. Welcome in Mawjod _ as well. Love to see you. Welcome in. Welcome back, actually. Hell yeah. Let's keep on doing this. Let's keep on doing this here. Let's keep prototyping and seeing what we're getting up to this evening. We got something here. What is this? What is this? What are these glyphs? What are these glyphs, Steffi saw? This is Among Us penis. Can I get banned if I don't delete the message? I don't know. I'm not going to delete the message. No one's going to report me for Among Us penis. You can't even see it on my screen. I'm not putting anything on the screen. That's just in the chat room. It's not even there. Are we playing Caves of Cud? We are making a game. We're prototyping a game that will eventually not look like Caves of Cud, but the Caves of Cud style interface makes it look. At least we can at least test with that interface. Reported. Gosh, it's over for me. Even the Colonq heads betray me. Even my own flesh and blood would betray me like this. This is intolerable, insufferable. Even I won't forget this, Basilia. I'll remember this when I'm in prison. I'll be like that guy in The Sopranos who constantly says he's been in the can for 20 years and was cooking grilled cheese on the radiator. Thank you for the Prime sub, Mawjod, too. That means a lot. Thank you so much. At 2 Basilia, yes. Yeah, I'll whisper that softly as you deal the final blow, the coup de grace. I trust Basilia to deliver the coup de grace on this stream. I should just give Basilia the stream key so they can finally put me out of my misery once we've reached the final. You know, eventually there'll be nothing left to code, right? Eventually we'll have written all permutations of letters that you can possibly write on the computer, and then it's time to end the stream for good. No, I don't think so. Lol lies. Yeah. Hopefully we won't get there. Hopefully we will not like write every permutation of characters that we can fill our RAM with. I don't know, however many gigabytes of RAM. That's a lot of characters. That's a lot of characters right there. Okay. So we got a little character. We got a little guy. We got a little type of guy. Pretty much. Yeah. Caesar was stabbed in the back, but Colonq will be poked from behind. Yes. I will be unceremoniously RM-RF'd into on the Senate floor. That's the idea. Let's make another type of guy. Let's put this other type of guy elsewhere. We can put the other type of guy at X3. and this is test char 2. Second test character. We can make another type of little character. This is gonna be a slime. We'll call it slime. It's facing south. We're facing south on that slime. And yeah. Maybe the facing should determine the glyph for us, but we can also just, like, guess. We can also just, like, guess. You're running out of verbal heuristics. Caesar was stabbed from every direction. Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends on how you wield your fork and knife when you're consuming a Caesar salad. I'm here all day, folks. I'm here all day, every day. When exploit developing, I can flow, but your pure dev intuition is fucking elite. I'm glad you think so. I mean, I feel like a fucking moron whenever I stream. I feel like I'm operating at absolutely 1% effective. I feel like I'm a 0.1xer or something. But I don't know. We should team up with the slime. There should be a way to be friends with the slime. I agree. Lumi, I feel like I've given you... Welcome in, Prater Zero, also. Ides of March posting. Yes, good to see you, Prater Zero. Good to see you. I feel like I have given you the wrong impression of my tastes regarding violence, Lumi. I'm a total softie as well. I'm just like, I play a game and I'm like, I want to be friends. I want to be friends with the ghouls in the game. I want to encounter the ghouls in the game and I want to be their ally. So I think we are in the same page in this thing. But I've been using so much, you know. I made a commitment last stream to use only ultra-violent language, right? We established this. We're using only, you know, we don't say beat a dead horse. We say beat a live horse. We don't say killed 2 birds with 1 stone. We say nuke 2 birds with 1 missile, or so, you know. We're using ultra. And everyone knows the silly Twitter meme from, you know, blah 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 blah. But yes, we will have ways to befriend the funny little characters. I assure you. Let's just give no actions to the slime at the start. Let's hit him with the no action type situation, so we can test some stuff. We aren't about swinging dead cats. Yes, we're not about swinging dead cats whatsoever. Let's see here. What do we want to do? So we want to make this character. We want to make this little guy. Let's make a little guy. Fig, Bloodsport, make test char 2. Let's render the map. Okay, so now we got a little guy, and we also have another little guy. Forces the piece by depriving it even an illusion of choice. Yes, that is an option. The cats should be alive. The cats should be Alice. So it goes. So because we're gonna have to build some little semblance of enemy AI for this to be interesting. Because the actual, like, okay, sure, we can hit things. We can hit things and deal damage. We can hit things and deal damage points to their health, to their hit points. We can remove hits from their points. But that's not very interesting, right? The thing that we actually want to observe here, I think, is the back and forth, right? We want to observe, okay, well, if we deal damage and we hit the shield, how do they hit us back? Welcome in, Plutonium. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for boosting. Good to see you, my friend. We have been designing a game in this stream, and currently we're kind of prototyping the game to test it out a little bit. And then maybe at another time, I'm gonna have a working game, and we can look at it even more in the future. It's going to be an exciting little excursion into the world of gaming. We have a cloud of slimes doing the game of life. Yes, game of life. That'd be a very fun little Easter egg, right? Like, maybe you can get a thing that activates a thing that causes monsters to behave in a way that works like the game of life within a limited... That was one of my favorite things about... Okay, there's a... Okay, people mentioned Minecraft modding. Minecraft, Botania, game of life. This is my favorite all-time Minecraft mod, by the way, and this is a mod called Botania. And there's various, basically you use flowers to generate energy, like magical energy. We're on Phantom again, thank you. I'm actually very angry about this article. Clicking it. I click it again. Oh, fuck yeah. You can only click 10 times. You can click 10 angry. We hit 10 angry. Can you click others? No, it resets to 0. We're gonna be 10 angry today. So yeah, it's a so normally these things are like, oh, it consumes food that you throw at it, it consumes coal that you throw at it. I'm angry about elves. Yes. Well, I don't know. I feel like on the dwarf elf triad, I'm definitely more of an elf person than a dwarf person. I know it's you know, there's dwarf fortress, but there's no elf fortress, and the elves get a pretty bad rap in dwarf fortress, but like it's, you know, I'm more of an elf type human. I've never used this flower. That's really cool. Are you a Botania person as well? Yeah, I built a sick setup for this at one point. It was very, very cool. Yeah, but it stimulates. Normally they're pretty simple things, like, oh, it consumes some kind of fuel, it consumes explosions. Like, you have to kind of go to some effort to engineer things that work with them. But like, but this one simulates Conway's game of life in a 25 by 25 area around it. There's like these cellular blocks that are used to implement the game of life. It was for a while in 1.7.10. Yeah, that's where I played mostly as well. Basilia. I also have not really played seriously since 1 point, because it was on like the main modding version was 1.7.10 for so long, for like 2 years, that there was just like so much good stuff, and then it like kind of fragmented as like now, like there was a period where there was like not any pack that had like everything that I wanted. I think I played most seriously in 1.7.10 and like 1.4.8 maybe, which I think was like, yeah. I also played quite a bit like in Minecraft beta in like the Tekkit days. But yeah, this is sick. It's so cool. It's a cool little thing that encourages, like, it's just the best. It's the best mod. But Botania is the best mod in general because it also encourages you to use base Minecraft mechanics. Like, it encourages you to use like water channels over ice to transport items and like hoppers and shit, rather than using just like the magic pipe block that just does everything. Tekkit was 1.1 and 1.2.5, maybe so. I don't remember all the deets. This was way back. It was way back in the day. That was like, I don't even know, like 2012, 2013, I think, when I was Tekketing. Oh, before that even. Before that. Jeez, I was playing, I played the packs I played the most of were like, my friends and I, when I was in like 10th grade or something, we had a Feed the Beast Ultimate 1.4.8 server that we ran for like 2 years with like 6 people, and that was super fun. And then we played a bunch on 1.7.10 like later on. But that I will forever. I think honestly, modded Minecraft, like with like a group of people that you know. Yeah, we're like the same age. I'm in my like late 20s, solo powered bard. I'm sure it's a pretty common like experience in like the cusper audience, in the millennial Zoomer cuspers. I think like for me, that's like the greatest gaming experience that I've ever had, right? Like playing on like a persistent modded Minecraft world with like the big mod pack back when the performance was good. Maybe I just have to go back to that and play that pack and get that performance again. And with like 6 people who are like hopping on the server all the time, who are all like building their own bases, but like exploring different mods and like having different designs for like their power generation, and everything was all compatible, and like them were the days. That was some dope shit right there. And I don't know, I'll be one day we'll go back, bros. I don't know. Okay, remake it in mind testing. Yeah, that would be a good thing, actually. That'd be sick. Although I feel like, you know, you'd have to, the part of the thing that makes it fun, right? Part of the thing that makes it, I guess there is a pretty robust modding scene for mind test probably, but like part of the thing that made it fun back then was that it was so janky. It wasn't like janky in a sense that things didn't work, but it was a bunch of different, it was like 60 different mods from different people, and sometimes things were like kind of half-baked, so you can sort of find weird interactions and exploit them in interesting ways, right? Like, not everything was like had the exact same perfectly balanced efficiency levels or whatever, right? Sometimes it was like, oh, the pipes from the one mod are slightly better in this one context, and the other thing is slightly better in the other context, and like it was cool because the lack of like a consistent balancing force that like oversaw the whole thing made everything just a lot more there's a lot more interest, right? There was a lot of like just like funny little things that you can dig into, which I like a lot. I mean, if you listen to me talk about anything on this. You know I love when there's just like a bunch of unbalanced little bullshit nodules that you can dig into in the thing. Okay. We got a character. We have a character. A character has been brought to here. Wonderful. I agree, Law. I do just enjoy just breaking vanilla Minecraft, my new Minecraft era. Truly less modding and just technical. Yeah, but it's just it's a great game. Modded Minecraft is a beautiful game. Minecraft in general is a beautiful game. I don't care. I don't care how much of a Zoomer child that makes me. Minecraft is beautiful and pure. Thank you for letting me drink. And speaking of drinking, we're 5 hours in. It's time to stand up, get a stretch break, and use the restroom. So you should put water into your body and also take water out of your body and do all that. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I'm gonna click a button. Hello, Chromosundrift. I'm about to take. I gotta take a little bathroom break. I'll be back soon. Okay, I'm clicking this. This is the wrong button. That's the other button. That's starting soon. This is where BRB is. We're going over here. Okay, I'm muting myself. Okay, I'll be back. We are so back. Once again, we're so back. How is everyone? How are you, Chromosundrift? How are you, GSG4634_R14? I'm glad you're well. I'm glad you're doing well. Minecraft is a good game. I just haven't played it in years. Yeah, I mean, I probably played last like 2 or 3 years ago. You know, there's a period in time where like my kind of group of like high school friends was always chasing the dragon a little bit. You know, they were always like, okay, every year it's like, okay, this is the new big server that we're gonna try. But then it always falls through. It always falls through a little bit. It's tough to keep it going. I'm feeling great. I had a creative afternoon. I'm really glad to hear that, Chromosundrift. That's a fucking good thing right there. It's good to have your creative juices flowing, and you're feeling sleepy. GSG. Should I just call you? Can I call you GSG, or is there a different, or R14, or what's the preferred? What's the preferred? I don't know. What's the funny thing? Nom de guerre. What's your war name? GSG. Contraction. I don't know. What are we talking about? Contraction now. GSG. Okay, we got it. We got there. GSG. Had to Minecraft my Minecraft account again recently and gave it a try. Yeah, I did that too, because like there's kind of like obviously people know there's like kind of a squad of people that I hang around with. You know, there's like me and Kurumaru and Digby Cat and Olgo. You know, there's kind of a group of us, and we had like a group Minecraft server for a while, and I hopped on there briefly, but didn't really play much. But I did, in order to get on there, have to contraction, a compact version of a word. I see. Now I understand the meaning that you're intending. In what context? I don't know. Maybe I don't understand clearly enough. Maybe I'm just being. I have streamer brain. I don't think you played Minecraft, Kuromaru Nissan, but like, you know, our extended kind of family did. You know, like I think like Fuza streamed it a little bit, and like, you know, yeah, people know Fuza Karuna, right? That's a person. You got into 4th because of red power. Yes, I also learned about 4th because of red power, but I was already in the Lisp at the time. But 4th red power, another incredibly. You're asking for a short version. Oh, okay, I understand now. I understand. When I was trying to come up with Nom de Guerre or whatever. Have you played Enter the Gungeon? I have not played it, Not Geyser. Although I have checked it out a little bit. I used to be really into Binding of Isaac, and I haven't played many of those types of games recently. So just for lack of time more than anything. It's pretty good. Well, I'm glad you recommend it. I'll have to check it out. I need to, well, I mean, you know, and ultimately, like, sorry, we're sipping. Don't we all wish we had infinite time, right? Wouldn't it be nice to have infinite time at the end of the day? But alas, you know, there's only so many hours in the day for gaming, especially. There's only so many hours in the day. Oof, too true. Yeah, too fucking true. It's a problem. So what remains here? Let's build a little AI. Let's build a simple little thing that just makes it so we can progress through turns. I think if we're testing the alternating player and enemy turns thing, we can just make a thing. We'll just make a function that uses actions for the player. Like, we'll just make different functions for, like, oh, swing the sword. Welcome in Zig2. Good to see you. If I could have sworn we had another person follow at some point who was also a Z-Zig type person. Do you like Zig? Do you like the Zig language, Z-Zig2? Are you a Zig enthusiast? I'm sort of an aspirational Zig enthusiast. I've played with it a little bit, but kind of, you know, I keep coming back to look at it every once in a while to see if it's like, okay, is this the time? Is this the time to hop on the Zig train? Also, Colonq, thank you for shouting me out in the last days. I'm close to. Oh, I'm glad, Knockkaiser. I'm really glad. I hope your pursuit of your idle dream is fruitful and a positive experience for you. I hope it goes well. I hope it's a good ass thing. So we can just we don't need to set up timers or any bullshit like this. We can just have we'll have a little thing that just we'll have a thing called, like, Fig Bloodsport end turn that just, like, refreshes everything and, like, makes the enemy act also waiting at the Zig station. Yeah, I tried, like, well, I don't know. It's a bug, lol. Well, it's just this character. Twitch just sends this character for the italics, which is, what is the actual char? Describe char. It is 0x01, start of heading. So it just sends start of heading, and then what's the other character? Is this also start of heading? Probably. Yes. So that's how it goes. Oh yes, Hagase Kawaii. I don't what is this? What is this? Am I Oh, is this the character? This is the character. This is the funny little character on the screen. I see now. I'm sorry. Ugh, weird avatar is weird. Yeah, the texture. Yeah, we keep it textured. I like how frequently people have, like, humanoid characters as their profile picture, because it makes it, and like, it's usually, like, the face is in the center, right? And it makes it very easy to, like, put my half face over the half face of the avatar and become some kind of nightmare creature, and that's really nice. Run the enemy turn and reset slots. So here's what we'll do. So we'll just simulate the enemy, right? We'll, like, whenever, so after we'll have specific functions to take our own actions. So, like, oh, do the shield slash. We can just ignore all of this shit for ourselves, and then we'll just have a thing that we don't even need to reset slots. We can do it by hand. We don't need to fuck with this. We just need to be able to play with things. We could have a thing that that has the enemy swing back at us, I think. Oh hey Bazella. Oh hey Bazella. We got a Bazella situation. Yeah, Bazelia is here. Bazelia is my bud. Bazelia's my bud. You're all my buds, honestly. We keep it's a bud type situation around here, right? I would fucking help the Colonq heads out. I would fucking I've said it before. If you need, like, a letter of recommendation or something, if you need, like, if you have a Bazinga situation, if you need help with your fucking rent, call me up. No, that's maybe a little too much, but I just don't know how to do that in a non-scary way. But I would if I could. I hope you know that. I hope you know I would if I could. We're on life support here. We got the with the life support situation. That has, you were one of the ones who was asking for like more control, like flats and stuff. Flats or sharp, you know, it's what music things, not Geyser, right? But we have that now, I think. Bazelia did add that. That is an option. Yeah, we got solar powered Bard in here. Oh, Tao is going good. She got a job as a manager for a medium sized. Oh, hell yeah. Florgal, I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad she's doing well. I think I checked her Discord and I saw that she was. I saw something the other day that was like, oh, I'm sorry that happened to you, but I see her a lot around. I see her in like Primogen's chat occasionally when I'm lurking over there. Yeah, it's awesome stuff. Do you know Tawan's solar powered Bard? She's in the Twitch programming scene occasionally. I think she's around. She's a known entity. Yeah, we could set those out, Arc Linux, but again, I mean, if we wanted to be for realsies, we'd actually add italics. We could do that. I need to sleep, have a good one. Good night, Kuromaru Nissan. Good night. I'm glad. I'm glad you had a nice day today, I hope, and take care. Adieu. Sweet dreams. Okay, how are we doing? Let's just move the enemy. Let's just control the fucking enemy. So how are we doing this? Let's just get the current position. We can get the current position. A W for a dope person is a W. That's true. I feel that. I feel that for sure. Current coordinates are Fig, Bloodsport, map, get, char, chords, slime. We're moving just specifically the slime here. So we get the current coordinates. And then from there we can move. From there we can make a little bit of progress. Because once we have the current coordinates, we can get the player coordinates as well. Get those player coordinates. Thank you. Welcome in Georgie Coy as well. I'm glad. How are you doing, Georgie Coy? Hope you're having a nice evening. We are well, we're Evangelion right now, I guess. We are prototyping a little game. Is there always player coordinates? No, but I mean, we're gonna assume there are. That's the Evangelion opening, Lumi. Yeah. We should, which if I was braver, I would sing, but I'm not. I'm not braver, unfortunately. Fabius posted a funny SICP version, I think, in the Discord earlier. Maybe we can bring that up. Do we have, Jamie, bring that one up. Jamie, can I click the thing? Where is it? Who's posting these links? Who's posting these fucking links to, for you anime fans? Can I open this with MPV? Is this an MPV type situation? It was /me by IRC, so I was wondering how. Yeah, that's Twitch. Twitch probably just adds those. Twitch does something. I forget you're an IRC user. Okay, we got the Fabius message here. Can we just play this? This is probably a YouTube. We could just ask YouTube for it instead. We'll go through Google. We'll go through Google. Thank you, Steel Shield. Is this what we want? Yeah. This is thematically appropriate, I think. We got there. It's killing you. Yeah, it's fantastic. You gotta love it. You gotta love the little towers of Hanoi demonstration. It's not bad enough. is bomb. This video actually goes so hard. It's the SICP Evangelion opening. It's SICP Evangelion opening, of course. I mean, it's wonderful. You know what? We'll send this in chat. We gotta drop this one in the. This one's for the chat, gentlemen. This one's gentlemen and ladies. This one is for the chat room. That's where we post that one. Yeah, I've seen all those lectures. Yeah, those are excellent lectures. If you're looking for anything to do with the computer, that's what you want to be looking at. I think you got to check out Abelson and Sussman. You got to keep it sus. You got to keep it able and keep it sus. Also, okay. Back to combat. Fu, our brave warrior Fu. We can just, yeah, the wizard hats, the classic fez. It's they really keep it, you know. Back in I think I was really born in the wrong generation. They really used to have such a sense of style back in the day, you know. But back when they knew what music really was, I think I was born in the wrong generation. Does anyone feel this sentiment? Hello, Spike, please. How are you doing, Spike, please? How are you doing? How is life over there for you, Spike, please? How is life? Welcome in, welcome in. How are things? You're tired? Spike, please, you're tired? How are you doing? Are they finally done? I saw you over there in the Mahjong country. Are they finally done with the goddamn Mahjong? It's been fucking 13 hours of them playing Mahjong over there. This is one of my friends who streams also. He was streaming Mahjong all day, and it's a little bit concerning. I'm concerned for his health. They did it. We have vaporwave now, so that's nice. Yes. They did invent one good genre of music since 1800. You know what would have been interesting at the end. Wonderful. Glad to hear it. Let's either way. Thank you for the shout out. Well, of course, Spike, please. Of course. It was more sus for me 50 years ago, so I'm not too mad. But I did miss getting in trouble with CDC. That sounds scary. That sounds a little bit scary. That sounds like a scary type situation. Okay, let's finally he done with Mahjong. Glad to hear it. Okay, how do we simulate the player? Yeah, so today what we're doing, Spike, please, is we are designing a little video game. We're designing a little bit of a video game, and then we're prototyping the video game to see if the fighting works. And we've been spending quite a lot of time on that. Welcome in Diamandus. Well, here we see all
Happy
the
Star Wars Day, everyone. Today is also
people.
my birthday. And because it's my birthday, I get to introduce you to my girlfriend.
Yes. Sup. Yes, welcome. And we've been taking our sweet old time, but I think we're still going to get some meaningful prototyping. And you're here to boost. Yeah, Dia comes in and hits that boost. Hit the boost, kid. Yeah, that's how we do it around here. We can just move towards the player, right? We can just move in the direction of the player. And how do we do that easily? How do we make that occur? I mean, we can just say, well, something like, well, maybe let's just do something like this. If greater than Carker, we'll just move only on cardinals, right? We'll be a cardinal only Andy car player. This means our x coordinate is greater. We want to move the x coordinate to be lesser. I expected the hat to be on the head. Well, yeah, it's a little high. If we go like this, maybe it kind of works. We kind of can go hat style this method. This is kind of one of the secret hat methods. How y'all doing on this amazing day? I mean, I'm doing quite well. We're in the evening hours, not geyser. For me, at least, it's the evening hours. I would say we're about halfway through the evening type hours. But what can you do? What can you really do at the end of the day? So if this is this, then we want to go west. Well, we should maybe check some other things too. We want to check some other things maybe as well. 6:52 a.m. That's very late, Spike, please. That's very late. You should probably get some rest. The rooms in NetHack are either convex open spaces or narrow branching paths because it simplifies enemy pathfinding. Yes, but it also is kind of meaningless because in NetHack, the levels are small enough that you can conceivably just like do exhaustive search to find optimal paths, I think. And I don't think it's very expensive to do that. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm underestimating the complexity of that, but I think it's probably fine with relatively small. Like if you have like a fucking 32 by 32 level, which is pretty big, right? 30, like that's a lot of you. I think it's still completely viable to just like have totally optimal Dijkstra search pathfinding. You don't even have to A-star it. You can just do whatever the fuck you want. But here we're not even implementing anything particularly special. I just realized the VIP patch. Is that a temporary thing? No, you can have VIP whenever you want. Not Geyser gave it to you earlier. It's PvP. It's PvP VIP. You can remove people's VIPs as well, which happens sometimes. We haven't added the command to randomly remove someone's yet though, which we can do now. Sorry, I'm sipping waters, I'm getting new waters, I'm doing all kinds of stuff. What is a roguelike in your view, Colonq? Well, I think in general it's much more important in what things actually are than what they're called. Kind of the naming pedantry. Oh, fuck, I spilled this shit all over myself. This is a disaster. What a mess, what a mess. I'm jerking all over the place. I'm jerking in, I'm jerking off, I'm jerking on, I'm jerking, well, this is fine. I've mopped up the water that I spilled on my desk. There was only a little bit. I got a little scared, Clonkheads. I got a little bit scared by that. But I think it's okay. Today's computers have no problem with pathfinding big row levels. Yes, I think they're generally fine. Nominally, yes, but I think it's actually less complex, Arclinks. I think it's fine. I mean, I've done it before. I've implemented, there's a nice little technique called Dijkstra maps that is detailed on Rogue Basin that makes it quite easy. Don't jerk on stream, that's TOS. Welcome back, Jazzahall VT. Yeah, it's it can be a little. Did I shout you out, Jazzahall? Did I shout out Jazzahall VT? Did we hit him with the shout out? We'll do it again because it's worthwhile. Jazzahall VT, my friend Jazzhole, very cool person. But roguelikes, I don't know. I think generally it's more convenient if things like Binding of Isaac and things like NetHack are called different names. Like it would be a lot more convenient if that was the common parlance. But unfortunately, it has not been the common parlance. They have become the same thing. So we have to cope with the situation. I would much prefer if things were called like roguelites or whatever other alternative name. Roguelike likes. I spilled this shit all over myself. This is a disaster. We got what a mess. What a mess. I'm jerking all over the place. We got two Clonks. I'm jerking in. Two Clonks. Jerking off. I'm jerking on. I'm jerking. Well, it's just fine. I said the slightly sus thing in there. Oh wow, it's as easy as that. If you're a streamer, you hit him with the bait. You bait him. You bait him masterfully. You say the slightly sensual thing, and you just you're unstoppable. Okay. Well, we can assume that. Okay. Let's see what we're doing here. If we're greater than the player, we move west. Let's just do this with Cond. The Cond is going to be easier here. Cond is going to be way easier here. We'll do a bunch of cons. Let's do a bunch of cons. I don't care. And these can be cutter. These can be cutter style. Yeah, that's how we hit it. This can be east. This can be north. And this can be south. You're learning coding here? I hope so. And then otherwise, we move north by default. That seems okay. Sure. And this we should probably bind this to something. We should say that this is the deer. This is the direction that we're moving in. Yeah, that's sauce. You speak Morse code, bro. We're Morse coding. That SOS. Isn't SOS like ... dash or something like that? It's some common thing. I don't know. I probably should know that one. That's probably one you should know at least. That is it. That's 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. Our memory did succeed. If I was trapped under rubble, I would be able to tap out SOS repeatedly. Glad to hear it. Okay, so we should probably just check the distance too. We should probably check the distance, and also cond emit simpler assembly code. It probably doesn't actually. Well, all of this shit is so far from, like, none of this shit is even emitting any code. We're not even compiling any of this, so that's very far from a concern, I think. And I mean, doing this with con versus a bunch of ifs will be exactly the same, I think. Like, I mean, obviously, if we had, like, yeah, it's hard to even tell with these things. People have this, like, this fixation that, like, big things of nested ifs are, like, a big problem. After, like, everyone decided to make fun of Yandere dev, that became a whole thing. Fuck, I dislocated my arm, it hurts. Are you okay, Not Geyser? I'm sorry, that sounds horrible. That sounds hellish and terrifying. I hope you don't injure yourself severely. But if you do, I mean, yeah, we'll come to your funeral. We'll call the ambulance for you. You need to test if delta x greater than delta I to prefer to move north south versus yes. Yeah, I mean that is the thing, but we won't do that at all. All we need is for it to move close and then bonk. We're not actually building a real A. This is not the real, we just want it to come at us. We want it to basically come at us and then in a somewhat reasonable manner that it's always making progress, and then hit us with the bonk. So how can we hit with the bonk? How can we bonk engage? Programmers worry about how fast their code takes, worrying about logic, but meanwhile the machine is bogged. Well, I think that's also often not true. People have kind of built that perception, right? Shit is mad slow these days. Shit takes way too long, and partially a lot of that is because it does way too much IO, right? Like there's just so much, like it's hard to even make any, like, I don't know. It depends on where you're running, obviously, right? Anything we do here, I have very bad intuitions about the performance of it, right? Because this is like interpreted code running on top of my text editor on this weird single-threaded thing that's also running like the chat at the same time, right? Like the chat is running, like, and none of this will be performance sensitive, right? These functions are running when I call them, right? There's no like tight loop here. There's no loop at all, right? The loop is me typing the thing into the terminal and pressing enter. Still faster than Discord, yes. I believe in our chat. I 100% believe in our chat implementation over Discord. I pick Fig-chat, the Twitch chat buffer, over Discord any day of the week. It won't even show up on top. I mean, there's no way for it to show up on top because it's not like looping, right? There's no loop to optimize, right? It's just, I mean, I could make the individual command run less long, but it's gonna be a difference between it running it's a difference between running instantaneously and instantaneously, right? It's all at the speed of human. But on the other hand, performance is like a relevant thing, right? Like this attitude that I'm taking here is not always appropriate, right? It is appropriate sometimes. It does matter, and the things that matter are, again, as people say, it is largely IO stuff and like asymptotic performance, but that doesn't mean you just get to like not care. You still have to care about like, okay, when am I doing IO and how much am I doing, and also what is the asymptotic performance of the thing. But also, again, only in settings where like this is appropriate. And I don't know, there's all the stuff that like Casey and Jonathan Blow talk about all the time about like you know, you gotta like minimize, like maximizing things that the CPU actually cares about to run fast, like making sure that things are kind of adjacent in memory so that they're cached, right? They're in CPU cache, making sure you avoid like excessive dynamic memory allocations and stuff. But like, I don't know, it matters. It doesn't matter all the time. Like most things in life, right? It's complicated and it matters some of the time, and other times it doesn't matter. There are complicated trade-offs involved in the decision-making process. I was thinking about Big O and realized Big O is all about Big N. Well, sometimes it's about slightly smaller N. Welcome in Sinforma VX too. How are you doing, Sinforma VX? How are you doing? We're having a grand old time. Are we down for for Monday still, Sinformer VX. So we're gonna have our 9/11 collaboration process here. I'm kind of hyped for that. We'll see how it goes. I hope that I'm available still. We'll talk. Me thinking about my Ray Marcher and E-list that took 17 minutes to render an absolutely simple image. Yes. Well, I mean, those are the situations when you probably do need to care, right? If your Ray Marcher was rendering a 64 by 64 texture image, then that probably matters. Then you probably don't need to care. If you're rendering a 1080p image, then you probably do need to care. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a bug. You guys are collaborating for 9/11. Fascinating. I mean, to honor. Yeah, I'm not even gonna make joke. This is what it's all about. We're gonna play some Risky Rain. Thank you for allowing me to drink. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't know. It's something. Is that a Malort? Is that the face that your little gremlin made after you consumed Jepson's Malort? Hello, Kenny Coda too. Hello, welcome back. You were here. You've been here. You raided in. You've been here for a minute. So we should actually check if we are adjacent. If we are actually adjacent, let's observe those things. Let's make sure we are adjacent. If we're adjacent, then the sum of the absolute value of the difference between cur x and player x and the absolute value of cur x minus player y should be exactly 1. So that should do the trick for us, right? Adjacent, if equals 1 plus abs minus cur player, abs minus cutter player. That's what we want to do. So then we know if we're actually adjacent, because then if we're adjacent, we're gonna do some stuff, right? So if adjacent, then we want to attack. Otherwise, we want to move. It matched up so Kino. I heard some weird 9/11 trivia the other day. Apparently, Dana Carvey was dressed up as a turtle while filming The Master of Disguise when it happened. That is absurd. I don't even know who is that. Who is Dana Carvey? What is The Master of Disguise? I don't know actors. I'm sorry, or actresses, or whatever this is. The expression was just my model freaking out. What happened the same stream as the more. I see. And yes, hello, Spike. Spike gets around. Spike gets around town. I love to see that. As another person who gets around town, as they say, who hops all over the place, who has the hops. I'm glad to see that Spike also has the hops occasionally. You had to repost for the good vibes. Random bardic inspiration. You're freaking dope. Environment S tier create. I appreciate it. Oh, I missed it. What am I'm missing things? Oh, I see. I'm scrolling up. I'm missing chat. I'm sorry. I'm dono walling people. We're dono walling here, gamers. I can't, I'm not. Deep breaths. I'll have to do 100 push-ups to I have to flagellate myself in order to pay penance for this. But no, I really appreciate the good vibes, solar powered barb. I'm gonna make sure to check you out as well, and thank you. It's always wonderful to meet kindred spirits. That's the nicest part of Twitch, right? The nicest part of streaming or anything is that there's a little more of like a personal connection here. It's not like we're on Twitter and like we're virtually jousting through our like various. We're not piloting our ideological mecha and making them punch each other out. We can kind of talk a little more. I don't know. At least there's sort of one-way conversation happening here, and it kind of I think it kind of humanizes the interaction a little bit. And we're always jousting, a certain kind of jousting, maybe. I don't know. Move, char, slime, deer. Okay, so that's what we do there. But it's wonderful to meet kindred spirits, and I love the Colonq heads for that reason. I love our little Discord community. I love the squad. The squad here, it's really great because we've met all kinds of people who care about the same things, and that's pretty cool. Okay, so here we want to attack. We want to do a little bit of bonking action. We want to boink a little bit. How are we getting that boink on. I call life social PvP, and tribes are important. Yes, there's all these complicated things, but like at the end of the day, I mean, it's cool to see people who care about the same computer nonsense, right? It's good to see the computer nonsense tribe. If I'm going to belong to a tribe, I want to belong to the computer type nonsense tribe. Let's all hang out there together. We can kind of dodge some of the other. We can just be like, yeah, let's do. We've talked a few times here how nice it would be to kind of just like build a programming monastery. Just head out in the middle of nowhere, get a big old establishment, and just let's just make video games like a monk would make bread or beer or whatever, cheese, and just kind of sustain ourselves, learning more about the computer, learning more about this crazy little esoteric machine. Okay, so how are we going to attack? We should build an attack system, because we want the attack system to be somewhat like, we could just do it in an ad hoc way where it's just like, oh, subtract from the HP, whatever. We want it to be somewhat more real than that, because we want it to handle situations like the shield situation. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's add, we need a status system, I think, right? Because certain things like shielding effectively apply a little status, right? When you use shield in a direction, that's like saying, okay, I have this little status buff up now, and until the next time I get hit, I have protection. I'm blocking. Should the shield block thing last more than one turn too? That's a very interesting design decision. Should if you block with your shield one turn and then no one hits you, I mean, presumably you should still need to block the next turn. You shouldn't be able to be like, oh, I'm going to go do some other thing with my hand and I'm still blocking because you didn't hit me. That seems like we probably want the status to be reset every turn. So let's make a little like temp status thing. Let's do a thing for that. Temp status. Very good. You can last until you do something else. Yeah, that's very good. But also, I feel like that's almost equivalent to just like, okay, just keep doing the same thing, right? Especially when we have like the auto actions. If we have like in the actual game, we have a system to be like, okay, this is what you're doing every turn. Yeah, I'll have to move on. I believe resting is a good idea. I agree, Spike, please. You should please get some sleep. Are you a fan of Advance Wars? I have not played Advance Wars. I've been meaning to for a long time because I love Fire Emblem, and like it's like the same people on the GBA, right? It's all and I have not played though. I'm too much of a weeb. I'm afraid. I like the weeb aspect of Fire Emblem enough that it wins me over. It wins me over. I've played, I love those little titles. I like all three of the GBA ones a whole lot. Anyway, we'll play Advance. I saw a game recently. People were discussing a game in our little group that it's like almost like an Advance Wars type thing. It's on Steam. Kind of has a similar vibe. I don't remember what it's called though. I'll have to dig it up. I think I was like in a Humble Bundle or something. I owned it, and it seemed I like those. I like grid-based like tactics games. It's a great genre. You should try Fire Emblem. Yeah, totally. You definitely should. I would definitely recommend the Game Boy Advance ones are a really great place to start too. I think they're like kind of like uncontroversial, like nice, because it goes in a whole lot of different directions, right? Like the old ones I love, and they're kind of scuffed a little bit, and the new ones are Into the Breach. Yeah, I gotta play that too. We were talking about that a lot earlier in the context of this little project. Someone who was talking about Into the Breach a lot. I think Dolphin was, maybe. We got it. It's on the list of things to investigate. You want to build a tactics game one day? Yeah, samesies, dude. I want to like a strategy RPG. Would love to build that. But yeah, GBA Fire Emblem feels like it's kind of like the uncontroversial good ones. I have one on the 3DS. I'm just a little, yeah, those I like both of the 3DS ones. Or I guess I haven't played the one remake on 3DS. 3DS ones are kind of because they moved it in like more of like a anime-y direction. Like there's more of like a dating sim element. I like that element. I love doing eugenics with my units to make sure that the child units have good stats and stuff. That's like my jam. I love having to like not the actual aesthetic trappings of that. I guess I could like take that or leave it, but I like the like the routing aspect. My favorite type of thing is routing in games. I love like routing type games. I love games where there's like you're trying to get like you have a goal and like there's a lot of different ways to do it and you have to like manage your resources to get there and like plan the, you know, I love that's my jam. That's the thing that I like a lot. I like the Necrodancer type movement with the browser MMO. Yeah, Chlorgal, we gotta talk, man. I've spent so many walks thinking about like, oh, what's the nicest way to make like a turn-based browser game, right? Like, do you actually have a global turn timer, which is effectively what Necrodancer is? Do you have like energy systems? If you have an energy system, how do you prevent like weird real-time situations from happening? Do you make it cost money to, if you have an energy system, do you make it cost energy to like observe the new state of the game? Like, what do you do? How do you do it? And it sounds like you have similar interests, maybe. So I don't know. One day. Yeah, I'm confident it can happen. But yeah, I'm basically and slowly trying to become Yuichi Hikari, Neto's Lan Hikari's and Mega Man's dad. Hell yeah. You played Mega Man? Are you a Battle Network fan? Solar Power Bard? I like Battle Network. I like the vibes of Battle Network a whole lot too. I haven't played all the games. I think I only played 4, which people think is like the shitty one. But like I love the vibes. I love how much post game they have. I love me a chunky ass post game in RPGs. That's when you already have all the stuff and you get to actually use the stuff. That's the best. It's the best when you actually get to like once you're at max power, you get to actually like utilize that a little bit. Make some plays when you have the good shit. I love heavy into self-replicating automata for young. I dove heavy into self-replicating automata for a young age. Oh, very, very interesting. Disgaea, yeah. Got to check out Disgaea too. That's another one. We gotta investigate it. We gotta poke around there. One day I'll make a thing. I believe in you, Solar Power. Disgaea, yes. Not a question, but I answered the question anyway. I'm aware of Disgaea, but have not explored Disgaea. We've not evaluated Disgaea just quite yet. Are you a Disgaea enthusiast, Kenny Koda? Are you a Disgaea fan? It seems cool. The numbers get big. That can be an aesthetic. That can be a vibe. You know, I like when the numbers are small, but it can also be cool when the numbers get big. What are we even doing? I've just been scrolling around here. We need to add the attack system. We need to add buffs. We have temp status. Okay, we should. What do we need to do? We reevaluate this. We need to reset the map by rerunning this. This guy made me feel like I was playing an anime more than any other game. Huh. Does it have particularly like an anime aesthetic, I guess? I don't know. Is that the vibe? Is it the vibe there? Why did that not run? I just put an extra pretty error in pretty printing? What the fuck? Oh, it's because I don't have the right fields here. That's a bizarre error. That is, well, it should just be nil. What the fuck is going on? Even more than a VN? Okay, just my eShell was fucked up, I guess. What the fuck? Oh, is 2 broken? No? Do I have to rerun you? Yes. What a bizarre. How bizarre. Okay. We should. Is this a working function? Are you functional? If we end the turn, things should move towards us. It does move towards us. And then it should do, if we move away, like if I do fig, Bloodsport, move, char, foo, south. We render the map again. I move south again. Render the map again. Let's end the turn and render the map again. Okay, it moves there. and turn, and it moves there. Okay, we got a little guy that will chase us. We're at Skibbity Clonk. I thought you were going to bed, Spike, please. I thought you can't sneak in here with an alt and think I'm not going to notice you. You can't pop around. I know your alts. There's also a Disgaea anime, but don't watch it before you play the game. Yes, I probably would not watch it anyway. I just I don't have the patience to just watch. I can't do it anymore, bros. It's too hard to sit down and focus on something for more than 1 minute at a time. I can only watch Skibbity Toilet. If the episodes of the show are more than 7 seconds long, count me out. I'll stick with Skibbity Toilet, I think. There's another streamer I watch who's been forcing collab partners to watch Skibbity Toilet, so I think I've seen the whole thing like 4 times now. When the amount I would like to see it is probably about 0. No, it's honestly not that bad, I think. Honestly, there are worse things for the kids to be into than like funny Gmod face videos. That seems like not the worst thing in the world. So yeah, yeah. We're all getting old around here. I mean, that's how it be. Okay, we need some kind of fucking attacking system now. Let's do it. Let's do. Can we do Efon, Fig, Bloodsport, Slime, Bonk. I'm gonna sleep loud in chat so everyone knows I sleep. Yeah, write a bot that spams ZZZ every 5 seconds for the next 10 hours, and the next however many hours you're sleeping, Spike, and just let it rip. Just let it rip. I'll be sure to not ban you. I promise. We should do deer. Well, how are we gonna do this? We should just make a generic like Fig, Bloodsport, hits, char. It's not that it has a serious story you need to pay attention to. It's more of a comedy than anything else. Just that you won't get any of the references, so it won't be as good. Now I understand. What console? Like, are there Disgaea games on like good consoles for like emulation? What are the good games? If I were to play this, if I were to spend tomorrow playing Disgaea, which games? What would I do? PS2? Okay, that's sort of a tolerable console, kind of shitty. Is there any GBA? Can we get any GBA type shit on here? I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. PS2 is just kind of a pain in the ass to emulate, right? It's sort of like resource intensive. The emulators are kind of buggy from what I recall. There's a remake port on Switch. Oh, we can just hop on PC. Very nice. Easy. Too easy. Okay. So what do we do with this? What the fuck do we do here? We can just check. Isn't that PS3? Well, PS3 is actually PS3 and PS2. Well, PS2 you can definitely emulate. Like, I've been doing that for a long time. Well, like, it's just kind of, I remember it being kind of like a pain in the ass. PS3 is more of a pain in the ass even. PS3 you need even more hardware. But PS2, like, people like complain about the one PS2 emulator, right? Like PCSX2 or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm sure it's doable. It's just like, I mean, versus emulating something like GBA, it's like, wow, I can do that super easy. I can do that on my machine that doesn't even have a GPU, and it'll be unstoppable. It was painful before Ryzen. Yeah, I don't even have. I mean, I'll probably, if I'm gonna emulate it, I'm gonna run the emulator inside of a VM anyway. So it's like I'm double dipping. It's gonna be a whole problem. It's gonna be a whole problem for me. So I don't know. I really don't know at the end of the day. Let's keep on trucking here. Let's keep on trucking here, gamers. PS4 emulation is apparently blooming. Are you serious? I have followed PS4 emulation a little bit, even in the past year. I have often said that if I had a year of free time where I had no, like, you know, I was just like, I had +1 year and there was for free. I mean, there's probably many things I would work on before that, but like trying to do like build a wine-like compatibility layer for PS4, where like just like, because like a PS4 is such an interesting challenge. It's like it's basically consumer hardware. It's just getting the software to work, right? It's like reverse engineering whatever their proprietary graphics API is and building the compatibility layer on top of Vulkan or whatever, which I'm sure would be very challenging. But like harder things have been done. Like I don't know, it's doable. But I had not heard that progress was made, unless you're debating me, Basilia. Unless you're debating me. I know there were several emulator projects that could at least boot into like get into the boot sequence somewhat and maybe get into like a system menu, but I hadn't heard they had gotten further than that. I think they were taking basically the approach I'm describing as like building a compatibility layer type thing, like a soft emulation versus a full hardware emulation approach. Does PS still use that 128-bit arch and I don't think so, Bafor. I think the PS3 was really weird, right? The PS3 is kind of like a bizarre system, and it was, but PS4, I think the OS is built on top of some BSG, but the it's just x86 64, and yeah, the graphics bit is fucky since consoles don't have drive. Yeah, you'd have to do basically what the Asahi Linux project is doing, like reverse engineering like the Apple Silicon graphics shit, but like it's nominally possible, right? You could do it. It would be a pain in the ass, but like I think it's probably the easiest thing to do, right? Like it's not like writing an emulator for it's not like anyone expects writing an emulator for like a modern console to be easy, but it seems like that's a route that is at least like possible, and you have like a conceivable route to you have a conceivable route to victory there. It'd be a lot easier if like a dev SDK leaked. That would make it a whole lot easier, but I'm sure they like, I don't know, I don't think that's happened as far as I'm aware. I'm sure they would aggressively litigate against that, given that I'm sure they like, do they still sell PS4s? I don't know. I'm sure the PS5 is similar in any case. At least you don't need to translate from PowerPC anymore. Yeah, I mean it's an easier. They would send Mercs after you. Yeah, you'd have problems. You'd have bigger problems than your PS4 emulator not working, I think, if you snagged a dev kit. The PS OS has been based on BSD for as long as that info has been public. Yeah, so I imagine that's the case. I'm sure it's easy to tell, honestly, with it. Like I jailbroke my PS4 to play the Elden Ring demo, because I didn't play the demo when it first came out, but I was like, I gotta evaluate this game. You know, I was just impatient. I wanted to flesh out explore the first area. So I jailbroke so I could do that. I'm sure once you do that, I'm sure you can observe all sorts of things about the OS. Welcome in Matcha Fumi too. Good to see you. Good to see you, gamers. We are 4 followers away from 4 fucking digits. That's kind of wild. That's bizarre to think about. We're designing a little game here, Matcha Fumi. We are building a little game type situation, and we're mostly building a little prototype, and we're gonna see how it works. And that dope, I agree. It's something. I did not expect it to be a thing, but now it is a thing. Maybe. Let's hit char once. Hit char once. So what this does is it checks if they have the we're going to check if they have the shield. If contains, we're not going to check the directionality of the shields at all or anything like that. I think for now, maybe we will. We could do that. Fig, Bloodsport. I should have chosen a shorter fucking arbitrary prefix for this. I should have just called it BS. That would have drastically improved everyone's lives, but alas. Linked it in the Disco Rally mosh pit. Oh. I see. Let's evaluate this. It's been linked. We've been linked here. Are we linking? Oh shit. Is this well, I'll have to investigate that. My friend. We'll be poking around there. And welcome in Wise the AI too. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're doing a little bit of stuff around here. We're getting some stuff type action going on. Char temp status. Char What order is this? I hate the order that they put things. They almost always put the thing that's going to be the larger expression first. It's like, why? It's like, and it's also always the reverse of Haskell. It's love the ASCII art. Yeah, I appreciate that, Wise the AI. You can it's very customizable. Are you a streamer, Wise the AI? I assume you are. I'm clicking you, and now I assume that you are. I follow you. Well, I'm sorry I haven't checked you out. Let's do something here. You can see how customizable. You can see how well this thing goes. Twitch Spotlight streamer Wise the AI.
Here, we're gonna pop this potion instantly. We're gonna get Oleg out here.
Well, I think we did we break it? We gotta continue.
Here, we're gonna pop this.
Yes. Do you recognize? Do you recognize?
Summon.
Oh, are we playing some Elden Ring? We got some Elden Ring action happening here, or is this Dark Souls 1? I can't quite make it out. I can't quite tell. I think it's Elden Ring. I hear that bell. I hear that bell jangling. But yeah, we can do stuff. We can do some kind of stuff here. That's the idea, at least.
Get fucked, buddy.
Get fucked, buddy. Hell yeah, we love to see it. We love to see the foes getting owned.
Yeah,
Which foe is this? Why is the AI? Which foe type individual
remember,
is
guys,
this?
Sharing is caring. Share your heals.
I read the lore and it mentioned that remnants hated the light, and I walked into it's revenants.
Fuck, we almost one-shot him.
I see. Very interesting. Well, I love, you gotta see it. But that's how we are. That's how we have various customizable little gizmos. We keep it kind of gizmo style. Contains shield, and we can have different shields. Honestly, we can do we could pass in the deer here. We could pass in the deer, and we could pass in. We could check things basically. We'll ignore the direction for now. If you want to simulate moving around an enemy to bonk them right from the side that the shield is not. The snort. What was Ernia? This follow Wise. Hell yeah. Sometimes you gotta hit him with the big snort. Let's. If it contains shield, we're just gonna remove. Can I remove? Does this work in place? Do you work in place? This returns a copy. Delete removes in place. Thank you. What are we working on here? So what we're doing today, Wise the AI, is we designed the bones of a little game. The game is, at least eventually, it's something I've been working on, kind of the graphics side of this for a while, and it's a little dungeon crawler, kind of like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and it's at least, well, it's a fan game for if you know Giga. Do you know Giga? It's a fan game for her. I've been kind of had the idea in my head for a while, and I've kind of been putting it off. So we started by designing kind of figuring out maybe how the basics of the combat might work. We worked it out. I talked out loud a lot. We got a lot of feedback from chat, and then I've been slowly kind of poking at things, prototyping a little bit. We haven't had I don't know. I was like, oh, we'll test things out, but it takes a while to prototype things. But I will finish prototyping this, even if it is offline, so I can test some things out. Boost today the exclusive Colonq head shield. Yes, exactly. If we do this, we're gonna have all kinds of So the idea, Lumi, the idea is we will thank you so much for the sub as well. Thank you for the 3-month sub. I really appreciate that, Wise the AI. That is too kind of you. It's a very nice thing to do. And thank you for the boost solar powered bard. We're going to eventually, it's like a WASM game. It's like a browser game, but I'll do leaderboards and stuff probably too. And I'll host it. We'll do some stress tests on stream before I shill it, and then I'll try and convince people to play it. and maybe get some eyes on it. And maybe if we do a good enough job, Colonqids, maybe that will be maybe we'll get some people playing. Maybe we'll get some gamers. We'll get a couple gamers, and then we can add all kinds of fucked up features where like it can interact with the chat here, which will be exciting. We can meme on people a little bit. We can meme on kids. I dropped that sub too. Oh, one day I got you. Oh, don't worry about it, Solar Power Board. If you don't want to see ads, Solar Power Board, we got you here. We got you. The we don't hit them with the ads. No friends should be seeing ads around here. We gaming. Yeah, hopefully that's the idea. It'll be so much. It'd be very nice, I think, for the stream. It'd be very good stream content if we had a game that like some people were playing who weren't always here, right? If we had some external players to mess with, we can. It'd be a good thing. It'd be a good thing for us, I think. So anyway, back to our prototype. Back to our little prototype. If this thing exists already, we want to delete shield from this thing. I appreciate it, but for real, no worry. And again, same to you, Solar Power Board. I'll be sure. We're making new friends. I mean, how can you beat making new friends? It's difficult. It's difficult to beat. And we can also, you got the right of it, holy cow, 420. It's fucking LLLL out here. It's fucking LLLL. Otherwise, we're gonna CL decf the hit points, health, char. That's what we do. What are you complaining? Called with 3 arguments. Oh, because we're being very silly. Welcome in, Yomogina Twitch. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you're having a nice evening. I'm sorry. Do you well, I don't want to ask this in a rude way, but do you speak English, Yomogina Twitch? I unfortunately I don't even know how to say no Japanese, no Nihongo. But it's I mean, I understand also some people who are just like English speakers like will do the I don't know. I'm being insensitive. I'm being rude now. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you had a fun stream. Let's give a shout out. Let's drop a shout out, and let's also do our little feature. Let's activate the little feature. Let's see what we're getting up to over there. Does this work? Will it work? Will it go? This looks like some art, maybe. This looks like maybe we have an art type situation. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. I don't know, or maybe some gaming. It's hard to say. It's fun to try and guess in this little world. It's fun to try and experiment with what exactly is happening over there. Well, either way, we saw something, and I hope it was good. I hope your stream went very well. I hope you had a fun time, and I'm glad to see you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. We're making a little game here, I guess. What is my server is like buzzing. I gotta go thump it, Colonqids. You gotta hear me thump it. I gotta thump it. There's some kind of vibration happening there. I need to disrupt the resonance. Starting again. Okay, I think we're fine. I think we've successfully thumped. We've hit the thumper. We've dropped the thump successfully. A little percussive maintenance. Yes, exactly. You know, sometimes you just gotta thump. Sometimes you see the thing, you just gotta whack it. You just gotta whack it a little bit. That's what I've been known to. Well, anyway, you know, some problems require interesting solutions. Let's see where I don't speak Japanese though. I also don't. I hope they're doing okay. I hope that was a little out of the blue. I hope they had a nice stream. I wonder. I always am concerned. I have the male tag on for a reason. I'm always concerned that people. I have the people think I'm like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, I don't want to be debating people with like, oh, cute anime girl, and it was me all along. It was me, this individual, and you know how that's how it be. But I hope they had a wonderful stream. Either way, from dear, sure. So let's do some bonking. Cute anime girl. Yeah, I mean it's a good thing. It was my second language. I see. Colonq has been learning some Nihongo a little bit. She's been grinding those kanji reps for quite a while. Although she doesn't. I think mostly grinding reading versus speaking. I think she wants to speak eventually though. Zelia also might be grinding those, at least those kana reps. Let's see where we're going here. We gotta do hit char. So we're just gonna check if we're adjacent. Just hit that character, right? Again, we're prototyping. Normally we'd be like, oh, what character is next to us, right? No, we're just hitting the character. We're just hitting the fucking player. Foo dear. I learned kana over a decade ago just to get through video game menus. Yes, I think I've probably learned and forgotten, which I guess I really haven't learned. I've kind of like learned enough that I can do flashcards for 2 days and then forgotten kana like maybe 3 or 4 times. Good vibes their way. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm here to visit. Oh, I see now, Yamakiba Twitch. I see now. I'm sorry if you missed our little demo. Welcome in. I should probably type. Maybe that will work. Maybe we can find can I go to translate.google.com? Google.com. Welcome in. I hope your stream went well. Nice to meet you. We're doing it successfully. Is this a thing I can paste? Am I going to be insulting if I do this? I don't know. Either way, we're pasting it. We're gonna hope that means the thing that I want it to mean. If it doesn't mean that thing, well, apologies. Yeah, I hope things were good. Let's see. Where to next? I just challenged them to a fight to the death. Yes, unfortunate. You know, these misunderstandings occur. These misunderstandings can arise when you're on that grind set from time to time. Okay, where do we go? So this maybe does a thing for us, right? Will we see our hit points decreasing? Let's see. What's the map look like? Okay, if we end the turn. Well, that's not the right thing. Because we need to get the character, of course. We need to get the fucking character. Fig Bloodsport map gets. Where do we get the character? How do I actually get the character? Well, do I have to do this? Oh my gosh. Oh dear. This is unfortunate. Oh, I'm a fan of Digby Cat and got to know you through him. Oh, I understand now. I've seen you around, Digby Cat. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes. That's I'm glad. Well, that's very nice. I'm glad to see you here then. And I hope well, I'll hope to see you in Digby Cat's chat in the future. I love Digby Cat has many Japanese fans now. I don't know how it happened, but I think he has a nice appeal. I think he's kind of just a nice British cat. He's just a cat, and it's a nice thing. Oh, and welcome in Coppinger as well. Hello. With the double. Hello, Coppinger. How's it going, Charlie? Shout outs to the Coppinger. How are you doing over there? Can I do things? Can I activate the thing? Gonna miss your bus? Run then. I'll do the thing for the squad here. I'll do the thing for the squad. I'll take care of him. Love your work, Coppinger. Hope the site went well. How are dwarf domains, everybody? Peace on earth, dog. Yeah. Let's do the spotlight time. Let's activate. Engage. Begin.
I'm being hacked, baby. There's this bad cop who's hacking me.
Bad cops hacking you?
You set off the fire alarm.
Oh, is this during the? This when you were asleep?
You're embarrassing me.
Is this during the event?
I don't know how she's doing it, but she's a fucking top hacker.
Bad Cop is a fucking top hacker.
Hang on, I'm gonna counter hack.
Engaging, deploying the counter spell.
Alright, hang on. Alright, back up your fuck now.
Very nice, very nice. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm LLLL I'm L Colonq. I'm those letters on the computer. I'm the fun. You know me. You've seen me. I'm sure you know. I'm the letters guy. Critical alerts are decidedly cool. Yeah, I agree. In what context? Thank you for the sub, Coppinger, as well. Really big ups. Appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it. Don't miss your bus though. Go run. Be quick. I'm a funny little goober. Well, I'm glad you think so. This is well, yeah, we're in deep now, boys. We're in deep. We're deep in. We're currently designing a little video game. We are designing the video game, and we're prototyping a little game too on top of the game that we were designing. That's the idea. Also, welcome in Fanny Slam. I think you're the other raider. You're the raider. Good to see you too. I hope you're having a nice time. We're you know, we're doing what we're doing. We're hanging in there. We're hanging out. We're hanging in. Let's go back. So this is really aggravating that we have to get character index, and then we should just get character. We should just have a get character. Why don't we have that? That's just like this, but like way simpler than this. We should just get the character name from the map. Let's just do that. Why aren't we doing that? We don't need all this bullshit. We don't need this. We just need it. We don't need car it. You really should have used an ECS. Well, again, this is not the final game, Arcphoenix. This is just a little prototype, right? Just enough to see, like, okay, if the thing attacks us twice versus us having the shield once, does this make a difference? Just to have something to feel around with, some feelies, right? And also have something to do while we chat, right? You know, I have to confess, okay, some of these projects, you might not have believed this. This might be shocking to you. This might be terrifying and shocking. Sometimes I just do this for fun. Sometimes I just get on here and I noodle around a little bit, and it's just for fun. At the end of the day, I know it's horrifying. I horrify myself sometimes with these scary stories, but I do just get on here and have a little noodling type action. What, a bomb doing stuff for fun? Yeah. Hello, Liquid Cake 1. You been here? You've been here, Liquid Cake 1? I think you have. I think you've been. I mean tonight. I know you've been here. I'm just trying to think if I saw you tonight or if I was confusing you with someone else. Just confusing you with another person. I think I get you and Ice Lasers mixed up, even though you have different color names, because I get like Liquid and Ice. You only woke up 30 minutes ago. Well, I'm glad to see you then. I'm glad to see you. It's hello. Dash fun command not found. Yeah, I mean, you'll have to. Luckily, this is not Bad Cop stream. We're not in Bash. You know, in ELISP, you know, we got fun all over the place. What do you think this means? We got defun. I mean, defun means we're extracting the fun from the program. And where does the fun go? It goes to us, obviously, right? We're extracting maximum fun. Using the Fig RPG stuff now. No, I don't think so, Azealia. At least not currently. I don't think we will. I mean, again, this is all just like, it's all just a way to get some slimes bonking on some shields. We're just gonna get some slimes boinking on some shields. And I think the Fig RPG stuff is like literally just D&D 1E, which I think we don't want this to be. We're trying to dodge that. Unless you were sleep chatting, well, that's kind of a scary type situation. I hope not. I sure hope not. All right. I'm getting a message from Mod Colonq telling me to chill. I don't think so. We got no chillage. We got no chillage. We can keep it non-chill this evening. We got no chill whatsoever. Let's continue then. Let's keep on trucking. So we have make Defuntizer is a banger name for a cartoon mask. Let's just run and turn. We have to actually get Char. Yeah, we have to get. That's why we did that change. We did that change so we can do this. And I'm shouting out Coppinger again. We need to stop this. We need to stop this. This is unacceptable.
This bad cop.
Model reset. No, it is acceptable. We approve. I just can't hear that funny little horn once more. Heating systems that produce new heat are way less efficient than heating systems that steal it. So a fun pump is probably an efficient way to get fun. Yes, you understand now. You get it. You get it. Well, we got unbalanced parentheses here. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Well, with 2 arguments, and yep, we got those mixed up too. We're mixing everything up. We're mixing and matching. What a mess. That looks like it's the HP being printed out. That looks like we're dealing damage. That looks like damage is being dealt, Colonq. That looks like a little bit of a damaging kind of situation. I should make this just set queue so I can just rerun the whole file. I can just rerun the whole file to reset things. And I should also just make this run fig Bloodsport make test char 2 and test char 1. So if I just rerun the whole file, it just resets the map. There's nothing about efficient heating systems in the Bible, and nothing also about fun pumps, unfortunately. Can we render the map? Yeah, we can render the map. End turn. Render the map. Now we're next to each other. End turn. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, we bonk until dead. It's a bonk until death situation. There's mad lightning outside. This is fucking crazy. We got the big lightning deployed. We got Zeus himself. Sup, Colonq? Hello, Uwu to OO. How is your? I was getting the reports in here. You know, I got my little minions. I have my lackeys, not Geyser and Spike and etc. The Colonq Nation reporting on them. Do you seriously play Mahjong for like 13 fucking hours today? You're a fucking mad lad. You're a fucking mad lad, my friend. How did it go? How did it go? Who was the winner? I was only informed that Hina became strange or something like that. That we had a strange type event happen. Didn't start feeling tired of it until the last hour, lol. Then you realize that you've been sitting in a chair playing Mahjong for over 12 hours and you don't want to be around anymore. It becomes a you don't want to be around situation. People know. People better know. Ooh, please, let me show you some of the new tech. We got this new thing for shoutouts. That much jong isn't healthy. Yeah, you should probably get some fucking rest, my friend. Although, didn't you just wake up and start playing Mahjong? So maybe you're not tired also. Let's if we hit him with if we hit him with the spotlight setup, we got the ta-da. Yeah, I think I might have showed this. Well, I showed this. I don't know if to you.
Oh shit!
Yeah, there we go.
Ah! Stop!
We got it.
Damn it!
We got best. It automatically grabs your best clip and shows it. It's on the face. Yes. You can see it. It's visible. It appears. It's your home and stove.
No!
It's honestly easier to see if the screen is farther away. Hello again, Exodrifter as well.
Stop!
We got it for you too. It works all over it works in all kinds of different directions. It's a pretty awesome feature. Yeah, it's pretty slick. I like it a lot. Let's see Exos. Let's see the Exodrifter. Hello, cutest Colonq. Hello, Exodrifter. Hello, the one, the only, the irreplaceable Exodrifter. I like how you duck IRL. Yeah, I mean it's great. It's a wonderful feature. I can create more screen real estate by ducking.
Animation today.
Hell yeah, we get those funny little voices.
Sign it. And we get some stamps. And then the person we're talking to needs to eat a sandwich, and then they're just gonna go on a break.
We got sandwich mode. We're going sandwich mode.
Most of my recent clips are just summaries. You have no idea.
Well. It all works. It all works. You know, it's it's mostly to like do the some people have the thing that automatically pulls up the clip when you like do a shout out or whatever. But I want to have we gotta have something a little more interesting than that. But yeah, I hope your body is not failing you, Uwuto. I hope you managed to survive. I sat in your stream for 8 fucking hours, and I was like, okay, surely they must end soon. I kept thinking like, okay, I don't want to miss the end, but I got to go prep for stream. And eventually I was like, okay, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta go get ready. And then people were like, they're still going when I was like 3 hours in. And then you're fucking crazy, people. You're fucking crazy, dude. I don't want to miss the end. Yeah, I mean, am I unreasonable for thinking, oh, I've been here for 7 hours? Maybe I'll be able to watch the entire stream, but no. The end was you won 3 in a row, and Daya got second apparently, despite not knowing the rules of Mahjong. Yeah, we got to you were asking about the API thing. There are apparently, well, there's multiple ways we can do this. It's if you just want to read things from the game. Yeah, there's the other feature. You can pursue your idle dream, which is the new thing that we say instead of clout chasing. If you're in this channel, you don't say clout chasing, you say pursuing your idle dream. That's just the new nomenclature. But if you just care about reading things from the game and like getting alerted when things happen, we can do that very, very easily, I'm sure, in a variety of ways. If you care about like automating, like effectively making a bot, they probably are a little harsher on that. I'm also sure we can make it happen. I mean, like in a variety of ways, but I mean, it'll be a little more touch and go. Let's say. So just let me know what you need, and we can probably make it occur. I really want to I want to write an actual bot for Mahjong Soul that like plays the game good. So maybe in the course of that, I will discover some of the ancient secrets. I'd prefer not to get banned. Yes, you definitely won't be able to get banned just for reading things. I mean, there's literally no way they can detect that. At least in certain, I mean, there are ways they could detect it in certain ways, but like if you're running like the fucking browser client, they're not going to. We could get there. I'm convinced we could get there. And even if it comes down to just like it's not a browser game, it's a standalone. I heard that there's like a browser version. Is the standalone probably just the browser version running in Electron or something? I would think. I haven't looked into it very much. Either way, it's easy. Like we can do the same thing I did for Bald Gay a few weeks ago or last week or whatever. We could read from just read from memory directly. We can do that at the level of the JavaScript instead of reading from memory directly. We can read pixels from the screen, right? There's so many things we can do. We can detect sounds. We can detect certain sounds, which might actually be easier than like, yeah. We can make all kinds of shit happen. Bald, yeah. We had Colonq. You were there, not guys. You were there for Colonq and Bald torture. It was we got there. If you can read one Rond or Recheat, etc., that'd be ideal. They play voices, so those might be at the hook. Yeah, okay, we can probably do that. I mean, worst comes to worst, I bet we could replace the files for Ron and Recheat to make them play just like some very, very constant tone, which would be very easy to detect probably. And then like there's so many ways we could do it. So it's achievable, just with varying levels of jank that depend on my probably willingness to spend a weekend making jank happen. What gamer? So Diamandus. I have been okay. One of my original ideas for pursuing my idle dream back in the days before I was even streaming. I was like, I'm gonna people make fan art, right? If you're an artist, one of the ways you promote your stream is you make art, right? You make art of people. That's a thing. That's a thing that exists. If I'm a developer, I should make a video game. I should make a little game for someone. So I was my second stream back in like February was making a little like generator for a dungeon crawler themed after Giga, who is a VTuber that I like a lot, who is now in VShojo. I've been picking that up again in the last month. I'm trying to get it done before Halloween, I guess. That's the deadline I'm setting for myself. I want to have like a basic game that is not fucking embarrassing by Halloween. And it's minimal, and we're designing it in such a way that it like the parts that I don't care about, the parts that I'm bad at are not expensive to do, I think, hopefully. We'll get on that Fiverr grind set. We'll get on that begging art friends for art grind set. We'll get there. So we designed like if I look at where's my notes? Where's my notes file? What's bloodsport.org. Yeah, we kind of like hashed out some of how the combat might work today, and then we're gonna go from there. We're gonna go from there pretty much. and we'll see where the winds take us. I think a challenge will be knowing it was you getting wronged. Yes, that's a thing you can do. But I mean, the other thing, the thing about the game is also that there's those funny little arrows, right? There's those funny little arrows. So, and the profile pictures are, I don't know if you like change seats during the game. I don't know fucking shit about Mahjong, but the profile pictures are also in fixed positions for each seat. So worst comes to worst, you can put, I mean, even beyond doing like hardcore image recognition, you can just read pixels, right? If you can just read pixels, you can tell when an arrow is there and when an arrow is not there, right? And you can tell which direction the arrow is pointing, probably. And you can also, because the arrows are just in fixed spots, so you just read a couple pixels. And if you're changing seats per game, you can just put like one magic like pixel that's like a slightly off. You just have one. We just know what one color of your avatar is, and hope that it's not the same color as someone else's avatar. Like we make it like bright, like one pixel bright pink or something, and we read that pixel, and the player is always in the bottom seat visually. Well, that's fine. That's even better. Even better. As long as things are on fixed positions on the screen, I mean that's an easy way to do it. Yeah, and you can just see which way the arrows go. So if the points are going away from you, then you are the one who gets ball zapped, who gets CBT'd. I don't know. That probably works. I mean, there are obviously more sophisticated ways to do it as well, but I mean, very cool. Thank you. Very cool. I really got to learn the rules of that game. That seems like a fun little diversion. I mean, if we have more Mahjongers here too, I was asking earlier and I wasn't quite sure. Are there like active rules against collusion? I assume there have to be in ranked play, right? Like every other like 1v1 game I've played, right? Like it's like that's like the main thing that keeps them from being super competitive. It's because like the potential for collusion is always there, and it's very difficult to like technically avoid that. Yes, for ranked. Okay, that's good. I would expect that being the case, but it's also like basically impossible to enforce, I guess. Although I've heard people in like Mahjong, people like discussing Mahjong, I've heard them say like, oh yeah, that person should be banned for that move. That move is like so suboptimal that like there's something sketchy going on, ban them, which is like fucking crazy. But like, I guess that's one way to do it. Maybe the moves in the game signal that so obviously that you can detect it. Maybe can we do a game of Mahjong full of people that have no idea how the game works? That's just salt. Is that just people being fucking salty bitches about the game of the beautiful game of Mahjong? Maybe. I don't put it past them. Yeah, Daya, I mean, like, once I don't know. I keep debating whether it's worth it to write this fucking bot, because like I'm reading papers. It's a hard game to write AI for. I mean, there's so much, there's hidden information, there's randomness, there's all kinds of obnoxious ass things. I have to learn all the rules actually, all for like a minor Twitch bit, and it'd probably take me like a fucking month of off-stream work to write a halfway decent bot, and then it's like everyone's bored of Mahjong. I have to wait for the next Mahjong arc to be like, hey, I play my bot. But I don't think the account that called Twitch Plays Mahjong would get banned. I mean, it would be easier to hook it up to chat, but like also like chat's just going to make basically random moves unless there's someone who knows Mahjong, and then it's just like them playing through a shitty UI. So it's like, you know, it's not a very good Twitch Plays game. Twitch grinds ranked Mahjong soul. A little bit lame from what I can see. Isn't that more funny though? Yeah, but like I feel like the better bit for if it's just going to be random, you do like you hook it up to the fish. You go fish style, right? I don't know if we're still on the fish meta, but a few people did the fish type stuff for a randomness generator. But so a friend of mine who was into Mahjong suggested jokingly that the game was invented to entertain a king, but the staff would always add rules to make it so the king won. Very interesting. I mean, it does seem like there's a whole lot of. It's not a very elegant game, right? It's a like if like Go is like a minimalist game, Mahjong feels like a very maximalist game. There's a whole lot of fucking shit in that. There's all kinds of different little combinations and stuff. There's all like it's some yeah. It's just a lot. It seems like a lot. But I don't know. And I mean, I'm sure it's an easier game than a game like Go. Maybe well, I don't know. When are we getting on the? I guess we did have the chess arc on Twitch, right? There were all those chess events that people were running. Do you know how to play poker? No, poorly. ASCII Mahjong game in chat like G and you Go. Yeah, we could get there. The welcome in Mimiyu too. Good to see you, Mimiyu. I'm being told, Mimiyu. I'm always told. I do follow you. I'm always told. Whenever I go to my Twitch homepage, Twitch really wants me to hang out with you, because whenever I go on Twitch, it's like follow Mimiyu. Mimiyu also streams, so I haven't managed to catch your stream yet, but I got to do that. And also, hi Shindigs. When you want to do some chess shenanigans? Yeah, well, I mean, we totally. That seems much more approachable than Mahjong Soul shenanigans. We can. I'm bad. I'm fucking bad at hi Yuki VT too. Hello everybody. We got everybody here. I'm bad at chess. I can't play chess even a little bit. I can play a little bit. I can play enough to like some person at work who like played chess a lot. It was like a hot shot, like wanted to play chess and like challenged me to a bullet game, and I fucking whooped their ass. But I'm not like good. I'm mid at chess. You like 800 elo Lamau? Yeah, I'd probably be about there, honestly. Again, I played like maybe one game of chess in the past like 6 years. So, but it would be fun. Chess is a game that would be fun to hook things up to chat probably. And like, you're actually 1200, but I'm bad. No, I've never played a ranked game of chess. I have no elo. I've never gone on live chess. Well, I've solved some puzzles on live chess. You know, I'm not good. I played a lot when I was a little kid, but like, it's just like little kids playing chess, right? They're just like, I know how the pieces work, and you just kind of like try and flail at each other until some person gives up. You never actually like set up any actual traps, right? You know, you're not actually playing the game. Your understanding of Mahjong is like poker with extra rules, but if you don't know, I've heard it's like Gin Rummy, right? Is that a thing? Like it's like a Rummy style game, which I also don't know anything about. I just know, okay, so here's a fun piece of Rummy lore. I wonder if we can find this on Wikipedia. There's like one dude in like the 20s who's like was like a Rummy savant, like so ridiculously good at Rummy that it's like legendary to this day. Can we find the Gin Rummy god, the god player? Notable players, yes. Stu Ungar. The greatest Jin player of all time, and this is just like a really eccentric person. Hello. I gotta keep shouting people out. We gotta keep the train a rolling here. We gotta shout out my friend Yuki VT, who has been doing awesome stuff. Yuki VT is so fucking cool. Why do we have so many cool people here? Why? Well, you know, it's crazy. It's bizarre. But this person, there's just some very eccentric stuff here, right? Exposed to gambling at a young age because his father was a loan shark, and just kind of drifted around the New York gambling scene until he was 18. Loudly infamous for his arrogance and for routinely criticizing aloud the play of opponents he felt were beneath him, which included anyone. I never wanted to be called a good loser. Show me a good loser and I'll just show you a loser. His assassin-like playing style and crass attitude. Imagine being described as having an assassin-like playing style at Gin Rummy. This is like some real this is literally like Akaji shit. This is anime in real life in the fucking 50s in New York City. He had to end up playing poker because no one would play him in Gin anymore because he just took all their money. And he said, this is the quote that always sticks with me from my Wikipedia dives. Someday, I suppose it's possible for someone to be a better no-limit Hold'em player than me. I doubt it, but it could happen. But I swear to you, I don't see how anyone could ever play Jin better than me. I think his history, he sort of fell off. He like got addicted to drugs or something and died. Yeah. He went into debt. You know, so that's how it goes with music sometimes, I think. That's how it is at the end of the day. Not as cool as you, chat. Well, no, you're too kind. You're too kind. You're all too kind to me. So, can I shout out? Is the fucking thing off cooldown? Why is there a 2-minute cooldown? I don't understand. There's already a cooldown at like spamming one at the same person. It's just I'm in a huff about this. It's a mess in a mess. Anyways, check out Shindigs as well. Shindigs is the other place. I mean, this stream is basically I just steal ideas, right? You know, we hit him with the yoink. We hit him with the yoinky. This is entirely just like I see what Shindigs does, I see what Uwu to OO does, and I yoink it. Let's see if we can we do the thing with Shindigs too. I'm sure Shindigs has some good clips. I don't know if Shindigs has seen this, if he's still here also. Let's engage this mode. Can we activate the mode?
Have a frog fetish.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't have a frog. No, I'm not saying you
that
look
works
like
very
a
nice.
frog. I'm just saying you look cute. Like the frog. Right?
Do you want me to rib it?
No. No.
Not a fetish.
Not a fetish.
I can rib it.
You don't have to rib it. That's not a...
Ribbit, 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 ribbit.
Very nice. Yes, this is the new tech we have, Shindigs. I can play anything you can play with MPV with this, including live Twitch streams. Like who's live? We have a Zach Rar live right now. We have a Zach Rar live. Can we Asmongold? It'll take a second, but this is I actually spotlighted. I gotta reset.
I don't care about your fucking feelings.
Yeah, we gotta reset model.
It's
I don't care about these
what
takes. I don't care. We go. Okay, we're so back. We reset the model. Let's do model region video hair. I can do it anywhere, but like you know, Zach Rar hair is the easiest. I gotta actually type the whole URL. Twitch.tv/ and it'll take a second to load because Twitch doesn't want you to skip ads. Oh, it doesn't because he's not affiliate. Wonderful. Yeah, this is the live Asmongold stream right now. Yeah, put this on in the background. Yeah, we did this as Shindigs. We did this as the great content heist. We pulled off the great content heist to finally create the ultimate method for stealing and reacting to content. It's incredible. We got some kind of truck. I don't know. Well, we're gonna reset that. Have you used Figma for the? Well, I have not. I have never used Figma. I have never even touched Figma. King of the Balls. Yes, I don't know anything about Asmongold. I only know Zach Rar. I only know Zachary Rar. That without context is probably way much funnier. That's probably true of most things I say, right? I mean, I have a reputation, I think, for ruining the joke. We kill the joke as soon as there's even a semblance of comedy. Use Figma. I see. We got Figma balls. Ooh. I mean, isn't the real own on Figma for actually naming their product that? I mean, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that they fucking named it that. It's well, what can you do? What can you really do at the end of the day? It's tough to cope with these things. It's tough to cope. So where the fuck were we? Let's get back into the boring shit that we normally do all stream. No, I was not joking either, Kyoka. I also have not used it. People call you Skibbity Dude. Not Geyser. I've watched Skibbity Toilet now to completion at least twice. My friend Groomy VT keeps playing Skibbity Toilet. I'm being kept up to date with the latest and greatest in Skibbity Toilet every week. And I don't know. I think I'm getting into it. I think I'm getting kind of into that. I don't know. I might have to start going Skibbity style around here. I might have to keep keeping it Skibbity bop bop bop. Something like that maybe. Have you seen the kids' birthday parties? The Skibbity Toilet birthday party? It's crazy. I've heard that apparently, like, I don't know how much of this is just like made up internet thing. I assume all, right? But it's still funny. Something can be fake and still be entertaining. I hope, well, I don't hope. I hope that kids are not actually becoming afraid of toilets, but it is very funny if they are. That's an entertaining thing. More of a Skibbity's nuts. Yeah. Well. No way someone did that. Yeah, I mean, again, who knows whether things are true or false or whatever the actual situation is. But please, I mean, it's a funny thing to think about, which is really what counts at the end of the day. I think it's a funny little idea type thought object, I guess. It's well, who knows? Who knows? Let's continue our quest. I think it's time to return to the main quest. We were on the master quest for a second there, but we got to get back on the main situation, which is designing this little game. We got to get gaming. Oh, welcome in. Is that who I think it is? Is that the ASCII tuber himself? The id of Alan, who I originally thought was Theld of Alan. How's it going, Alan? And welcome in Yagi channel as well. Thank you for following. I know you. I see you over there all the time. Wow. I'm making connections here. The id of Alan. Hello, Alan. Hello, Alan. Can I drop the shout out? And thank you, ODAT Nerd, for the follow as well. Really appreciate the follows. We are currently at, gamers, we are at 999 follows. We are one away from 4 digits, baby. What an occasion. What an occasion. Alan, I can we were just talking about this. We were just spotlighting this. Let me click the thing. Thank you, Robin Spies. Well, you are a lucky number 1000. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Big ups. You might as well. Yeah, I mean, you might as well. You really should. You might as well. And thank you, Axel669, for coming by. Let me do the spotlight. Let's hit the spotlight. Let's hit it. I just hit 1K2. Hell yeah, Ed of Ellen. Okay,
One of the wildest experiences was like I finally was trying to get to sleep and like was laying down on the bed and just kind of reached down and hit the side of the bed, and there were like little slots or like little slits.
We got bed slots.
And I was like, that's weird. It's kind of an odd design to have in there. I was like, oh shit, that's for the straps.
It's for the straps. You're missing the straps.
Because that's what that was for.
It's a straps type bed.
I didn't have to have them, but like that's what they were for.
Yeah.
It was really wild.
That's how it be sometimes. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, this is, you can't really make it out because it is another, Alan is another text type stream, but this is Alan's stream in video.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I don't know. My time in the psych ward. I see. Well, I'm glad we're here together now, Alan. I'm glad we're here and not there. Thank you for the congratulations, everyone. Big appreciate it. This is just showing your top clip, by the way. This is how it works. It just shows the top clip. It just does like, it does the thing. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. What were you up to today, Ed of Alan? What was on the menu? I'm sorry, I only caught kind of the beginning. You were I think I caught the beginning today. What were you doing? You were doing more your site stuff, your site updates. Isn't it Neapolitan? Is that the thing? I don't know. I don't know fucking shit. I don't know anything. I'm sorry. I know nothing. Fixing an accidental output of 56,000 links on my homepage. Well, did it work? Did you fix it? I've been excited to see the final site. I kind of browsed around the work in progress one a little bit, but there's a lot of like broken links and stuff. So I didn't fully explore. I didn't fully get to explore what was happening over there. I'm glad to hear that you fixed it. Yeah, it's a mess. Well, I don't know. Fingers crossed. Your whole system is very cool. Things that like do things automatically, that's a cool thing. Things that monitor file changes and respond to them, that's still a frontier that I have been like, I don't need that, but I probably do need that. It probably would make my life a whole lot easier if things happened automatically instead of me having to type fucking backup commands and stuff. And that would be nice if it just happens for free. Built-in public type thing. Cool. Well, thank you all for coming. Hello, if you don't know me, I'm me. I'm those letters. I'm the other letters person on twitch.tv. I'm LLLL Colonq. I do programming. Today we've been designing a little game. We've been prototyping that game so that I can go and then not prototype that game off stream. That's the idea, at least. So yeah, welcome in everyone. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate the follows. You know, we hit the funny number. You can do things like that. You can do things like this. I'm lit. Apparently, we can engage sissy hypnosis mode. I don't know. This is wild. This is a wild one. Yes. So let's keep schmooving. We got to keep on schmooving here. I got to keep my momentum up. If I slow down, I'm like a shark. If I slow down, I'll drown. I got to keep moving. I got to keep on that grind set. I got to keep moving and grooving. Coming clean. I've been making my own soundtrack to your deep lambda trip here, LLLL Colonq. Well, I hope are you making music? You're making music today? Welcome in Axel669. I see it, dude. TwitchCon Vegas. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. If you're making music, I hope you share. I hope you share. If you're deep in a jam, I see. Hell yeah. If you want to share stuff, you can join. I mean, forgive me. I'm also. Why am I marked as a raider? Where am I watching you? Where the fuck am I watching you? I don't have you open on here. I don't have. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I must be lurking you somewhere. And we also got an IRC. We got an IRC as well. What's the LLLL Colonq theme song? We don't have one just yet. We only got that radio bumper. What is the theme song? I wanted to commission like an intro sequence. Oh, I guess the theme song is I can play this again. This is the theme song. SoundCloud mentioned. Will it play? Will it play? Yeah, here's the LLLL Colonq theme song. With theme visuals. You need the theme visuals accompanying. I stopped moving about 2 hours into streaming and then face planted into every single sentence for the next 12 minutes until I gave up and ended stream, so I get that. Yeah, that's how it be sometimes. You gotta keep it active. You gotta keep on bopping back and forth. You gotta, engage yourself. You gotta engage your mind and your body. You need the heart of the lion. You need the spirit of the tiger. You need the claws of the bear. Till you drop. Yes, it's true. This is our second time listening to this, and it's even better on the second watch. It's even better. The SICP Evangelion anime opening is even better on the second watch, I think. I love these funny little college professors. I love MIT. I love Abelson. I love Sussman. I love Hal Abelson and Gerald Sussman. I love these funny MIT students. All I can see is Party Rock Anthem in my head. Well, I'm sorry. I have to apologize. I am sorry for Party Rockin'. I don't know. That's all I can say. Gotta vow. We're avowing and we're applying. Hell yeah. We're consing, we're carring, we're cuttering. We're doing magic. We're conjuring the spirits of the computer with our spells. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's the intro. When I watched this for the first time, it motivated me so much. Yeah, it's, there's nothing more motivational than seeing cool people do cool things in like a totally in just like a good way, right? In just a solid good way. It's not like, oh, some crazy super genius scientist built this crazy thing and like doing things that are like, because anyone who truly understands something can explain it in a way that you can understand too. Like that's just the way it is. There's no need for the fucking pomp and circumstance, right? And there's something so magical about watching like the lectures of those two or any of the other great lectures where it's just like it all just fits into place so seamlessly. Like it's all just like there. Like there's something really special about a good teacher. I don't know. I can't wait. I'm halfway through the series from 37 years ago and then this today. Yeah, I mean, we love that. We love that, Arc Linux. Welcome in Bad Cop. She's my friend Bad Cop. I get to see all my friends today. This is fucking crazy. And welcome a normal Dev. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Let me shout out my friend Bad Cop. Bad Cop, I gotta show you the new feature as well. I've been showing it off. We built this last time, but I have to keep doing it. I have to say, let's engage. Activate. Friend, not even parasocial. I mean, you're my real friend. There we go.
Let them marinate.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's perfect synchronization. That's double knife right there.
Is this you pulling a knife, Bad Cop? I didn't know you CS:GO'd. I didn't know you CS:GO'd. This just grabs your top clip and pulls. We got knife pull. We got a knife pull situation potentially. Yeah, I think it's probably fucking ancient style clips. I've been trying to, I need to like make it, I need to find the timestamp format they're using and like make it so it only grabs last week. That's what we were trying to do, but we have to apparently, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but we'll get there. We'll get there eventually, but it does play the thing on the other thing. Good teachers are the reason I'm trying to eventually pivot into teaching at some point. UCS went, yeah, we CS, people thought you were going to CS go and UCS went. Hell yeah, UCS sent it. Hey Bad Cop. Yeah, Bad Cop's sick. You gotta follow Bad Cop. Bad Cop's fucking awesome. Bad Cop's like one of my oldest friends on here. It's great. We've been designing a game tonight, Bad Cop. We've been keeping that gamer spirit alive. I think largely we've been trying to keep the gamer spirit alive, the spirit of gaming freedom. But we've had trials. So what we've actually been doing is we designed a little game. I am building a little game off stream that I hope to finish by the end of October. I've been making good progress on the stuff that I actually need to do that is interesting. And in terms of the actual gameplay that I always neglect, I was like, oh, we should actually come up with. I should steal ideas from the Colonq heads. I should quote unquote outsource ideas to the Colonq heads. So we planned some things out today. We came up with some good ideas, I think, and I don't know. We're designing the thing and we're prototyping it in Emacs a little bit. That's the current idea. We're doing a little bit of prototyping. We got a slime bonking on a foo, and we're gonna test out various schemes, I guess, for how we do shields and how we do dodging and how we do other things. So I don't know. We might have to carry this a little over to next time. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'll keep going. I'll power onward. I love powering onward. I love streaming bros so much. Add microtransactions and DLC. I mean, you kind of have to at the end of the day. I'll probably mess this up, but I was trying to work this out whistling quietly and typing for the past 10 minutes. Lol. Fire away, UKPT. Fire away. Activate it. Is that the I song? Is that the one? Is that it? Do I recognize it? Yes, the butterfly song. Yeah, we got there. We achieved that. I only know this song because Nyanners used to play it constantly on stream. I'm a Nyanners gamer, so I've heard it a fair few times. I think it came out perfectly, UKPT. I mean, certainly a better job than I can do. I would type like one note and I'd be like, yeah, this is one. Here's a note. Here's a note. We got Crub Bump here. We gotta turn this down. I'll let it play in the background though. Ohio Shape. I haven't heard Butterfly in years. Yeah, it's a blast from the past. We're on the best Crub Bump album here. It does in fact work, Knockgeyser. I have no idea how the audio balances. I just drag it down so it's kind of low. I can make it a little louder than that. Hopefully this is still compatible with my voice. I hear it full volume in my ears all the time. Just probably whenever this happens, I end up yelling. I'm probably yelling right now. My inflection is slightly changed because I have the merits of Ohio are blasting themselves into my ears very rapidly, and at extreme levels. Okay. Let's start shielding. Let's start shielding a little bit. Fig, Bloodsport, left hand shields. Activate shield for test player. I was trying to work out what scale it needs to be in to fit the 2-octave range and what the name of notes are in the scale. I see. Music terms. UKVT, I'm going to have to beg you for a music lesson at some point. I have to, you know, you were here a little bit for our little MIDI stream and I was floundering. I have to confess, I was floundering horribly. And I think it seems you know things about this, and I need to ask. I'm gonna have to beg for a lesson. I'm sorry, but I really want to know, and it seems like you have a lot of experience. I don't know. I'm being too forward now. Love Lisp developers, the Go man. Alleluia. Way to go. Hell yeah. We do love Lisp around here. We love Emacs more than anything. Welcome in Sina Movisheri as well. Thank you so much for coming by. We're hanging out. We're doing a little bit of stuff. We're testing some things. I like MIDI stuff and I'd love to teach you about it. I appreciate that. How do I do the notes? I mean, you just put the notes. You put the notes there. It's you just put them. It's you made the mistake of typing the word circle. So the album has decided that you gotta post, you gotta join the IRC. What's the syntax? It's just letters. It's just the A through G, and then there's also lowercase letters, and there's also sharp, and then there's slashes for the things. There's the script is on the GitHub. It's deployed on the GitHub is updated as of today. You can see all of the secrets that I've accidentally leaked on the GitHub. It's a wonderful new little feature that you can engage with. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And thank you for the follow also, Sina Mobasheri. Love to see that for you. Note names in caps from C to A sharp are octave 1, lowercase octave 2, slash is a gap of 1 length. I made something similar in processing. Cool. Okay, thank you. Backwards compatible with UWU to OVO's bells. Yes. That's what it's built on top of. Haskell syntax though, I don't like the Haskell syntax that much, to be honest with you. I like Haskell a lot though, and it has its advantages. Not having to do parentheses around function calls, very nice thing. It's wonderful to build up little chains of those buggers with function composition. That's a very good thing. But in general, I like the consistency. If there's probably a hybrid that works. Immediate give up, I'll appreciate it. Again, we're not very active. I mean, I have to confess, I do a lot of the stream to like, well, we don't do things the right way all the time. Welcome in Cargoosh too. Good. How are you doing, Cargoosh? What a nice little name. You have a nice name to say, Cargoosh. I have to, it's that's pleasant. And you even have a different color than our friend. We have a friend named Chlorgal, who I would be getting you mixed up with, but you have a different color name. So, I mean, I don't even have to be worried about that. Way to go. Sometimes way go a dollar sign sometimes rather than parentheses. Yes, I like the dollar sign in the final position, and then the dots before that, so you can easily turn the thing into a point freestyle if you want to. If you're going to cut off the thing, if you're going to do a little bit of ADA kind of situation. That was just using Alt GR as another bit, same way as you use Shift. I see. Also, it's 7:25 a.m., so I should attempt to sleep. Yes, YukiVT, please go to bed. The cat is awake. It's the time for the cat to sleep, I think. Please get some rest. We have, I mean, Spike was here earlier too, and Spike was like, it's fucking 6:30 a.m. It's like, gosh, you gotta get your rest. It's okay, I'm a hacker. Strong in digital duct tape foo. Well, I'm glad. You gotta be a hacker. You didn't just wake up. Yuki, I honestly, YukiVT, I thought you just got up as well. I saw you come in with, when and I was like, oh, YukiVT got to bed early. And then, that was not the case. It was not the case. I was, well, I hope you get some rest. Please get some good rest. That's what I'm saying at the end of the day. Have a nice time. I wish I had such a sleep schedule. Lol. Yeah, YukiVT, I tried to reset recently. Like I did all kinds of shenanigans. I stayed up real late. I was getting up at like 8 a.m. and it lasted about 1 week. It lasted 1 whole week. And now I'm back to going to sleep at 5 or whatever and waking up at noon. So I think it's just my circadian rhythms are just telling me that I need to sleep all day. Me 2 weeks ago, yeah. I mean, it's a constant aspiration. It's like maybe I can live a normal lifestyle. I can live in a schedule compatible with the goods and services I need to survive. And then it's like, nope. It's time to be up at 5 a.m, watching video. I need to watch the video. Hello, Cabbage McGravel too. Another nice little name. Thank you for lurking. Good to see you around. Appreciate that. I'm sorry if you didn't want me to say your name, but I mean, it's gotta happen. Can we just add? Oh, Cabbage McGravel is someone that YukiV. Oh, I've seen you in YukiVT's chat too. Holy cannoli! I've seen you around. You're a person who I know. I don't think we've spoken though. It's good to meet you. I mean, you see me, you know me. I guess I should really make it so that these things stop and it resets automatically. So I return to my normal appearance. And welcome a Buff Seagull too. Glad to see you as well. Another old friend. Thanks for stopping by and thank you for the follow as well. We hit 1K tonight. We hit 1,000 followers, which is I'm kind of excited about. That's it is just a silly number at the end of the day, but I am, what if I can't be excited about silly numbers, what joy do I even have? The redeems break. Well, I heard the sound. I don't think they broke. I heard the music too. It's because I think it's so low. I'm manually adjusting the audio, so I think it's just way too low. If bad cop, I'll resend bad cops here. Let's resend that. It's too quiet. Yeah, let's try that. That should be a lot louder. I see. Is he broken? Yes. 4-digit silly number? Yes. I've been lurking for a while today. I'm glad. I'm really glad. I hope you had a decent time at least. I know we keep it a little bit silly. We have a little bit of silly kind of action happening here, but I hope it's at least an entertaining experience. Is there like an append? Can I append? This probably just depends. Where's the mutable to append? How do is it nconc in Lisp? I don't know what this shit's called. Is this what we want to see? Concatenate any number of lists by altering them. Only the last argument is not altered. I could use add to list. That's honestly the thing we want to see. This takes a variable. It doesn't take a generalized location. But I guess we don't need a generalized location because we're just mutating a... Okay, so if we just say... maybe something like fig, bloodsport, char, temp status, fig, bloodsport, char, map, get, char, foo. And we're gonna concatenate that with list, shield. Maybe that is a shield block for us. What node to the octave switch on? C. Oh yeah, yeah. Bad cop. If you're, yeah, I don't know shit. I'd be like, yeah. Can I give these numbers? I was doing my MIDI. I did a stream a while ago, like 3 weeks ago, with a friend who had like a MIDI keyboard and we were controlling it. And I was like, can we just talk about these if they're like with numbers? Can we just assign numbers to each key and then only talk about those and do math with those? I don't know. You probably can. I'm sure you can. Number variant would be nice. Should I convert it to like A flat 1? I mean, is that flat or sharp? That's sharp. It's C sharp. It's obviously sharp. I don't know shit. I'm mixing and matching. I'm trying to use fancy music terms, and I'm just falling apart. I'm just falling apart. This is a disaster. Cargouche, what are we making? So today, Cargouche, which means rabbit. I've told it means rabbit. And what language? I'm just ignoring your messages, Cargouche. What the fuck am I doing? I'm frazzled here. I'm frazzled here. We're designing a little game. We're designing a little video game. And more importantly, we're kind of prototyping. I'm making the game elsewhere. Here we are prototyping exactly what, like how certain details of the combat system work. The language is Emacs Lisp, which is what we write most of the stuff on stream with. There's a MIDI synth. It's not really MIDI. It's kind of like just like letters type synth. You can see people using that. It's can you actually see what other people redeem with that? Do I have that set up that way? Yeah, you can. You can see the redeems. Prototyping in Lisp? Yes. I mean, that's the idea. I mean, it's eLisp, which mostly just makes it easy to show on the screen. It's just generating sine tones using OVA to OVA's bell syntax. Yeah. I gotta bounce. Glad I stumbled in. Stay patched. Yeah. Good to see you. Good to meet you, solar powered bard, and I will see you for sure in the future. I'll see you around. And again, people here, if you're here, and there's only one thing I gotta link. There's a Discord and an IRC. They are interlinked. They're like two strands of the double helix. They are engaged with each other. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Holy cannoli, YSDA. I really appreciate that. That is very kind of you. I think that's the first time we've heard the gigantic monster hill noise. That is what I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ood I'm clearly not musically inclined. Yes, Ood is another funny little streamer person. Can we use dash to make notes play at the same time? I mean, I think we could potentially do that. Numbers. We got numbers. Whoa. Holy cannoli. Holy guacamole around here. We got. I'm all. You know. You have to forgive me. You have to. I become. I start off streams like talking about stuff like being a berserker. and I end the streams talking about like saying, "You have to forgive me, chat. I'm just a silly old man. I don't know anything. I'm baby. I'm tired and want to go to bed. I'm time to I'm Eep. I need to go to bed." 100. Well, I appreciate that. I don't look at the viewers. I try. I'm not. I would go fucking crazy if I did that. I don't think I would, but I just try not to. But it's nice. It's nice. It's nice. It's nice that I've met people. I appreciate that. Thank you all. You know, I know it's like, you know, you're chilling here. You're spending your time here. It's a nice thing. Will we continue or will we end? Will we continue or will we end? I think we'll end relatively soon. We'll end in a couple of minutes, but we'll at least get one shield block in to prove that we can do some stuff. I'm Eep. I am perplexed. I'm sorry, Cargouche. I'm sorry. We're talking in all kinds of godforsaken Zoomer jargon here. I'm mostly saying that I'm sleepy because I've been going for a minute. I've been going for a minute or two. I've been doing this. I've been sitting in this little chair for many hours. Oh, Zoomer. Yes, that's me. I'm a little too young. I've enjoyed what I've seen. You deserve the gift. I hope you're having a great time. I really, Wise the AI, I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. We're gonna get him back. We'll send him back tenfold in the Colonqathon. In the Colonqathon, where we will be giving away money. We will be enticing people with the promise of free cash, free gold even. I don't know. I'm hip. I'm with it. I know the Macarena. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's very hard to transcribe music to this on my phone. Well, I mean, I guess you're taking the L here. What is that? Is that a Kuvimon Kek W? A little pixel Kek W. That's quite cute. That's quite cute. Like, love that. Little cute kind of situation. Okay, what do I need to actually do? I need to rerun this file. We need to render something. We need to render the map. Fig was for end turn. We need to do some end turns to render the map. We need to end turn. We're going down to 4 immediately. Okay, we're at 4. We're Fig, Bloodsport, what's it called? Left hand shield. Okay. End turn. We're going down to 3 again. We're going down to 3. That's kind of problematic. A little problematic. Fig, Bloodsport, map, get char. Who is the char that we get? Who is the char that we get? Foo. Do we have shield? Do we have shield? Temp status nil. What if we do left hand shield? Do we have shield now? No, we don't. We're doing the wrong thing. We're doing the wrong thing. This is not the thing that we want to do. We just don't do it. We should just not do it in place. We should just not do it in place. We should just cons shield. They're trying to learn to write Rust programming. It's super duper not easy. I'm a big Rust enjoyer, Cargouche. I like Rust a whole lot. So if you ever want Rust, I mean, I'm not a pro at Rust. It's a masochistic language. Well, you haven't written Haskell, my friend. You have not. Well, I think actually Rust is like, I don't know. Rust is a little less safe. It's a little less safe. It took me a while for me to start clicking Cargouche, but I'm glad I stuck with it. Yeah, it's a nice language. Fuck Haskell law. Well, you take that back. You take that back. But Haskell is much cleaner in a way. If we're comparing this to some kind of masochistic analogy, it's like Rust is like I don't know. It's a lot less practice. It's a lot less practice at its domination. Haskell, it might be a little more intense, but it goes down a little cleaner, if you know what I'm saying. It's a little less of a rocky road. Let's set F. Well, I should get the character. Character is this. Character is this. And then this is like so. Rust is OCaml on steroid. Yeah, well, Rust is sort of like, I mean, it's like C, and then they took some pretty good ideas out of, they took some pretty good ideas from the ML family of languages, Haskell and Rust, whatever. I think we all know what the best programming language is, Bash. Bad comp. It disappoints me to no end that you're a Bash enthusiast. You're not even a POSIX shell. I could appreciate POSIX shell. Through a lot from C++ 11. Yeah, for sure. There's I don't know. Rust is another, like, I don't generally like very big languages, but Rust is just like, it's kind of nice. It's a nice language. I like that they have a decent libraries. I like that the package manager is decent. I like that the compiler is decent. I like how it's easy to build cross-compile things generally. You know, it's pretty decent. I like that you have some types. That's a good thing that I like. I prefer type classes, or like whatever they call them, traits, to other forms of polymorphism, I guess. It's a good thing. I use fish shell. Well, fish is pretty good. I think I'm yoinking fish's completions, maybe. How do I have that? Am I on this machine? Am I yoinking fish? Are we fish yoinkers? I use eShell, which is the Emacs shell. At least I don't need to learn 23 plus build systems. Yes, it is nice that there is. I mean, I like when there's only one way to do it. If I'm doing scripts, it's going to be Python. Yeah, if I'm doing scripts, it's going to be Emacs. It's going to be Emacs, I think. Yeah, the only fish Bad Cop knows is the bot. Do I yoink? Yeah, I do yoink. I got that global fish completion mode. So I think I probably have fish installed. Yeah, I do. Very nice. I don't use it for anything other than you can have Emacs steal its completions. Fish coming to ASCII Bear hot tubs. We got a fishing coming up. What does the E stand for in Emacs? Ecstasy, of course. You're maximizing your ecstasy. That's generally the experience you have when you're using Emacs. You tend to be in an ecstatic type state. It's kind of a religious revelatory experience. You really get a lot out of it. You really learn a lot when you're in Emacs. Okay. Very cool. I think I'm at the point where I'm not making progress anymore. I think I'm at the point where I'm stalling my fucking engines, Colonq. So we're gonna raid out. We're raiding out. We're raiding the fuck out. We're raiding somebody. You know who I'm gonna raid? I'm gonna raid my friend Grimmy VT, who was very kind and who raided me recently, and who I lurk constantly and has good fucking vibes. They're playing some Baldur's Gate. You know, we love Baldur's Gate. We love gaming. We love to game from time to time. So go say hi to my friend. We're gonna see you around again. As always, if you want to hang out, we're here twice a week now, twice every week. We got a Discord. We got IRC. You should join them. That's where we hang out. We talk a lot about computers. We like cool computer stuff over there. I'm clicking this. We got a raid. It's gonna be a second here. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming by. This was fun. We're gonna keep prototyping. We'll have a game done hopefully by the end of October. We'll make a little game. It'll be a nice time. We're gonna get cool stuff going. Okay. Love you all. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I salute you, and have a good one. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. I'll see you. I'll see you on the flip side. Okay, I'm clicking the button. Okay, bye.